Good morning, citizens of Punt City. This is Lauren, your local news broadcaster, here for day two coverage of Punt City 3. I am joined by the illustrious Drake Sasser, who is doing some self care right now, warming up to start talking. But we are here. It is round 6. We're going to have 2 rounds of Swiss today, followed by top 16 and top 4. And you might hear about some redemption event going on. There will not be coverage for that, but wow, what a day one we had. Um, a little suspect. I'm gonna start a little drama here. Zane Nair, seat one. No, not seat one.
Seat
Zane,
one.
Zane is seat one, top of the leaderboard at a 4-0-1 record, which in a format like this, if you can lock top 16 day one, I mean, you're feeling pretty good about yourself going into day two.
Yeah, I mean it's absurd too because not only is he in such a good position from his day one performance that he's locked up top 16, but also it's free to play or not play if he wants to. Like for instance, we're actually going to be watching his pod featuring our number one seed on our leaderboard, German Antigua, in the pod as well. So seat one is actually like the entire top pod is playing. Now this is something that there's been a little bit of discussion about in the community at large about how easy it is to draw in and stuff like that. We've heard of people only getting like 2 wins, 3 wins, and then trying to draw their way in. Zane at 4 wins still playing, and it's free to do. He's locked up top 16, gets to play for seeding, and that seeding actually matters a lot, especially for the kind of deck he's playing. Known for Rogsai, plays basically exclusively Rogsai, and is rewarded with an impressive performance here. We're of course going to get to watch some of that action here very, very shortly, but yeah, I mean, it's very rare, I feel like, to see you're in round 5 and the top 4, whatever, the top pod on the leaderboard or on the standings is actually playing it out.
Yeah, and I will say too, for those at home that don't know, your Swiss ranking really does matter for seat position going into top 16. So if you are the higher ranked player going into top 16, you're gonna have first seat, second seat, etc. So it's not just a matter of locking top 16. Zane is pretty close, if not locked, to get first seat going into top 16 pods.
Right, exactly. There is actually something to play for, especially when it is already locked up. You mentioned locking it up being something valuable. Zane has locked it up, so he has more to play for and is free for him to continue to play for that. And that's something I don't feel like you see that often. It shows what a dominant performance Zane has had thus far. Someone that we know very well here at TopDeck.gg. Very involved with the running of kind of the back end of things with software and stuff like that. Kind of finally gets to play and is doing his darndest to take this
Yeah.
entire tournament down, become the next mayor of Punt City as these players resolve mulligans. Now, the rest of the pod, like I said, no slouches. These are players that are deep into our tournament as well, and featuring a little bit of a blast from the past as far as our second seat goes here. Daniel Green playing Krark Sakashima. Not a deck I feel like I've seen at the top tables too much over the last few months, but an impressive performance here thus far. And then 2 copies of Blue Farm round out the pod. No surprises there, especially coming from German Antigua. Blue Farm, certainly his weapon of choice that he has made deep runs with all across the TopDeck Championship Series thus far this year. And is honestly his weapon of choice for getting to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see Jorman. A lot of Jorman's tournament success has been in Tim Necrom. I don't know what Blue Farm is, but I know recently in the crew battles, Jorman was playing a Nala, so there was some murmurings if Jorman was going to run it back with a Nala. But no, we're back on TNK tried and true, and clearly it's working out for Jorman. He's here in the top pod battling it out.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. People like to quote things like Brewers Advantage and things like that. German doesn't need that. Shows up every single weekend with his Timna Crom. Sorry, I don't know any other names for a Timna Crom deck. And gets it done every single time. Really shows the staying power of the deck. And a part of why I think there's a best deck conversation around the Timna Crom builds that we see as they exist today.
All right, Drake, I bought our tickets. We're going to mosey on over to the table, the city square of Punt City, if you will, the feature match area. And that's my beautiful segue into our transition right now.
The main plaza. We're heading down the main plaza. There's a parade.
Yep, and I want to shout out these beautiful playmats done by Tim Gadecki. He's done a few playmats for us before. I absolutely love them. And we have our token sponsor, All Trades Media. Those are the tokens you see there. And treasure token dollar bills, Dockside Dollars by Gold Sabretooth. And lastly, this stream is sponsored by Propaganda MTG. He's here vending, as is All Trades Media. So pretty cool to have, vendors, sponsors in the house. We rock their stuff, and it's cool to have them here in person as well.
Absolutely. Something I really want to highlight as far as your complement of sponsors, especially the ones doing artwork for you, is having things like the playmats that are really cool and interesting, a lot to parse through, like the playmats, and then having those clear, readable tokens is quite the compliment. Makes for, impressive art, lots to look at, but also very clear board states, perfect for streams like this. And yeah, I mean, everybody that we work with does such a good job at making this broadcast as clear as possible, and still making really cool stuff for our players to take home with them.
Yeah, absolutely love it. There's a bunch of homages on the playmat art as well to previous Punt Cities. I know Brian Koval has a manor there, as does Mike Sad of Sad Robot Altars, or Mike Sod. If you look at the right above the Graven Karens art, you see that dragon in the bottom. Right above the Graven Karens is the mayoral manors, if you will, of our previous Punt City winners. And I know there's a Dargo to immortalize the deflecting swat that happened last year, where Brian Koval ripped up Peer into the abyss.
Disgusting. Yeah, certainly a moment worth enshrining, and really cool to have that in Shrine of the Playmat. Really kind of highlights what's special about Magic. Bear in mind, this is round 6 of 7 of Swiss. There will be this round and then one more round of Swiss, and then we'll be cutting the top 16. Then, of course, the finals, and that where we will crown a champion here at the second platinum event of the year for the TopDeck Championship Series. A ton of points on the line. We may have a prize slide that runs throughout the day, but quite a bit of money, quite a bit of points on the line. And for Jorman, who is in number 4th seat of this particular pod, he's looking to maintain his lead in the TopDeck Championship Series points race, number 1 on our leaderboard. We have a slide for that as well that you'll see in between rounds as these players are resolving mulligans. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line for all these players, but for Jorman in particular, he has a lead too that he would like to create some distance with. And the dominant performance this year, and obviously so far in this tournament, looking to keep that going here in this pod. A lot of mulligan resolution going on in this pod, especially from Zane, our number 1 seed, who I believe is sitting in your bottom right.
Yep. And something I want to highlight too is the winner of a platinum event does get an invite to the invitational in Columbus. I believe that's going to be in August. Top 64 players, sorry, top 54 players, no, top 56 players on the leaderboard will have a guaranteed invite to this, with the top 80 being open to voting to get the last 8 seats for a 64-person event. I believe it's a 13K, which is an okay chunk of change, especially for a burgeoning format. But no, I think if there's anything to prove the legitimacy of CEDH as a competitively viable format, people want these events, and the fact that there's a $13,000 prize pool, I think, completely backs that up.
Absolutely. And I mean, also want to highlight the small, like exclusive size. Part of what makes the prize pool even more appealing when you talk about tournaments is the expected value, the EV of the tournament. And having a low amount of players for a high amount of cash, that spells quite a good event for the players that get to play it indeed. As these players getting a little picture, something people love to post on social media, get a little look at the pod. Zane, I believe on a Multa 3. So talk to me a little bit about this pod composition. Two Timna Crom decks in the seats 3 and 4. Quark Sakashima going second. If you're Zane, you're on Multa 3, you're obviously not feeling good, but you actually probably have some time, right? Not very many decks looking to just blow the doors off this game, right?
Yeah, and I think that's where Rogsai really shines. Something I've said before, and I think we've all said before. A lot of these decks, I don't want to say Tim Necrom is a fair deck by any means, because I think that's misrepresenting the situation. Rogsai is the kind of deck that doesn't wait for a window; it brute forces its way in and makes that window. Zane is a very competent player. He's one of the best, if not the best, Rogsai player, in my opinion, that I see playing in tournaments. Um, that Molda 3, I've seen him win on less, and so he's a person that knows what he's doing, and I mean I'm worried. I don't feel great on a Molda 3, but I'm pretty confident he knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn 1, Undercity Sewers left on top, so clearly likes the card on top. And that card he mentioned to me privately has been doing quite a bit of work. The land, enters tap surveil land from Murders at Karlov Manor has been involved in a lot of his wins. But we'll see if we can get him out of this, as there's a turn 1 Krark here in C2 from Daniel Green, firing off the Kataxi Probe. Notably kind of one of the premium spells in Krark Sakashima, just being free and drawing cards. Actually just firing it off here on turn 1 after casting Krark off Mox Diamond and Command Tower. Do you take anything away from being willing to fire off the probe here now 4 times?
I love this play. It's it's you gotta go for it. I don't know when you stop trying to go for it. It's not resolving. I'm not smart enough to know, but I think his opponents are loving to see this. You've gone through a lot of your life, drawing you draw 2 cards, see 2 opponents' hands, and lose 10 life. It's all right. I mean, it's an okay rate for no mana. The turn 1 Kark though, if I'm in that seat position, I'm feeling very good about the rest of my game plan. You also have a lot of politicking power now at the table. You know most of the information. Zane has 3 cards in hand. So you're really playing 3 cards against a known. It looks like Jorman kept a 6, and I think seat 3 kept a 5. So there's 14 cards at the table. You know 11 of them. You have a lot of staying power.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a big part that you want to highlight when you're talking about these top pods. Of course, these players going to be known for their technical abilities and their ability to leverage the politics, having a little bit of extra politic power, having seen 2 players' hands, not only both players with like real hands, you get to see basically all the real information at the table. Zane, the only one with information kept back, but only 3 cards to work with, so really not even that much you're even scared of. Kind of gets everything. Did cost 10 life though, and we've seen so far across this tournament, life totals are actually mattering more than ever with creatures. And we'll see if that comes up here, but did come at a little bit of a steep life cost as a turn 1 Esper Sentinel. Great start here for Joseph Roman, our seat 3 Timnacron player with some nice altars. And here comes Jorman, the Misty Rainforest, wasting no time cracking that as well.
I do think Zane stands to gain the most as we see a Drannith Magistrate deployed here.
Turn 1 Drannith.
um,
Wow.
I think Zane stands to gain the most. He's the one with concealed information now in that Ataxian probe exchange. But he also mulled low, so he can pretty easily go, yeah, I don't have anything, I don't have anything, I don't have anything. And he kind of gets a little bit of a leash to be flippant, in my opinion.
Yeah, playing Possum, a very common strategy with Rog side decks that have either been stuffed or on low mulligans like this. And, a lot of times it does work. I don't know, here at the top tables here of Punt City 3 in round number 6, that you're going to get away with that as much. Although, I mean, really, how much can you be hiding with 2 cards is exactly the point. However, Rocksteady just doesn't need that much to get back in the game. A simple wheel or things like that will instantly put you in a position to potentially win the game on the spot. And I think the rest of the table does know that. Now, as we go over here to Daniel Green, had a great turn 1 with Kark. Sakashima now on lock as Strike It Rich coming down. How are we going to get around this Drannith Magistrate in the Kark Sakashima deck? Do you just have to remove it, or can you go off under it?
I think you can go off under it. I don't think there's other clone effects that can clone legendaries in your 98, but you do have a lot of efficient answers. You have Lightning Bolt, you have Chain of Vapor, you have 1 mana ways to get rid of a Drannith. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Kark. I'm happy. Typically Breach is a secondary game plan on Kark, from what I understand. So you can kind of sit back a little bit. You can hope your opponents need to get rid of it more than you do, while you kind of just amass resources, play a slower game, not so much of a turbo Kark. But I think the bottom half of the table, even though despite Zane having 2 cards in hand, the bottom half of the table I think is a little bit better positioned right now.
Yeah, I definitely believe that to be the case as well. This Drannith, I mean, low mulligans and Drannith actually maybe having some text, or at least a little bit. I would imagine favors our 3rd and 4th seat as going to discarding Dauntless Dismantler. Not even the first time I've seen that play. I guess a card that's not very good when you're flooded with cards, but no second land for Joseph.
Brutal.
It's going to be kind of brutal. Jorman does have a second land drop after firing off the Simian Spirit Guide to cast Drannith on turn 1. We'll see what he wants to do with that.
Something double-edged sword here. Ragavan's a pretty free attack in my opinion, swinging into the Kark. You're not going to block, especially with the Drannith out, but you're not really going to find any action off the Ragavan. You'll generate a treasure. I don't know if that furthers Zane's game plan at all. Maybe there's a Necro in hand. He's a known lover of necropotence, but you can't cast whatever card you rip. So if you hit something juicy like a Dockside, or I don't know how good Dockside is right now, but I didn't even look when I said that, but you're not really going to be able to cast. It stops the Ragavan pretty efficiently.
Yeah, here comes that Ragavan, as you mentioned. I think, yeah, I like this attack too. I think swinging at either the Esper Sentinel player with only 1 land, that's the only thing got going on. Would love to cast that Lotus Petal, can't, obviously.
Yep.
Thanks to Drannith Magistrate, does still get a treasure, which is basically a Lotus Petal in its own right. But yeah, I think attacking both the Esper Sentinel player and the Kark player, neither of those players are interested in blocking, can do plenty of attacking. Something I don't see a lot of players do as much as they should. People really think that they people are more willing to block than they are. A lot of times people will just let Ragavan hit them and hope nothing bad happens. And Zane understands that very well. Go ahead and make that attack. He's behind, so he can even politic a little bit if someone decides they want to try to stuff him. And that did not happen. As we go back to Daniel Green's turn, we will see what we can do. Made 2 mana with Strike at Rich last turn.
Yeah, I'm a big Ragavan hit, whatever happens, happens kind of gamer.
I'm not. I'm a block. Savage. Get it out of here. Card's too strong.
Yeah,
3
I
mana.
think they should ban it in Legacy. Imperial Recruiter. Okay,
Imperial
what are we
Recruiter,
grabbing here?
quick check. Yeah, let's have a little quick check. Only 16 creatures in this deck. Well, it's not a ton. Plenty of clone effects. Dockside, of course, still on the table as it always is. Tavern Scoundrel, the like. Roaming Thrones in this deck. That's actually pretty cool. And can't grab Niv Mizzet. Could grab Storm Kiln Artist. That could solve some of the mana problems.
I do like that
as well.
Oh, Kin would be great, I think, right now, right? You can flicker your Imperial Recruiter, kind of like a pseudo card draw.
Yeah, that is impressive. And you even have things like Dual Caster. So Imperial Recruiter's got some good options. Harmonic Prodigy. So you can get any kind of Kruk doublers if you want to go that route. Or you can do the Kitten route if you want to try to just double up on the Imperial Recruiter itself. So we got a few options here.
You're not kidding around with that, are you?
I believe I'm not kidding around. No, this is serious mode. It is Harmonic Prodigy is the selection. Looking for a Kruk doubler.
I like that. I like that a lot. You're under the Dranith. You know that you can't deploy the Sakashima. So what's better than a Sakashima? I think this solves that problem.
Yeah, it's basically Sakashima, except it's cheaper. And yeah, I mean, a good exchange there. Discarding Mnemonic Betrayal to hand size. No second land again for Joseph Roman. And no additional fast mana. I have to wonder if the Dranith is playing any part or if the hand really is just that bad. Esper Sentinel is the only thing going on as this Phantasmal Image is going to be getting in the red zone. Unclear exactly what that copied. However, it is going into the red zone with Timna, and it looks like we managed to connect twice. And that means 2 more cards for Jorman.
I'm wondering if that Phantasmal Image is an Esper Sentinel.
That would make a lot of sense, as it is clearly not a Ragavan. It did connect, and no cards were flipped, so, process of elimination, not a Ragavan, so most likely an Esper Sentinel, the next strongest card probably on the battlefield as far as creatures go. Mox Diamond played discarding Otawara, something maybe to think about as the game goes on, and Grand Abolishers or whatever get involved. And
this is why TopDeck pays us the big bucks with the process of elimination. What is a Fimage?
What is the Fimage? I love the people that write what it is, on a scrap of paper or whatever, put it on there. I don't know how I'd be able to see that right now, but it is very helpful to the commentary team if you write down what the Fimage is.
What
also
you guys can't see is off camera. Drake and I are playing Guess Who for that Fimage. Is it a red card?
It's a whole board of creatures playing CEDH. Yeah, I love this so much.
Wait, that actually would be fun.
Yeah, that would be great. Just find board states, figure out what the clones are. All right, 2 mana for Zane. It's Dockside Extortionist.
Wow, we are extorting these docks.
I mean, I think it looks pretty good, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. And Fimage was pointed at. So dang, Drake, we are good at this.
Yeah, so talented. This is why they pay us the big bucks. 5 treasures there for Zane. Makes a total of 7, thanks to the Ragavan treasures as well. 7 mana to work with, no land drop made. Does Zane have a payoff? I have to imagine he's not cast his Dockside unless he has something else going on. Remember, this is a mold of 3 for Zane, so probably not a ton of resources to work with, but if something like a wheel comes down or something of that ilk, we're going to be looking to be in good shape. It's Diabolic Intent, sacrificing Dockside.
Okay.
That triggers both Esper Sentinels, both players drawing a card.
So, knowing Zane and having played a lot with Zane, I'm wondering if this is for an Acropotence. You have 5 mana, you Necro Deep, and you have 2 left over for your Born, unless Born's already in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Necro there pulled to the front a little bit, so it's not in hand already. And no bait situation or anything like that going on. Necro is also notably harder to counter. No dispels or anything like that really get it. Swan Song and the like still do. Not sure what else is even good. I mean, Breach is a little short on cards to be getting it done right now. I don't think
there's also a Dranith.
Trail is good. True as well. So yeah, not much else even really works. You can grab Nauseum and hope it. Yeah, we see Nauseum pulled to the front. That's a consideration. But then you're tapped out. Just kind of hope nobody has anything. Also, maybe fine.
Yeah, the big issue right now is with the Dranith meme bet and Breach is shut off, and I I did want to say, you said they pay us the big bucks. I only get paid in dockside dollars.
The Punt City Dockside dollars that Zane is currently using to potentially win this game certainly looks scary to me. And this is what I'm talking about. Rockstar just doesn't need a lot to go off. So even on the Multi 3, if you're sitting there playing Possum, hard to really buy that you're actually out of the game. You just maybe have an extra turn or two. And I think that's certainly been the case for this in table as they've done, various things to get established in this game. German, maybe the one most likely to have interaction here. Bunch of mana up, has done nothing but play creatures over the first few turns.
You have to assume, I think, that Joseph in seat 3 may have some interaction as well. If you're not playing lands and putting permanents into play, you probably have spells in hand, right?
Right. Yeah, the question is, can you cast them off of Scrubland?
True.
Free interaction obviously works. The rest, maybe less so. Infernal Plunge, munching the Ragavan. That makes Ad Nauseam very easily cast. Okay, we're not there yet. Hold on, says Jorman. I might counter your Infernal Plunge.
I'm wondering, are we getting hit with
this? Would grab this. This would be a thing to mental misstep, and we'll see. Remember the turn one Gataxian Probe. It's very possible that Daniel actually just knows what the interaction setup is and is saying, "Hey, you should maybe counter this instead of something else." And it is mental misstep. You cannot tap Scrubland to cast it, but yeah, there we go. Go ahead and pay life. Oh, okay. We're paying for Esper Sentinel. That's what the mana tap is for. So we have mental misstep, the Infernal Plunge, and this is maybe what makes Ad Nauseam a little bit of a worse grab versus something like Necropotence. But of course, Ad Nauseam may be the better card for the spot, able to get the game over potentially right away when it seems like players don't really have much as your dockside resolved.
Yeah, I'm curious, and I know there's a reason why, and this is not questioning the decision. I'm just curious what the decision was for valuing Adnaz over Necropotence.
It has to be something like window oriented. Necropotence, you maybe need to wait a turn, and by then both T and K decks get to set up with silences and various things. Whereas it seems like this might be a window where interactions are really low as players are setting up with creatures and things like that. Harmonic Prodigy deployed by Daniel Green, very unexciting turn, I guess, but remember, Krark really just wins off of having creatures in play, so doesn't take much once you get to untap with a whole host of Krark and Krark doubling effects. So even though it looks unexciting, is still building towards a win as a second land City Brass finally found for Joseph Roman, and that's going to make a Lotho Corrupt Sheriff.
Yep, starting to get some action here from Joseph on TNK. I think Daniel is very quietly really gaining advantage over their opponents. You're deploying creatures. You're still on the correct game plan. You know most of the cards in the top half of the table's hands. Rogside just tutored, so you can go, hey, Zane's the threat. I think if I am Daniel in that seat, I'm feeling really good about my table position.
Yeah, hard to feel bad. You do the math on how much mana worth of permanents are in play, but it's quite a bit, and not, like I said, not a lot that needs to go off from here as far as what your instant sorcery count needs to be. An interaction now, having the Krark Doubler in play, also just works a lot better than it did with just Krark in play previously. So set up to interact if that's what you have going on. Also set up to potentially win if you find a few appropriate pieces for that. 2-mana card being cast for Jorman. Can't say I recognize it. Looks white.
That is a Talisman of Dominance Warhammer art.
Oh, on top of it. Well, that is going to cast a Mystic Remora. I know that one very well. And maybe puts a damper on any potential win that Zane might have going to his next turn. All that mana for Jarman and a fish. Certainly much more problematic than an Ad Nauseam in the previous turn.
And I don't want to brag. I used that Talisman of Dominance, so...
It's not even blue and black. Look at the art. It's got burnt orange on it. How is this blue and black?
Do you want to see the worst one? Have you
Probably
seen?
Not.
look up the Warhammer Talisman of Progress and tell me how mad you get.
All right.
I'm assuming we're red blasting the Mystic Remora on the stack. That's telling me Krark is setting up to win.
It's a talisman. This is a joke.
Yeah, it's black and white, right?
But it's every other color but blue. No, it's red too. It's
yeah,
black, white, and red. Wow, that is horrible.
Yeah,
awesome. So Red Blast can target the fish on the stack. You get 2 of them. Probably, I don't think you can change the target. You can change the targets, but there has to be another spell.
It has to be another spell.
Right. And you can change the target's not the mode. So second Red Blast doesn't do anything. You can't go after any blue permanents in play, even though there's not very many of those. Water Grave the draw, it looks like, for Zane. That one's going to get shocked into play. We'll see if he's interested in making any moves on his main phase.
And I think we're seeing a sorcery speed Adnaz.
He says, yeah, Ad Nauseam. Esper Sentinel triggers. No fish trigger. thanks to Daniel Green countering that one. But Zane's in just win, just jam mode. Pretty free for him to do.
Yeah,
Nobody's snapping anything off.
you beat me to the punchline. This is definitely the just win mentality. Not really paying any mind to what's on board. You did see one piece of interaction used, a couple pieces already. T and K seat 3 and 4. They've pretty full grips. Krark Saka, I think, is having to politic a little bit in this seat position. They have 2 cards in hand, but um, we see a Force of Will pitching a Brain Freeze from Joseph in seat 3. I mean, that stinks for Zane.
This is a bolt of 3 that has assembled an attempt at a kill, and it's like ad nauseam gets that much better, right? As these turns go on, there's a lot of creatures in play. Eventually, you're going to start getting farmed for attacks, and your life total is not going to stay at 35 for long. Now, with ad nauseam gone, Zane actually gets some politic points to be like, hey, don't attack me, my Nas is gone. Like, what are we doing here? And obviously, Necro is still involved, and people can just call BS on that, but it is something that I can imagine being a good play as far as just preserving your life total. As a Mystic Remora comes down for Daniel.
You can't have one, but I can.
I mean, that's pretty good when you're talking about a Tymna Kraum setup. Not only do you have blockers for a lot of what's going on, that is the way that Tymna Kraum gets ahead with Tymna, but you also have done a good job constricting the draw engines that don't involve creatures, and now get to deploy your own. You mentioned Daniel Green quietly getting ahead. I think we're seeing some of that here.
Yeah, and I will say too, I'm not count. I mean, I think Zane has been effectively stopped, and that's kind of how potent this deck is. He presented a win, got stopped. Presented a win, got stopped. Something that really resonates with me in CDH and Magic in general. You want to ask the table questions. You want to ask. Every card that you play is a table is a question to the table, and once those questions stop getting answered by the table, you're going to win the game. And unfortunately, bad beats Zane's questions got answered, but I'm not writing Joseph off yet. I feel Joseph has really opportunistically picked their windows to counter spells in a way that is keeping him kind of quietly alive, but he has a full grip of cards in hand. He kind of has some mana generation from the Lotho, hit the land drop as well. I mean, he very he could allow his opponents like we're seeing right now to kind of cannibalize each other and just go for a win attempt once all of this interaction has been exhausted.
Yeah, and that's a big part of the equation, of course. Finding more answers is a big piece. And while there's been a lot of answers so far, here comes a Flusterstorm, a very important one for Daniel, because the storm trigger means that you don't actually even need this one to resolve. So this one getting bounced, actually a very good result for Daniel. Not really looking to copy this one more times usually, as it is going after the Swan Song on top of the Mystic Remora. A little bit of a stack being built here. And we mentioned, Krark with the Harmonic Prodigy in play. Interaction starts to look very good. I think we're going to see that be the case right here, right now, as the Storm trigger is going to resolve before the Krark triggers. Looks like that countered the Swan Song. Krark trigger is happening now. Odd appears to be copy, so we're looking for an even here on the second roll. That is even! Flusterstorm coming back to hand. Exactly the result Daniel was looking for there. Now, face up Flusterstorm, on table under the gun. And now, I have to imagine threat assessment very much towards Daniel as far as the Tymna Kraum players are concerned.
Yeah, I think it's clearly becoming a game of archenemy. You statistically you have a 75% chance, or wait, 50-50 times 2. Any
Yeah.
mathematicians in the chat? You have a 25% chance of not have you have a 75% chance of having that fluster returned. You are in a really good spot. I think with the win cons that can and will be presented throughout the rest of the game, Fluster is such an effective piece to hit those. It always is effective, but I think with this current pod composition, it's especially good.
Yeah, it's certainly going to look good in this pod, which is going to look to interact very heavily. Now, mana situation a little bit unlocked here for Joseph, thanks to Lotho. Made 2 treasures, got to untap, make another treasure of his own, playing Talisman, and it looks like a blue card. Is that Mystic Remora?
That is a Mystic Remora. That is the.
What with the creatures? What are we doing here? It doesn't attack.
it's a fish though, Drake.
Sure. Okay. Fine. I guess it's like supposed to be like a Remora, right? Like not an actual Remora, and they made it a Remora. That's like the story of Mystic Remora.
What's a
Not actually
Remora?
supposed to be a
Is
fish.
that like the fish thing?
No, it's not a fish.
What's
It's
a
like,
Remora?
oh, I don't remember.
I know
I
there's
don't wanna
like
get it wrong.
isn't like a remora, aren't those like the parasitic fish that like live on sharks?
actually a parasite. I think it's like a symbiotic thing where they like clean them kind of thing. They just
Oh,
like stick onto them. But yeah,
nice.
that is what a remora is. A remora is like it's like something out in left field. Like it is actually just like has to do with magic and makes a lot more sense for the effect of Mystic Remora. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense. The fish draws a bunch of cards. Like a remora, I don't want to get it wrong here on air, so I'm not going to make a stab at what it is exactly and say something I shouldn't have or whatever. But if you Google it, the Google story Mystic Remora, it's not supposed to be a remora. It's supposed to be a remora, which is a completely different thing that has actually to do with magic, not to do with a fish in the sea.
So, actually, just walking into the studio right now is Richard Garfield. Richard, hey, can you explain?
Like Richard Garfield was there for Ice Age, right? To design Remora.
Yeah.
There's no way that was there.
Mark Rosewater is
Mystic
also here.
Study deployed by Jarman. That's actually a big upgrade when you talk about everybody establishing the card advantage engines now. 2 Remoras in play, a Rhystic Study in play, alongside a lot of Esper Sentinels. There's a lot of draw engines. Zane says, don't care, cast my Wishclaw Talisman, and everybody reaches for their decks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to if you're Zane, right? You have to cast your spells. You have to hope that your opponents just eat each other alive. Um, Zane's already locked. So Zane's like, if I win this game, I win. If I die, I die. I think that's kind of his mentality going into it. Obviously, he wants to win, but this isn't a win and in situation for him. He's already locked. He has to cast his spells, and if his opponents stop him, we got stopped.
Exactly. And I mean, once again, there's low stakes for Zane as well, as he is 4-0-1. Like you said, he's already locked. So, whatever, jam. And if you just keep jamming win attempts and it doesn't work, whatever. You don't have to take any kind of a surgical approach. Now, obviously, he does that in general. That's not, really affected by his record as much. But for the sake of Zane fans at home, you have to understand, I mean, this is a very low stakes game. And coming from Molda 3, having, another tutor in play after getting the ad nauseum stuffed, Dockside resolved, all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is an impressive performance on a mulligan 2-3.
Yeah, extremely impressive. He has really put the pressure on the board despite having very limited resources. I do want to highlight too kind of the concern I would have at the table with these draw engines and really no big swingy game actions, nothing really changing the table composition. These triggers are laborious to resolve. There's a lot of triggers happening. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triggers for every non-creature spell cast, or at least the first one per turn with the 2 Esper Sentinels. That's something to consider if time starts becoming an issue in this round.
Yeah, early on in the tournament magic for CEDH days, there was a lot of heat on the Krark Sakashima for generating this exact effect with just that deck alone. Having one of those present alongside this host of Lotho, Mystic Remoras, Esper Sentinel, Rhystic Study, all that kind of stuff, you have to wonder, these players do a good job playing at a good pace, but I mean, no matter what, this stuff just takes time. Dockside
And
Extortionist for Daniel Green.
speaking of taking time, Dockside will kind of close out that time, granted that this is a good Dockside hit. But a couple cards in hand from Daniel. Big, chonky Dockside here coming down. Knowing Zane's not going to sack these treasures. He needs them for his win attempt. So that's at least 3 from Zane. I'm counting 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 treasure. Unless, I'm sorry, 13 if we're counting.
It's
No,
a lot.
14.
Esper Talisman, 3 treasures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Rhystic Talisman, Ring, or whatever the other artifact is underneath. Then Wish Claws, Treasure. Yeah, I think 13 is right. Wow.
Yeah, that feels pretty good if I'm casting this Dockside. I have 4 cards in hand as well as Krark Saka. We are cracking treasures in
Oh yeah,
responsive
it
things.
looks like Joseph decided to be a little bit responsible. Just 13 is a lot. Cutting it down by 3, making 3 mana, especially if you have something to cast for it. Maybe worth your time. And it looks like Lotho going to be doing a little bit more work as time goes on anyway.
And we are
Now,
floating
honestly,
blue, red, black.
yeah, little Grixis. Got to keep everything under wraps.
Watch
Don't
out,
let him know
Grixis
what you got.
Charms.
Grixis charm, huh? How do you know what that one does? I think it's like destroy target non-black creatures. One of the modes. You just
Oh, really?
boom, pull up Krark, got him.
Yeah. Table saved, everybody.
It's like now with all this, man. I mean, we're just a pile of treasures. Love this. Have no idea how many treasures that is, but pile of treasures. The table knows it's probably somewhere close to 10-ish. I think we cracked some treasures. Zane did not, and yeah, I mean. Underneath these fishes, talk to me a little bit about Krark Sakashima and being able to combo underneath Rhystics and Mystics. Here is a Red Blast, which Pyro Blast, which is going to potentially solve some of those problems. But talk to me a little bit about the ability to start casting spells underneath these draw engines and still potentially be able to win the game. Does Correct Triggers just save you?
Yeah, I think correct triggers do just save you, and I think Daniel answered that question before I could. I think if you can start removing these efficient draw engines, start clearing your path, eventually your opponents are going to tell you if they have interaction or not. Not with their words, but with what they're countering and not countering. And especially if there's some sort of if whatever counter war may happen over destroying these enchantments, you're gonna draw cards from them with the Mystic Remora and Oppo. Oh, I see. We wanted to clear the mana floating. We switched phases before we started pyroblasting. So um
Uh, okay, so now the red blast. Now we have the potential to respond here with that pile of mana if Daniel wishes to. Looks like we're not going to yet. There's a Ristic Study trigger to resolve. Jorman does draw a card. Remember, Jorman does have Ristic Study in play, which will draw off creatures as well, unlike Fish, which is non-creatures, and of course the Esper Sentinels, which are non-creature as well. Part of what makes Ristic Study so much more dominant. Now here is the Pyroblast. That one, I imagine, initially targets Joseph's Mystic Remora, but I imagine the copy, when it does happen, if it does happen, going to go after Jorman's Ristic Study.
Yep, and Jorman I think is scarier in terms of having an efficient draw engine. Jorman does have Tibna in play, so Fierce Guardianship is live. That's another consideration to have. Joseph cannot hardcast it. So right now we're really, if I'm Daniel, I'm playing around MBT. I'm playing around Fierce Guardianship. I saw Force of Will get burnt from Joseph, so that's one less piece I have to worry about. And obviously Force of Negation is a consideration as well.
A few potential problems. So walk me through a little bit. How do you combat spells like this? Like if you're in Jorman's seat, do you go for the Pyroblast, what's on the stack before the Correct Triggers, where it could potentially get bounced, or do you go for the copy that would go after your Ristic Study and hope that it just blows up the Mystic Remora from Joseph, like we're seeing here, and does not blow up your Ristic Study, or only one copy will come at your Ristic Study. You counter that.
Yeah, I think if I'm Jorman, I have to protect my Ristic Study. I also have to be wary that I think I have to counter the original, and the reason being is that is going to protect Daniel at any given point of a counter war if it's still in hand, and it's always going to be in the back of my mind as a one mana consideration that could stop me from countering a game ending spell.
And here it looks like we were successfully able to destroy Joseph Roman's
So wait, I'm
Mystic
sorry.
Remora.
We targeted it. Doesn't oh no, the spell hasn't fizzled yet. We targeted the Fimage, meaning the original will fizzle, right? If it doesn't get returned.
Correct. I mean, it's the
Okay.
same as resolving, right? You've effectively blown it up. But yes, if it does not get returned, it will fizzle, being unable to uh, resolve because the Esper Sentinel, is no longer in play. However, it looks like we got a copy for the first one. That was going to destroy Ristic Study, and now we're just
Oh,
rolling to return it to hand. Even would be huge. It's not even. It's another
wow.
copy.
That's very good for his opponents.
Lots of meme pointing saying says you can target wrong. Oh, target the Wish Claw. Yeah, okay. You can target anything over here. And that, of course, means that the Power Blast going to go to the graveyard did a lot of work there as here comes Impulse.
Yeah, and now this is where Krark can really start to shine. And I think this either could be, hey, we're gonna just start drawing cards, or this could be the feeler. Do my opponents have counter magic? Looks like we're copying one, and we are returning this one.
Uh, yeah, looks like one return, one copy potentially.
No, yeah, evens copy.
Is that a 2 and a 1?
Yeah, two and a one. So one bounce, one copy. So
Yeah.
we're
Top
just gonna
4
start.
gets 2 mana. Free Impulse. Not bad.
And
Not
I'm
sure what we're looking
wondering.
for.
I'm wondering if the opponents have no counter magic or if they're just waiting for a game-ending spell. The issue is the more cards you let Krark see, the more your window closes on getting out of this alive.
I was very surprised to see no fight over anywhere in that Pyroblast chain. Of course, the Pyroblast did naturally go to the graveyard as time went on, but no fight. Does that indicate no interaction? I mean, now we're just kind of doing things that are somewhat inconsequential, but I mean, we saw the power of Gitaxian Probe in this deck. If you find something that is similarly kind of like a free draw spell like that, something shaped like that, or just even just more Krarks. I mean, there's so many pieces that you have to answer as time goes on. Does this just indicate that there is no interaction, or is there something specific we're supposed to be fighting over?
I truly don't know. I think Daniel. A lot of cards have been drawn, but Daniel knows maybe some of the interaction in hand. Probably has some sort of memory or idea of what they're up against. Impulse going to the yard does help the rest of the table, but you also have to. Oh, we are.
Double bounce? I think double bounce, just
Wow.
go. Keep Mystic War in play, keep interaction up. Remember that Flusterstorm is still present. And that is, I think, part of the equation for the rest of the table as well is if I interact, do I just give another spot, burn a mana, and here's the Flusterstorm, everything gets cleared out. My interaction's worth more than that. I need to hope Krark fizzles and then do some stuff that matters on my turn, whatever that may look like. And,
Yep.
I mean, Joseph did get another turn. Mana Crypt going to start things off, draws a card off Mystic Remora.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see some big swing turn from Zane, if he's gonna wish claw at upkeep, try to do some weird bumpkiss stuff. But I'm terrified of that known Flusterstorm.
Yeah, that Flusterstorm, a huge problem. Of course, it could potentially open up Necropotence lines for Zane because Flusterstorm does not tag Necropotence. But then you open up the interaction for the rest of the table, and it's not like you're going to get any help from the rest of the table either.
No,
Soul
the
Ring.
table's
Triggers
not
both.
helping you. Despite Kirk being in the driver's seat, you don't want to lose the game to the bozo who mold the 3.
So both of these Tim and Crom players have creatures in play, have a lot of cards in hand. I mean, these are the states that they want to be, and yet they still feel behind to Krark Sakashima. Is this how things play out? I mean, how do they get out from under this?
Yeah, and as someone who's currently playing Timna Crom, this is kind of this is the negative part of the deck. You draw a lot of cards but don't see any action. And we're gonna try to get out of it with flashing in our own opposition agent. There are 2 oppos now. Wishclaw is way
Yeah,
worse,
Wishclaw not even close to good.
um,
Just not where you want to be.
yeah, I mean, I could see a weird world in which you're like, okay, I'll Wishclaw, give it to you to try to get interaction to deal with Krark, but I don't think that's the type of gamer Zane is.
Oh,
Um,
we're at reveal hand territory. My favorite. Oh no, we're discarding. That's all
yeah,
discards. Holy cow! Chrome Mox
yeah.
among the discards. I think very loud statement about how not wanting to draw Krark more cards than you absolutely have to.
And that's just the huge issue with playing Tim Necrom, and I say this as a person who's currently playing it. You draw so many cards, you have all of your, value creatures, hate bear pieces, whatever you'd like to call them, and you draw a lot of cards and you do very little with them. You play more cards to draw more cards, and then sometimes you just lose the game after having drawn half your deck.
Yeah, I've definitely been in that position. It leaves a very sour taste in your mouth as someone that wants to value agency. I played quite a bit of Timnacron myself and moved off it for decks like Najila and Rogsai, of course, because it felt that even though there wasn't as much. I don't know, fair cards, we'll say. I do still feel like I had more agency over my ability to win the game as Lotho is going to join the pack of creatures for Jorman Antigua. I mean, mana not really Jorman's problem. Loaded on mana, still behind to the Krark Sakashima player seems to just have everything going on for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the table really needs to figure out how to answer this Krark question here. It's very clearly a 3v1. I'm sure the table talk is reflecting that of, guys, we are in danger of losing this game. The other thing too is, if I'm Jorman or Joseph, I'm kind of writing Zane off at this point, and I love Zane very dearly. He's a very
Rip
good friend
Zane.
of mine, so I mean this in a loving way. But you have to try. In my opinion, the longer this game goes, the more Krark Saka is able to just gain control of the board state, especially with a Mystic Remora in play. You have to force some sort of action. You have to start eating away at those treasure. If somehow you can get rid of those 3 treasure, you have 6 mana, 4 of which is colorless from Krark Saka, and you have to pay for a Mystic Remora. You have to start forcing some sort of action. It's the only way you can really start challenging Krark. Are you there,
Yeah,
Drake? Oh,
I am
sorry.
there.
We were moving chords. I was worried we missed you.
No, you're good. You're good. I think that it's very telling when players every turn are adding permanents to the board, and it really only feels like Daniel Green's the only one getting ahead, and that's surprising. I mean, cards like Opposition Agent coming down, Lotho coming down, lots of mana cards, all the like, and yet the power of Krark the Thumbless. And this is why at one point in time, I mean, Krark Sakashima was a very feared deck in CEDH, maybe even considered among the best decks. has kind of fallen out of favor because it is a little bit slower. But this slow game that has transpired with the Rog side player being low in resources and both the Tim McCron players kind of doing a good job keeping checks and balances on the entire table, including each other. Fire Covenant, that could change things really quickly. But you're seeing the power of Krark. And when the game starts to go long, it's that inevitability where no matter how many cards you draw, no matter how many hateful permanents you have in play, Drannith, Opposition Agent, everything, I can get through it.
And I'm
And Jordan, I think there's
curious.
Flash and Dispel. I think there's some collaboration to try to get around this Flusterstorm and everything and the like.
Yeah, I'm curious if Jorman, knowing these players, I've played a lot with Jorman and Zane. If they're going, I have a fluster. We know Daniel has a fluster. If you cast this now, storm count 0, we can kind of do some collaborative fluster storming and try to fluster Krark.
That has to be what's happening here. I mean, the only way out, in my vision from up here, is collaboration and having that kind of collaboration. Even something like Wish Claw. I think we're doing this on Zane's turn. If we do something like, hey, will you activate the Wish Claw just to get out from underneath this, and I can pass it back to you, whatever, what have you. Is that something you'd be willing to do? What does that look like? What does that take? And I don't know exactly what the conversation that's being had is, but I mean, we saw a little bit of collaboration there with just Jordan revealing a Dispel out of his hand to Joseph, and a lot of mana for both these players, Lothos for both these players. One Flusterstorm is worth a lot, as we've seen from the Krark deck. One of the best pieces of interaction with mana up to have access to. And this Fire Covenant gets things out if it resolves, but as we see, Flusterstorm's going to come down. What is the table's plan?
Yep. And it's gonna draw some one card for Joseph on T and K. I think you let. I don't know. Do you hit it now? Do you dispel it and just go, okay, we don't have to. It's one less thing to worry about now. Like,
You
I
have
don't.
to dispel. I mean, it doesn't feel good, but you got to solve this at some point. If anything at all is going to work, you need to actually answer the original Flusterstorm. So even though it feels terrible, I think you're supposed to dispel it now, counter it now with whatever you have.
And I think we're seeing that with a Simian Spirit Guide being exiled, presumably for a blast. Oh no, we're just
I
exiling.
think we're paying for the copy.
Interesting. Okay. So we have.
Did we just
Storm
get another
counts.
copy?
Storm counts 1, 2. So Fluster would be 2, 3. You can pay for it right now, right?
I believe that is correct. I believe we can pay for the Flusterstorm as it stands right now.
Okay. And we're not doing it.
We choose not to. I mean, we're down to 15. We just paid all that life.
And if we see evens again, Fluster's gone.
That's a 4. That's back to hand.
Oh, okay. Evens is back to hand. Got it.
You're right. Yeah, odds is copy. Evens is back to hand. Evens bounce. And now this feels awful. I thought there was some collaboration happening, but that exchange looked very bad from up here.
Yeah, this is, it's very easy, and I'm guilty of this. It's very easy from our position to go, oh, this is probably what's happening. This is what should be happening. But, we're in a pretty sterilized environment watching these games. The pressure of sitting in this tournament is much greater than just watching this, on TV or YouTube, if you will. These players are playing for a lot of money. These players are playing for championship series points, trying to get into the invitational. A lot of them were up late night at LobbyCon, which was very, very fun. It's an early morning. Some folks aren't used to the East Coast time. I'm adding myself there. I'm on West Coast time still, so it's 7 a.m. my time, 7:30. So
tough slogging.
Yeah, tough slogging. A lot to get used to. So you just see the game differently from this perspective, and I think that's something that's often overlooked in tournament coverage.
And here's Heat Shimmer. That one's targeting Harmonic Prodigy. This one could be a huge problem if copies start coming down. You can start copying Dockside Extortionist. You can copy Imperial Recruiter. So many good options. And of course, Heat Shimmer is the one that can target the opponent's stuff as well.
Yeah, and I think that that Fire Covenant is that turning point game. If you pinpointed the most notable sort of backbreaking part for the game as a whole and for the table, it was the lack of a fight, in my opinion, the lack of a fight over that Fire Covenant.
Yeah, very surprised not to see, especially given, I mean, Joseph committed, I think, like half his life total to try to clear the board with the Fire Covenant, and then, it looks like from up here had the ability to pay, chose not to. Not totally sure what's going on with that, but that Fire Covenant looked like a really important one to have resolve, and it did not. And so back to Daniel Green we go, and this Heat Shimmer could easily slam the door on the game this turn if we get some really good rolls as far as copying it goes. Bouncing it back to hand, not so good on this one, but quite good if we can make some copies. And that's a 5. That's a copy.
Dockside.
Target Dockside Extortionist. Now things start getting bad. We know about Impulse. We know about Flusterstorm. And Heat Shimmer getting bounced now, not even that big of a deal because Dockside's already re-upped. And the
Yeah, you
mana
just
was the constriction.
and I think to something you said at the beginning of the broadcast, if you will, is Kark Saka is a deck that we have not seen at top tables in a little while. And I think that Daniel, obviously a very, very talented pilot, I think they're closing out this game right now. It's a really good meta read. I don't know if this is their main deck, but this Kark Saka, I think, feeds off of this sort of this mid-range hell that we're in, this creature centric. Okay, you can play creatures, I'll play creatures too. Mine are just gonna make my spells better.
Yeah, it's funny to have like a mid-range hell game in which Rogsai is in the pod. However, of course, the mold of 3 means that Rogsai not really able to have that outsized impact on speeding up the game that it normally does. And now Orcish Bowmaster is coming down, I believe, in response to the Dockside ETB. And now that could threaten to make things dicey with the Mystic Remore. But Mystic Remore is a May. So trying to get cards drawn here could potentially be problematic for getting Orcish Bowmaster triggers. But you could get some help from the other Esper Sentinel players and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you shut off wheels if that is the game plan right now. There are some lines that you do pressure Kark Saka on, but again, Kark Saka also has a lot of efficient 1 mana, remove a creature type spells.
The cards we know about are just like don't care about any of that, right? Like Impulse doesn't draw. It's just top 4 look at 1. That's a card that we know was bounced in earlier turns. So if all we're doing, imagine that everything goes Daniel Green's way, and all we're doing is Heat Shimmer plus Impulse. He doesn't care about any of the creatures in play right now.
Yeah, if I'm Daniel Green and I'm seeing that the best fight that my opponents have is an Orcish Bowmasters at this current time, I'm feeling pretty good that my game plan is going to be going off without a hitch.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that Fire Covenant didn't resolve, I mean, I'm sure the sweat is just right off Daniel Green's brow. Again, I can't speak to what happened there, but that was, you mentioned, a pivotal moment in the game. Fire Covenant, one of the best cards in the table, in anybody's deck at the table against Kark Sakashima, did not resolve. Silence coming down from Jarman in response to the Bowmasters, I believe. I think there's an Orc army already in place. So I think we're doing this after Bowmasters is resolved.
Yeah, I think this is with the other Heat Shimmer trigger on the stack. I don't know if you're pressuring mana or
Well, the Dockside hasn't gotten a trigger yet, right? So that has to still be on the stack.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah, Dockside and Heat Shimmer. So yeah, the stack is the original Heat Shimmer targeting Harmonic Prodigy, then a Kark trigger above that, and then the Dockside has just resolved. There's a Dockside trigger above that, and then Jarman's casting Silence. So we have a little bit of stack here. Kind of hard to piece together what we're looking at here, but there is quite a big stack right now.
Yeah, I believe it's because there's one damaged marked on the Harmonic Prodigy. I believe it's in response to the Dockside ETB that hasn't resolved yet. Just if I'm guessing, there's still a Heat Shimmer pointed at a Harmonic Prodigy with a Kark trigger on the stack as well. So a pretty beefy stack from a guy with no thumbs.
Quite. I'm surprised to see us going after the Harmonic Prodigy instead of the Dockside, like with the one targeting Dockside in the stack. Easier to kill, and if you kill the Harmonic Prodigy and the Heat Chamber still bounces to hand, remember there's still a Kark trigger in the stack, then I mean the Heat Chamber is still in hand. Like we're still kind of okay from that perspective.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this is the access that Jorman is operating right now. Are you pressuring mana right now? You're hoping that there's some sort of counter war where you're having to tap out and then maybe have some other game action after that. But yeah, this isn't doubting Jorman's aptitude. I'm just more so curious of the decision making.
Yeah, I mean, with the Flusterstorm still known, are you trying to just bait that back out again? Not clear. You have a lot of mana to pay. We're going for an Impulse here instead of something like Flusterstorm. Does build Storm Count, if that's an angle you're trying to go with.
It does build Storm Count. I'm curious. You have 1 mana open, so say things go completely awry, completely wrong. I mean, this is sort of a, I know Kruk players like to gamble. They like to flip coins, roll dice. I think you're gambling a little bit right now, right?
Maybe if you find something like Fierce, mana is no longer even an issue, and there's a Dockside trigger on the stack. The copy's already in play, so there has to be a trigger on the stack. So no matter what, you're getting refreshed on mana. Even if the silence resolves, you're gonna have mana interact on your opponent's turn. You still got to fish, things to work with in that nature, and the upside's really high. So, if you decide that Flusterstorm doesn't work, Impulse is a thing you're probably going to cast anyway, no matter what happens. Doing it with the silence on the stack, fine. You still get to do what you wanted to do with your turn. Maybe you have to wait another turn cycle, but with cards like Fire Covenant gone, what does that even look like as far as things getting worse for you? Like, what's the rush?
Right, and I'm willing to bet that this is going to be the last turn of the game, just based on my read of the the current table, and I don't think that's a controversial take by any means. But for viewers at home, there's 24 minutes in the round. I believe this pod has a 5-minute time extension for pods to get set up, or the streaming to get set up. So about 28 minutes left for this pod specifically. So we're not fighting against the clock by any means, especially on a game-winning turn.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be, if not the last turn cycle. And so then we are going to the game is concluding very quickly. The players have done a very good job navigating this mess of triggered abilities and resolving them in a timely manner while still using politics. There's an art to that and a skill to that, and there's a reason this is the top pod of our tournament. But this is also part of the Kruk Sakashima experience. I think a lot of other players do not like. Kruk Sakashima used to have a very vocal hate group, as Impulse is actually going to resolve originally. It does not get bounced to hand with the triggers, so we're going to do quite a bit of Impulse. I think we should resolve 3 Impulses. I mean, top 12, look at 3. That's better than Deku Time. That's pretty good for 2 mana.
Yeah, it turns out that seems pretty decent. I do want to say too that Clark has felt
Is
like
that SWAT?
Oh, that's pretty dang good. That is pretty dang good. What are you swatting though? Are you OBM killing itself?
I'd imagine that has to be the case. This would have to be with the orcs. It looks like there's an orc army in play.
Yeah,
But
the
maybe
damage
that's
already
just
dealt.
kind of a placeholder where the trigger's still on the stack. And now we're swatting the Bowmaster's trigger. I mean, you can't swat silence. It says your opponents.
Right. Yeah, it's not an Orm's chant.
Anyway, sorry I interrupted you earlier. This is an exciting find, so go ahead.
Oh
and
no,
finish
just
what you-
reflecting on the game and just how much I think Daniel has been in the driver's seat since turn 1. You were in such a they were in such a commanding position, with the Gitaxian probe and dealing with Zane. They can feasibly go, I know you have the force of will, I'm going to force you to use it. Which I think that early Gitaxian probe was worth every life point that it cost to get you to this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call out. Willing to pay 10 life. A lot of players that maybe would have just kind of given up on it after time, just be like, all right, I'll wait till Sakashima. This is ridiculous, whatever. Now, with all that information, can't really speak to exactly how much that has been leveraged, but I have to imagine it's quite a bit as Daniel Green has navigated this game surgically, I'd argue, as the silence is now, the dispel is now coming down, trying to tag this deflecting SWAT. Jorman realizing the free interaction spells are too much. You can maybe tax Kruk Sakashima on the colored mana. That's something I've seen happen time and time again with this deck as far as where their fizzle rate is. It is in their colored mana production because a lot of times they're very limited on their ability to produce blue mana. And that's where, things like Flusterstorm and stuff like that can get constricted. SWAT does not have that problem. Jorman cannot let that one happen. Dispel coming down. Been very patient with this spell, has Jorman.
Yeah, I'm really curious if the access that the table's attacking Daniel now is on mana. You're forced to use the Flusterstorm, and then an MBT completely clears this if that is sort of the
Minecraft's starting to look really good at this massive stack that we've assembled.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's where the fight is. Get that treasure cracked, try to blow this out, and then protect the silence to not worry about that Dockside. But I'm curious to see. There's clearly conversation.
There's a lot of conversation happening here. You see hands moving. It's one of my favorite things, not having audio, but only having video. You get to see like the hands flailing around and stuff like that as people talk to each other. Very animated is this discussion. These players all known for their, not necessarily heavy politics, but certainly their ability to leverage politics.
Okay, we have a dockside in the yard. So I wonder, the Orcish Bowmasters maybe was hitting that. I'm curious what got that into the graveyard.
I believe Mystic Remora draws. I believe we've continued to draw off Mystic Remora as Daniel Green as players have been casting spells. That triggers Orcish Bowmasters a bunch, and maybe
Yep,
that's where one of these triggers is coming from. That's where that SWAT is coming from.
that makes sense. Totally makes sense. That's why.
Hard to see. Like I said, I wish these players were representing the stack a little bit better as far as Bowmasters plus Mystic Remora triggers is concerned. So I can only imagine that there is some stray Orcish Bowmasters triggers on the stack somewhere that I see two counters, like you said, on the Orcish army. So those are resolving without us actually hearing. And this spell looks like did counter the SWAT. I assume the tapping the SWAT is representing that it is hard countered. And we're just looking to see, what the correct triggers look like for that.
Yeah, and that's the benefit, being these top tables. You don't need a clear stack. The stream team, they can figure it out. Jordan showing Daniel his hand.
Jordan showing Daniel his hand. I think Jordan's trying to get permanence answered on Joseph Roman's side of the table. And politicking by showing the hand. I love this.
Wow.
There does go the Bowmasters, does get to save German's permanence in play. And here goes the last SWAT. That one would be even, which would bounce it if it wasn't countered. So it's not bounced. It is countered. Got countered by Dispel. So bounces are actually very bad rolls there.
Yep, and we are waiting to see the effects of this silence here. We have the silence on the stack with the Dockside ETB presumably on the stack as well. I do not. I think that Heat Shimmer copy resolved, and as did the Dockside ETB. So we are in this this sort of standoff here. And silence is in Jorman's hand, and I don't see a counterspell being thrown out. This might be resolving, Drake.
Yeah, silence resolving would be huge. However, of course, there's the Dockside trigger on the stack underneath that, more mana to come. And there's also that Heat Shimmer trigger still. So if we can, get another copy, then we get another Dockside. We can have a ton of mana to work with. Or, whatever you want to do. Of course, Imperial Recruiter, very mitigated by the multiple opposition agents in play. But, just having that much mana makes it pretty trivial to go off on your next turn. And you have plenty of, plenty of mana to fluster any problems that could come out over the course of the next turn cycle. Remember that Flusterstorm, I believe, still present.
Oh, Drake, I could never forget that Flusterstorm. It has me very flustered.
It is. We're all kinds of fun. The whole table's flustered. Lots of hand movements coming around over the course of the table. So a silence here, honestly, not that disastrous with the Dockside triggers still available and coming down the pipeline for Daniel Green. Of course, maybe not the best turn. There was some collaboration that I would have expected to see a little bit earlier, but maybe not too little too late as the table now collaborating to stop Daniel Green's combo turns, recognizing Heat Shimmer, a very problematic card in that regard.
If I'm Daniel, I'm looking at my opponents and I'm going, there's a storm coming.
Okay, so the copy. So now I'm very curious about this timing because the copy looks like the copy token went away and no Dockside trigger happened. So the Heat Shimmer had to be on the stack?
I believe the Heat Shimmer was on the stack, and maybe that's what it was showing with the copy token. Maybe it was a little premature.
What is happening? Now we've copied Imperial Recruiter.
With an opposition agent out.
Is looking at your library in your hand.
Yeah, and I want to highlight, so kind of a funny rules interaction that I've seen some folks get wrong before that I'd like to clarify. With two oppositions on the field, some people are like, no, it depends on which opposition entered the battlefield at the same time. That is not true. So if there is a static effect that is a replacement, if there's a static effect that's a replacement effect that is at the same time, active player chooses which replacement effect to apply or to apply to their effect. So that being said, Daniel is tutoring, and with Daniel's tutoring with two static oppos being in play, it appears Daniel has chosen for Jorman's opposition agent to be the one that is taking the replacement effect for that controlling a player during their library search.
Yeah, so some collaboration with Jordan. Remember, Jordan showed Daniel his hand, so a little bit of that happening, and now, of course, Daniel has to show Jordan his hand thanks to requirement of the rules coming from opposition agent. It looks like Flesh Duplicate going to be the selection by Jordan from Daniel Green's library, the new, very powerful clone from the Doctor Who set.
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who? Presenting quite a bit of a density of clones for 2 mana to be played in CEDH, and Flush Duplicate has seen a lot of there was no secrets on that one. People very quick to add that to the deck lists. Yeah, I assume its price reflects that. 10 15, yeah, $10 to $15 card, whatever. Metamorph, actually, we're changing that one. So we want a clone, choosing Metamorph instead. Can reach for a permanent. A little bit better than Flesh Duplicate. Flesh Duplicate does go away over time.
Here's what I'm wondering. I am wondering if Jorman has a way to get rid of that opposition agent, and that Phyrexian Metamorph enters as a copy of Wishclaw.
Okay. And then we can go for a win. Jorman's setting up for a win in that way. I mean, Daniel Green, as far as turns that start with Heat Shimmer and having Fluster and Impulse in hand and Dockside and play and all that stuff go, this looks like it went about as bad as possible.
Yeah, and you hate to see it. I think Daniel has done an excellent job navigating this game and kind of showed you how powerful Kurark Sakashima can be. Kurark Sakashima is a lot worse when you have 3 opponents, well, 2.5 if you're including Zane, collaboratively work together to stop you. And to the credit of the table, I think they did a great job staying alive, because if left unchecked, or even if one misplaced piece of interaction could have very easily let Daniel Green just run away with this game. I truly thought this game was over, and I think Daniel might have as well. I want to applaud everyone's play there. Daniel did a great job given the obstacles that they were faced, but the table also worked together really well.
I mean, this is what makes Magic so great, of course, is that it looked like to both me and you, the way out was very, very muddy. To not clear how things actually got better for the rest of the table. But now, with the board state as it is, with things playing out as they have, I would almost argue that Jorman is in the driver's seat as far as this table goes. His turn coming next after Joseph, but having just gotten an extra clone and didn't really have to spend that much mana interacting with Daniel, despite the fact he did interact with Daniel twice. Flusterstorm didn't really become a player, and just the composition of the entirety of Daniel's turn has played out in such a way that it actually went pretty well for the Timnacron players there in 3rd and 4th seat.
Yeah, I do agree. I think if Jordan doesn't run away with it, the top half of the table is definitely favored after everything just got burnt through.
Absolutely. And so now if you are Daniel and you're silenced, to remember, so you can't even cast any more spells, you're done with that. You have to start to think about, okay, well, what does me getting another turn look like? And you have to start considering, any attacks. Looks like we're not going to be doing that. Oh, we're getting the active player out. Thank you, Zane. Shout out to Zane. Getting that one involved, of course, adds some clarity. Shout out, of course, All Trades Media for making that very clear, easily readable, even from this bird's eye view token for active player. Getting that involved is very useful for clarity, but of course, we're pretty aware of what's going on right now, as Daniel Green looking to move to end step and consider how to get another turn.
Yeah, and I want to shout out one person in chat too, just kind of while we're resolving discards here. Furlough, who's a wonderful European lad who wasn't able to make this trip out. Thank you for being here in chat, Furlough. We definitely miss you. We're all talking. We're like, dang, one day Furlough will get over here with the memo, the Gustav, and the Emil crew. But love having our European pals here. Some of the memos here in the United States for the first time. So cool to have our Euro pals here. Hope to see you sometime IRL, Furlough.
Yeah, Memo is someone that we might even be seeing a little bit more of as the day goes on. He's somebody that had a strong start yesterday. Wheels fell off a little bit, but not dead for top 16, because should be fighting his way right now for top 16, as these players, of course. Zane already locked for top 16. He, even though it looks like he is getting the ball bounced off his face, is chilling. The rest of these players, not as clear that they are locked or not, as Savine's Reclamation is going to be the play for Joseph Roman.
Yeah, curious if this is targeting Orcish Bowmasters potentially.
It's a good one with Remora still in play. Even some juicy targets like opposing Lotho from Jorman, a reasonable target as well. Not sure what other good targets are involved. The yard looks like there's some glare and some consideration happening. Yeah, it looks like Bowmasters is going to be the target. See that one being picked up and put down quite a bit. Very powerful addition to the CEDH format. Has actually been fairly quiet as far as its impact across the first few rounds that I've done commentary for in this tournament. Have not seen as much of a heavy Bowmasters impact as I would have otherwise expected. This game may be the first one where we're going to start to see some real impact as it comes back from the graveyard with Savine's Reclamation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm smelling trouble with this Savine's Rec targeting Orcish Bowmasters. I'm wondering if this is going to be followed up by a wheel. That's a build your own Fire Covenant, right?
Oh yeah, that would solve a great deal of problems for Joseph Roman. But I mean, German. I mean, German has all the tools right now. Knows exactly what Daniel Green's working with, which includes a Flusterstorm, which makes, of course, resolving a wheel a little bit more difficult if cards like a Silence effect are not involved. Of course, Grand Abolisher in the wheel is very hard to interact with, rather infamous for its difficulty to be interacted with, and it's Tainted Pact.
Wow. Okay. I'm wondering if this is bait. There's a known
Well,
fluster.
yeah, there's a known Flusterstorm, and Bowmaster's in play, so if draws start to happen with things like Mystic Remora, then Bowmaster's triggers start happening. I'm not clear what the first target was with the Bowmasters. Looks like it was Timna. And
We're
second
killing.
trigger is going to target Timna as well.
Wow. Okay. I like that. I mean, it's putting pressure on Jorman's next turn. You're turning off again free spells. We haven't seen a deflecting SWAT or a fierce guardianship. Joseph, I think, is signaling to the table he's scared of Jorman, and I think writing Daniel Green off a little bit, which I think Daniel Green does not mind being in this current position.
Yeah, it's interesting because, of course, the way that Joseph Roman's getting a little bit of power here is off of the Remora triggers from Daniel Green, which, of course, gets him further and further ahead. Trick Bind, the first flip off of the Tainted Pact. Not a card you see too much in CDH these days. The first flip there for Tainted Pact. We'll see if he's interested in taking that.
No, I'll be honest though, I love seeing this trick bind. It gets my brain the gears are really turning. I'm a huge Stifle enjoyer.
Oh,
Stifle
goodness.
shout out Stifle not pre-modern. I don't even play it's not a real deck in Legacy. That's a joke, but I love that deck in pre-modern. I'm huge Stifle enjoyer.
Oh, these days, Modern Horizons fixed the Dreadnought problem. You can just do the dress down, play multiple. Ugh. Ugh.
So
So
funny.
strong. I mean, it's still not good, but it is a lot better than stifling your own trigger and then that whatever that gets dazed and then you just lose everything. Dress down you can do proactively and then play your things after and all that like.
Phyrexian Dreadnought, known CEDH staple in Selvala.
Yeah, sure. Grow the Saval power, make a bunch of mana, all that stuff. Swords to Plowshare is the top card consideration here now for Daniel Green. Clearly interested in removal, having Fire Covenant not work. I have to wonder, I mean, something we saw in round number 1 was the player that was kind of in a commanding position. Grand Abolisher, the flip! We saw the player that was kind of in the commanding position just lose to life total. A raw walking ballista shoot you down from the Cabal Council of Allocation player there in round number 1. Something that kind of allowed a game to slip away. Curious if Joseph Roman is concerned about that as we flip past the Grand Abolisher, and there's Fierce Guardianship, Flusterstorm. If we're not interested in those, what are we interested in? Is it
Um okay,
Down
do you know what would be the funniest thing? If this is
What you got?
a slow rolled reverse Thorkel.
Yeah, slow roll reverse Thoracle. I mean, both blasts gone from the Karak Sakashima player. Gets around silences.
And we have I love that Orms chant. That's I think there's room in TNK to play Orms chant. Again, I like these tech pieces by Joseph. I haven't looked at their list, but seeing them, go through their deck on this Tainted Pact, and as a TNK player, these are spicy inclusions.
Yeah, a lot of interesting inclusions here. And I think actually Joseph Roman specifically actually fairly low on wheel effects. I don't think there is one. You mentioned a potential wheel coming down.
Interesting.
There's no Time Twister, no Wheel of Fortune, no Windfall. So you're wondering what the cuts are. Those cards, at the very least, not present in the deck. Get some of the like spicier tech pieces instead. Things like Angel's Grace, Orm's Chant. You saw Trick Bind. Just heavier on interaction, lower on wheels.
We're stopping on the Orms chant, but didn't take the GA. So that's an interesting something's cooking. Something smells.
I mean, it would smell like a wheel if those were in Joseph Roman's deck, right? Like you only have 4 mana, so that gives you silence plus wheel, but there is no wheel. And Jorman casting something on instep. Looks like an overloaded Cyclonic Rift.
I love this Psych Rift, and I'm getting a big hug right now from Greg of Curious Control, who's leaving right now. Do you want to say it? You can say hi once, Greg.
Hi, chat.
Okay. But yeah, this overloaded Cyclonic Rift. Bye, Greg.
Bye.
This overloaded Cyclonic Rift solves problems if it does resolve.
Yeah, I mean, this just straight can't resolve if you are, if you have any intention on winning this game at any point. I have to imagine this is going to bait out the Flusterstorm from Daniel Green, assuming that is still something that is present, because, I mean, you have to interact with this. This is just worse than Fire Covenant. I mean, this is so bad. Jorman already has kind of everything rolled up, as he tends to do, has everything rolled up in his corner, and, this Cyclonic Rift would mean it's pretty trivial to go off from his current seat, assuming he has anything resembling a good card.
We are casting Born Upon the Wind. This is make
happening?
or break right now. You have no mana. You're drawing a card, and you could draw 2 cards. You're just hoping to. Did that Flusterstorm get discarded?
It has to have gone somewhere. A Flusterstorm would be too easy of a cast and solve the problem here, so it has to be must miss something. But we are going for Born Upon the Wind instead. This does give 2 additional draws. Let some weirdness happen with potentially with casting things like mana or just redeploying your mana. If that's something that does happen, for instance, if you get Cyclonic Rift, you can redeploy that Mox Diamond, maybe get the Soul Ring back involved, stuff like that. But I don't know if that's going to be good enough. If Rift resolves, we might just be going for broke.
Yeah, something stinky here, and I'm wondering if it's to copy the Born to draw cards to try to kill an Oppo or something. If that's relevant on Jorman's board, or the table feels that that's relevant.
Yeah, I mean, it does get, you're right, you get some more Bowmasters triggers, which can clear more of Jorman's board state. And of course, if there's additional fight, you do have Mystic Armor triggers as well. So you might be able to get some real damage going with Bowmasters, but what is that worth? Flusterstorm coming down from Jorman. Does not want that to happen. Yeah, Daniel very quickly says, yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm going to draw. That triggers Bowmasters and Esper. No, Esper Sentinel was for Rift. Yeah, okay, so that's what we're doing here. But just triggered Lotho. He has a trigger. Wrong card. Lotho is going to make a mana for Joseph Roman.
Yeah, just wait till we get 2 Lothos, 2 Chroms, every player with their Ristics and Mystics and Espers, triggers for days.
CEDH at its finest.
Play 1 spell, 10 minutes of resolving triggers.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love it. Gotta take the good with the bad.
The original board has been countered. So bounces, very bad. There's a bounce. It looks like that's a 2. Yep. Now needs an even to draw any cards, an odd roll to draw any cards at all. That's an odd. So we do get a single copy of Born Upon the Wind.
Yep. Okay. Everything is instant speed now. You have to wonder too if Daniel does have some sort of Mana Rock, Mox Opal, Mox or Chrome Mox, etc. to maybe turn on to turn on interaction and draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, he was silenced in the middle of resolving a bunch of impulses, so like anything sorcery speed, he wouldn't have actually had an opportunity to cast it yet. This is kind of the first chance to do that. So it's not actually clear, and a lot of cards drawn off Mystic Remora that could have been added to that mix as well over the course of the last, turn. Yeah, bear in mind, I believe we're at a minute left in the round, so as it stands, this might just be a fight for a draw. Not give Jorman a turn.
Yeah, and let's check time in the round real quick here. You said it's
they do have an extension.
They do, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we are approaching a minute of Swiss. I think we have an extra 5 minutes for this pod. But if we're in Joseph's end step and it doesn't go to Jorman and there is no winner, it will just be a draw.
Right, but we still have an extension, so I think Jorman's going to get a turn basically no matter what. You just basically need to just stop Jorman, though. And that Orc Chant could go a long way towards accomplishing that. Even if this Rift resolves, Joseph Roman can untap, upkeep, silence Jorman, Joseph silencing Jorman, and then Jorman can't get anything done. Zane still, none of his cards really work. Maybe he can try to symbol something, maybe he can't, but, you have to imagine that before, maybe right as it gets back into down green, or even before it gets back into down green, that the round's going to end, and it'll be very likely a draw. So there could be some playing for a draw happening here.
Yep, and Zane has yet to smell defeat this tournament, so if he can draw, he's going to be 4-0-2 going into round 7 of Swiss.
Right. And these players, I mean, I do want to speak to these players. They've played at a very good pace. And it did resolve in mana crypts coming down. So we do have some mana to work with thanks to Born Upon the Wind. And of course, Mr. Gamora able to get things going at instant speed. And there's a Talisman of Creativity, blue and red.
Oh, you
What
recognize that one, Mr. Sasser?
It's the only one legal in the deck, Lauren.
Anyway, well, technically, there's other talismans. You can play Wayfarer's Talisman, technically.
Wayfarer's Talisman, that's a nice one. Excuse me,
I don't know.
Scryfall? I have
No,
questions.
actually, I made that card up.
Yeah. Wayfarer's Bauble is a bagger, though. I don't see too much play anymore.
No.
That's back in my day card. Rite of Flame is coming down.
With triggers. Okay, so this... I mean, Daniel could be like, okay, I'm just going to win.
It's just a win attempt? This is crazy.
I do love this. And I don't think there's another Rite of Flame in the yard, so it's just going to generate 2. So no mono red ritual, dark rituals here, just for 2. The lame cost.
Just, well, I mean, just for 2 right now, we're talking about Clark triggers being involved. And actually, there's some funniness too, where if Rite of Flame gets countered with some triggers still in the stack or whatever, then the copies will actually see it in the graveyard. Of course, Daniel just kind of turns it sideways to represent that it's countered. It would actually be in the graveyard if it gets countered with these triggers in the stack, and the copies resolving would see it in the yard, and you'd get 3.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. That is something that I did not consider, and that's why you get the dockside dollars.
I don't know. Look, I've played some Storm in my days. I recognize cute Storm interactions. You got everything else, all the replacements and stuff. Oh, here we go. I love this so much. This development in CEDH is something I've been screaming until blue in the face for months. There needs to be so much more. If you're going to be making deals, you're going to be politicking, people need to be showing each other their hands. There's too much room for deception otherwise, and in this pod alone we have seen non-Gataxian probe hands showing like 3 or 4 times. I love it. I eat this stuff up.
Yeah, and I think the best example I've seen of that recently was actually from Comedian MTG during the crew battles. Ian had a absolute clear win in hand, and I can't remember what the interaction was, but he handed his opponent his hand and goes, "I'm not winning, you need to counter this spell." The opponent looked at the hand, didn't see the win line, countered the spell, passes it to Ian, and Ian went for a win attempt. And I thought that was the most clever way to try to politic. You are putting your money where your mouth is. You're also you're kind of gambling that your opponent doesn't see the deck the same way that you do. I saw Ian do that. I was very impressed by that play pattern. I really actually loved that.
Yeah, there's no one to blame but yourself. You looked at the cards. You can't be like, "Oh, you're a liar." I mean, he is a liar. He can be like, "Oh, I didn't see it," all that kind of stuff. You'd be like, "You're a liar. You're not." But he showed the hand, and you looked at it, and at the end of the day, if you couldn't find it, then that's on you. It's not on him. And I love that kind of stuff so much. That is so sick to hear. This evolution of CDH politicking is something I'm really, really into, and I think is one of the more fascinating aspects of this as a Magic format. There's no other Magic format you can get this in. This is the only place where this kind of stuff happens, thanks to the multiplayer nature and the heavy interaction nature of this particular format.
Yeah, you thought Evo was the evolution of CEDH. Turns out it's just showing your opponent your hands when you need something.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Love it. Revealing cards in hand is something I've been doing in CEDH since day 1, and I think people never did enough of.
Completely agree. Are we wrapping it up?
Yeah, I believe we're at -4 minutes. It looks like we have agreed to draw. We have agreed that at the very least, I imagine Daniel Green can take enough game actions and do enough of a win attempt that no matter what, it's going to end here. And I believe the table has just been like, yeah, this is going to resolve in a draw. Or no, Cyclonic Rift has resolved.
Oh, duh. Yes, that's what happened. I totally forgot that spell was even on the stack.
Minutes, so we're about to go through. I mean, what do we have, like a minute left? I guess. I mean, so Rift has resolved. And now... yeah, now we have the Born Upon the Wind is still active. Pact of Negation is going to come down on something. There was floating mana, so we're casting Opposition Agent again. That's getting pacted. In response, Daniel Green is casting Mana Crypt. Remember, Born Upon the Wind still active. So we're responding with Mana Crypt, responding with Soul Ring. This is ridiculous. This stack is absurd. It's not even clear whose turn it is. It's obviously still Joseph Roman's turn. We know that. But if you're just watching the cards flying around, you have no idea whose turn it is.
Makes it fun. Makes it fun. Is there red mana floating still from the? Oh, I guess not um
From the Rite
from
of
the
Flame.
Rite
Yeah,
of Flames.
I believe we used some of that.
Jorman reminding Zane. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. Your Phyrexian Metamorph's kind of bad right now, unless you have something in hand to capitalize on.
I mean, I think you're fine. If your Rift resolves, I think you're okay with the clone not being as good that you got more or less for free.
That's
As here
fair.
comes Talisman of Creativity once again. I mean, at least I have to imagine. I mean, not clear. Jordan actually doesn't have that many cards left. Only has 2 cards left to work with Dranith and Opposition Agent still in play. Needed that Tim then maybe to get something going on his turn. So it's not even clear that Jordan just has a win. A lot of times when you see these kinds of rifts resolve and all these permanents and that kind of stuff, you're just like, okay, yeah, you're just tapping and winning. Only 2 cards Jorman doesn't mean a win, and a lot of mana coming down here for Daniel Green. Here's Mox Diamond added to the mix alongside Mana Vault, Talisman of Creativity, all the mana used now from Mana Crypt and Soul Ring. So that's some of the best mana in CEDH.
Yeah, and I'm interested in, so Krark, instead of returning to hand, was put into the command zone. I'm curious as to why.
Sure. It maybe speaks to that no longer being the plan.
Yeah,
I
that
guess
could that
fish still. Are we fish gaming?
are we Remering? Remora
Remembering?
ring?
I'm gonna have to look up that story between rounds, figure out exactly what it is, fill you in. But
I
of
keep
course,
thinking
we
about
have
it.
to alter it up. I'll look it up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fascinating story. I highly recommend getting the Remora lore.
Love it. The Remorlor.
Remora lore.
The Remulad.
Remora. All right, we'll see. Daniel Green still got 5 mana to work with. No ad nauseum. Can't play that one. Hand reveal. Discards discarded. Born upon the wind cleared, and now Jorman's turn we go. So
Orm's
Orm Shannon
Chance.
upkeeps. Yeah, this is clearly, I mean, more or less. You could argue playing for a draw. It's also just kind of the best play. None of the other players in turn order really have the resources to go for a win. Maybe Daniel Green does, maybe he doesn't. But I mean, Jorman's certainly the player most ahead. Orm Shannon upkeep, actually totally fine here, in my opinion. Not clear what we're doing in response to that.
If that's a Necropotence on top and the last card in hand's a Born Upon the Wind, Jorman just wins, right?
Yeah, maybe. What is happening?
Oh,
Okay.
time in the round.
Okay, we're at -8 minutes. I think we are at a draw. I believe Jordan just says, okay, that's fine, I'll pass my turn. And yeah.
Wow.
So played for a draw. That's part of where the Orm Shan, I believe, came from for Joseph Roman. Played for a draw, got a draw. So resolved the triggers very quickly, did this entire table, played very quickly, did this entire table, and really, honestly, as natural of a draw as you can really get to. So even though maybe not the result every player at the table is looking for, if you're a Zane fan, someone that looked to be out of the game from the start, got to make a few win attempts more or less for free, and then still got a draw out of it. So he's still in a great position to be top seed of the top 16. He's going to be top seed still of our entire tournament. But, still got to play and hang out and whatever. I mean, watch a bunch of people resolve some triggers and getting your ad nauseum countered. But still, I mean, more or less a fairly free win attempt and a pretty big success for Zane. Jorman, I'm sure, still has some work to do. Almost certainly locking up top 16, I think, with this draw. But
I believe so.
Not going to be as excited about the seeding. Might still play next round, might not, but our number 1 on our leaderboard, very much still in this tournament with this draw, no matter what. An exciting, casting of spells, an exciting resolution to this game, and something that, I have to wonder if this pod resolved like it did in top 16, exactly who would come out on top. Things change, of course, a little bit with no pressure from time, but exciting match with some top talent here at Punt City 3 nonetheless.
Yeah, really impressed by everyone that played. I think I can't wait to flame Zane a little bit. Zane's one of my best friends, and I know he's fasting right now, and I can't wait to go make fun of him and be like, bro, you could have just ID'd and took a nap. But I think Jorman does lock it up. I think that puts Jorman at 18 points, which should be enough to get him in. That puts Zane at 22 points, which is a very clear lock. And I think his opponents, I'm not sure what points that puts them at.
Both at 15. I think 16 still has work to do. I think you need to get either another draw or another win to lock top 16. Otherwise, you may be on the bubble.
Here's the thing that I get excited about seeing pods like this, and something that we've seen in previous tournaments before. We very well could see that same pod composition, maybe not the turn order, but the same pod composition in top 16.
Yeah, I would love to see a rematch, especially seeing how everything played out, and really just kind of getting that re-up. When you talk about the prisoner's dilemma, you talked about that kind of thing. Re-up on once you've seen how each other politics, you can kind of leverage a little bit of that politic composition for the pod in top 16 and really get another data point there. So kind of a big reason why I really like the first to 2 wins like structure for CEDH. If it didn't take so long, I think it would be a really cool option for finals and stuff like that. Is really getting to see that redevelopment of pod kind of interactions
Yep.
as you've interacted in the past and kind of building upon what you've seen.
And on a greater scale too, I think that's something that we are starting to see, and I'm sure you've had the same experience in 60 card, grinding as well. The more tournaments you play, you start seeing the same players, especially when you start day twoing. You're going to start seeing more people. I think 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it was a lot of segmented, localized metas, a lot of segmented, localized play groups. We didn't have this where we're seeing, okay, I'm seeing Ian at every tournament. I'm seeing Jorman at every tournament. That just didn't exist. And I think, again, we talk about the validity of CDH as a competitive format. We are starting to see that transition. And I don't know how much it emulates your 60 card tournament experience, but we go to tournaments, and even here, I'm not playing, I'm on the other side of things. I'm like, oh, what's up, man? Like, I've seen you before. Like, it's cool to see these same faces. And again, to what you said, you learn how people politic, you learn their play patterns, you learn what cards they prioritize and don't, and you can use that to your advantage for a longer term game.
Absolutely. And even to some degree, it can impact the way you build your decks. If you know someone's going to show up, that's whatever, Ian's going to show up and you even have an inkling of what he's going to be on, you can pack an extra card or two that you might tutor for at some point just for him. Like those are decisions that, like, if you're somebody that's good at the format and knows that you can get through a lot of the normal pods, you're very familiar with your deck, having one or two cards or even just changing your deck a little bit to kind of account for players that are going to show up that are going to make deep runs is something that I have done before to great success, and I've seen other people do with great success. And you get, as you have this kind of familiar faces of who the best players are, they're going to show up to things. You need to be prepared for that, as well as prepared for the metagame at large. And that's really where you start to see a mature competitive format start to build, and CEH is certainly becoming that right before our eyes.
We love to see it. We love to see it. And I think we're going to move to a quick commercial break before we start our round 7 last round of Swiss coverage. But yeah, Punt City 3, and take it away.
I can say stop. Stop. You're gonna get me canceled. Is this, can you pop that thing open? I bet that's an outlet if you can pop it open. It's either that or water. We're on day 2, hour number 2 of Will Scoopface Get Me Canceled. We're gonna walk around. We're gonna talk to some people. That's my favorite part of coming to these things. Will Scoopface Get Me Canceled. So. So there's a whole contingent of people here. So I'm gonna show you what the playmat looks like. We got these Rags to Riches playmats, and I believe these guys are doing CEDH, Pauper CEDH, and I'm looking for the one, the only Chris from OMG. I want to talk to him because he's one of my favorite people to talk to, but in the meantime, we're going to talk to some other friends. See how post Game 6 was. We're going to talk. We're going to see what the story is. All right, we're post post game 6, you were pre-game 6, you were still in the running. Where
Still in the running, baby. We won.
what's the you won?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. 15 points. Feeling good.
Okay, all right, that's awesome. What's the standings? What's the number? So 1, 2, what do you got? 3?
3 wins.
3 wins. Awesome.
Yeah. The key. All right. This is my spice for home. People do have more ways to kill creatures, answer creatures to the format. There was a time in CEDH where there was a joke about cast a creature, you can run wild, no one's going to kill it. That's not as true. People do pack removal more now than ever. But what they don't often pack is a lot of ways to answer creatures on the stack.
Okay.
So like if you have a win con that involves casting a lot of non-creature spells, you can get blown out. But there are very few options to counter like a Teamer Sabertooth on the stack.
Yup.
It's much harder. So if you like lead with your creature-based combos or bait stuff out, being patient is key, I think. In mid-range hell. In mid-range hell, be patient.
Everybody's waiting for somebody to push.
Yeah, it's true.
What's your strategy for the next game?
Starting the next game is just do my stuff. I'm playing a Thrasios deck. Be patient.
Awesome.
Don't if you're playing a Thrasios deck, you're playing Thrasios because you have the option to play control, but also leave mana up to activate Thrasios. It's like the perfect an analog to Mono and be like blue-white control. Like,
Okay.
be patient about use your mana at the last possible opportunity, I would say,
Okay.
and you'll get far.
Go ahead, man.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate it.
Love you, buddy.
Hell yeah. Gonna give you guys a little bit of the old feature match here. So we got the feature match going. These guys are deep in the cut still. This has got no signs of slowing down anytime soon. But we're gonna talk to some people, see where they're going. I got an itchy nose this morning doing this. Uh-oh. I'm gonna try to not get hit by this door when it opens. How we doing, bud? You're just the guy I was looking for.
I am super, super good right now.
Out,
Just drove 5 hours and we're here.
I was gonna say you drove down this morning, right?
We did. We left at like 4 a.m. here.
Woo! All right, but you're all full of that dunks?
We got some boxies and some bulls.
Okay, all right. So what's the story today? What are we here for?
So I'm here for the Riches to Rags competitive Pauper Commander tournament, where it's any uncommon creature can be a commander itself, and the rest of the deck is all commons.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about this.
So I'm familiar. I've played a little bit of Artisan Commander in the past, but I have not played Pauper Commander. What does the meta look like? Can you give me a brief overview?
So very similar. There's a lot of combo and mid-range going on like that. We have decks that can win as turn 3 or turn 4.
Okay.
Even with it being only commons, there is still a lot of aggressive decks that are playing out there. We got typical decks as it usually is, you know.
What are some of the favored commanders?
The biggest things right now is there's Malcolm and Cadiz. There's Third Path Iconoclast, which is basically very similar to like a Kaikar-based deck.
Okay.
Where you play non-creature spells and you create more tokens. Then you have Abdel and Adrian, based on a bunch of flicker combos. It's pretty much just trying to get infinite mana, or dump it out from there. Yeah.
So do we see, are any of your typical, was Krenko a common or an uncommon? Was Krenko printed an uncommon?
No, so just the rares.
Okay, so then is I would think that Tatiova is maybe
Tatiova is an uncommon. Basically, for forever ago, about 2-3 years ago, when she was printed out, she was the #1 choice. You would sit down at a table, there'd be like 3 or 4 Tatiova decks going at the same exact time. Thankfully, it's not that anymore. It's branched out a lot, and with all new sets that keep coming out, the format's expanding so much more than it ever was before.
Well, because there's uncommon commanders in every single set.
And that's what it is. So even right from the boot, you're getting legendary uncommon creatures, but even with this one, it can be literally any uncommon creature at all. So
okay. Interesting.
it literally does not matter if it's legendary or not. As long as the creature itself is uncommon at any time in history of a printing, you can use that as your commander.
That's awesome.
Which is insane. It opens the door up for so much more creativity. Like, oh, that card's really cool. I can't use it as a commander. you now have the opportunity to do that and really expand your horizons.
That's super cool. What are you playing today?
Today I'm playing Malcolm Cadiz Infinite Treasure combo-based deck.
All right.
Yep.
That's cool. So how many people are in the event? Do you know off the top of your head?
It is 32. We capped it at 32 this time around, basically try to keep it a little more close-knit so it's not too crazy with it.
What's the prize structure? What's the prize support look like?
Looking at $200 for the first place. And
love it.
So like $40-50 for us. Like, that's pretty good offset with it. It was $30, $20-30 to get into it. Chance of winning $200 is pretty fine.
And you get to play with some people who truly love the format as well. I think that's a huge draw. Like, more so than the prizing, I think the draw is to be here with people who share a passion for a format that you don't see everybody play.
And that's what it is. Like, we have friends galore, everyone coming together, and it's things like that that really make the format, and even Magic in general, it's a heavier focus on the gathering and simply just saying, oh, we're here for the money. We're actually here to just have fun, get together. Like, as I said, even if I lose, I'm still having a great time. That's all that matters to me.
Awesome. Well, I'm really excited to see how it goes. I'm glad I got to get a little bit of an overview of the meta. As soon as I saw the Rags to Riches playmats, I was like, I gotta find Chris. So beautiful. And the last question is something I've been asking everybody. Who complains more, CEDH players or casual players?
I would say the casual player. No, in all honesty, even for our format over here, so there's the competitive players and there's the casual ones, and every casual's like, oh, it's a 7. You played a Mana Crypt. Like, for us, it's a Lotus Petal. Same concept. It's a 0. Oh, you played a Lotus Petal. Like, whoop-de-doo. Let us play the game here. You get all of us. We know how our decks are. So if it's a good deck, it's a good deck. Plain and simple. You're playing for jank. You're playing for jank.
Beautiful.
I see it here.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you so much, Chris. I'll catch you around.
Hell yeah.
Up we go. The dad grunt.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know I can't stop by without saying what's up, man. Good to see you as always. Every time. Yeah, well, I was a little bit of a Pauper Commander rundown, a Pauper CEDH. Anytime I get the chance to talk to Chris, I will always pull up and chop it up with him for a minute. He's one of my favorite people. He's a local to me, and boy, but I cannot help but love that fucking goofy masshole accent. Has me crying every time, so I love this dude. Let's find somebody else to talk to. Let's see how the rest of the meta's going. I want to chop it up with some people. Do you want to talk for a second? What are we here to do today?
Play Magic.
All right. Are we still in the running in the main event? Are we playing some of the side events? What are we doing?
Oh, right now I'm still playing in the main event.
Okay.
Yep.
What did you? Did I talk to you yesterday? What are you playing?
I'm playing Cramilla.
Cramilla. Interesting. So give me a rundown of what this commander does.
She is a Grixis good stuff. She has a lot of good graveyard recursion because when she dies, you get return an instant sorcery back.
Okay.
And then you go looping Saw in Half and Dark Rituals and go infinite Predator Grasp or infinite Brain Freeze triggers.
Love it. Those are both awesome. Infinite Praetor's Grasp is crazy.
It is.
So once you infinite Praetor's Grasp, is that the win right there, or do you piece it together once you've done that a bunch of times?
No, it could be either way. I can piece someone else's win together or my own, or just pass and then everyone just lose the deck out.
I love it. So how did it do this weekend?
It did okay. I played a lot of weird matchups where like I was fighting against like 3 Talions.
Yep, that tracks.
Yeah.
Do you find that playing a commander that people aren't used to seeing in the meta gives you an advantage or a disadvantage?
It gives an advantage because it gives that unknowing like what the commander does and what it's capable of.
People don't know maybe the interaction points.
Correct.
That's one of my absolute favorites, is especially in the competitive setting. I play so much in the stream setting and entertainment setting, so we talk through all those points. We say, here's where you want to interact, here's where because we don't want somebody to leave the stream with a bad feeling. But in the competitive setting, you can just shrug, be like, hey, listen, you tell me when you want to interact.
Exactly. Indeed. But yeah, I have cool Saw in Half tokens too.
Oh, awesome. Oh, those are for running Saw in Half, so you got smaller versions?
Yeah. So they are Saw in Half tokens, and on the back they're actually cut in half magic cards. Their power and toughness decreases as well. So they go down from 1/2s to 2/2s.
Amazing.
Yep.
I run Saw in Half in one of my casual decks, and it's one of my favorite gotcha cards.
It is. It's one of my favorite because I can win over top of people as well. Especially with Born Upon a Win, I can go Infinite Prayer Grasp at instant speed and steal everyone's stuff.
Beautiful. I've run it. I had a game where I had a Psychosis Crawler, and I had a wheel on the stack, and somebody went to remove the Psychosis Crawler, and I sawed it in half, and everybody went, oh no, it's worse now. Like, it's a very funny card.
And it's really good because it can also go with Dualcaster Mage, and you can like go infinite Dualcaster because it'll create 2 Dualcasters.
Yep.
And then you can go like either Dockside, Bowmaster, or Fish with a
Yep.
purple, and you just win.
That's awesome. Well, what was your name?
Luke.
Luke, how would you say your weekend is overall? What was the thing you were most excited about, and how did it stack up?
A lot of it is the most exciting is everyone getting to enjoy seeing my tokens and also that puzzling, like what do you do? Because they always think it's Evelyn. That's my
Okay, yep.
And then they look at it's like she's a mana dork, and they're like, okay, she just brings back a spell, and you're like, they get that face like, oh, you loop over top of wins.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on bringing something cool to the meta. I'm super. One more time, what's the name of the commander?
Camilla, the Glamour Thief.
I'll definitely have to take a look for it, and if you get the chance, find me, shoot me the list if you can find me.
I will.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking a second.
Yep.
There you go. We got new commanders. New blood. We love new blood. All right. I got to pull you aside. I'm live right now. You got one of my favorite fits I've seen, so we got to go over here. We got the Pokemon pants, which are absolutely on fire. I love it. What's your name, boss?
Tautomona.
One more time?
Tautomona.
Taltamona, it's absolutely a pleasure. So what do we got? Born to Die, Planeswalker is a fuck. Okay, very good. That's classic kind of mistyped T-shirt, like the bootleg T-shirt graphic.
Exactly, yeah.
I love it.
Got it from Anna and Scylla from Commander's Culture.
Oh, very cool. So what are we here to do today?
Pauper.
Okay, you're playing the CEDH?
Yep, only my third time playing, so
What,
see how it goes.
what are you running?
Butch Deloria, Tunnel Snake.
Okay, and is that a legendary or not a legend?
He's a legendary from the Fallout set.
Oh, the Tunnel Snake. Yeah. Okay. What does the deck want to do?
The deck wants to swing big with the commander and just make everything else hard to block.
Awesome. It seems like punches is definitely a viable strategy within the format.
Yeah, especially with only needing to get 16 commander damage this time around.
Oh, is it 16?
16 for Pauper.
Interesting.
Yeah, 'cause you start at 30 life too.
Oh, beautiful. I love hearing this. This is awesome that there's changes to how the game works in order to make them, because my guess is at 40, at 20 commander damage, they would be very long games.
Very long. So this way it's nice, quick, and easy. This is gonna have 80-minute rounds, so I'll take it. Especially starting at 11 on a Sunday.
Best of luck. I'll definitely try to catch up with you and see how the games went throughout the day.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
My pleasure. And I've been asking everybody, we'll see what you have to say. Who complains more, CEDH players or casual players?
Probably CEDH players.
They're so vocal.
Very, very. It's almost like they have a lot of money sunk into this or something.
I appreciate the answer and the candid response, and we'll keep catching up with you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Until next time.
Awesome. All right, we're going to do another lap or two. Oh, this room is full of people standing up. How'd we do?
Nah, I didn't.
I hate to say
Yeah, I messed up a line. I
Punted? No.
I punted. I had a pact in hand. I had a pact and a deadly relic and my commander out. And so Najila went for Kutzel.
I keep hearing about Kutzel.
Yeah. So in response, I should have just deadly relic the Najila and took them off a lot of mana, let Kutzel resolve, because prior to that, I intuitioned for the win, for Breach, LED, Savine's Wreck,
Yep.
for the win. And so it was going to my turn. It was my turn after that. So I should have just kept packed in hand, everybody tapped out, and just, win. Instead, I punted.
It happens to the best of us. Would you say it was a good game otherwise?
Yeah. No, fantastic game. Just made some mistakes and I'm gonna play round 7. Only one top table drew, so I might have a chance.
All right, I like
I don't
that.
know, man. I don't know. So I'm gonna play, try to win.
Listen, that's what we're here to do, is to play Magic, right?
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Pardon me, boss. Sorry.
What's up, baby?
I'm glad I got to catch up with you. We're here with Kai. Kai, what's the standings? How are we? Are we in it still?
Hey, man, I might be in it. I got to win the next one.
Okay, all right.
2-3-1 right now.
I believe in you. I'm rooting for you. There's a bunch of people here who I'm like clearly rooting for, and you're definitely one of them.
Oh, thank you.
How was the last game?
It was great. I got my Ristic Study fed a lot. Ristic Study meta, let's go.
Yeah, go. The mid-range hell, right? Everybody's talking about it.
Yes, sir.
And did you lose? Did you draw? How did the game go?
Oh, I won that one. Yeah.
We love it.
Yeah.
Was it like easy claps or was it hard fought? Did you have to like
Yeah, it was kind of hard fought. Like,
had to use your elbows?
Yeah, I was up against Italian and another blue farm deck, and they had a lot of interaction, so I had to fight. So.
I've played with you a number of times. You are excellent at laying in the cut and knowing when to use your interaction. So I have absolutely, it's no surprise that you came out of that one on top.
That means a lot. Thank you.
So Talion, Blue Farm, what was the third deck?
It was Malcolm Kedis. It was Samurai.
That's cool, man. And it felt like a good victory as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one. Very well fought. Everybody had really good hands and interaction. So yeah.
Awesome. What's the strategy for the next one? Just go as hard as you can?
I'm just going to sit back and play Ristic Study. That's all.
All right, nice. That's been the strategy the whole time, is just laying the cut, right?
Yeah, yes, of course. Laying the cut deep in there like a ninja.
I love it. All right, man. We'll keep talking.
Of course. See you.
I'm going to show you guys what the room looks like. So you can see there's a ton of people standing up at this point. The round has 10 minutes left. There's a lot of people standing. There's definitely still some games going. We've got a killer match right behind us here. We got Rebel. She's got the thinking cap on. The feature match is still going strong. I'm sure they're politicking. You've got Jorman and Zane in the feature match, and they got the gift of gab, so I'm sure they're going at it. We got Ian over here talking. I'm sure that match is definitely going strong as well. I'm excited to see how people fall out. Of course, I'm very much rooting for a great number of people in these events. And it seems like our top 16 is shaking out to be the standard murderer's row that we expect from games like this. Again, as always, if you're watching in the top deck, we're probably a round behind. Let me know how it's going. Let me know. Let us know in the chat. Do you like my commentary? Do you like seeing my face? Do you like the interviews? What do you want to see more of? I'm happy to be a part of this stream and this broadcast. I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I want to be able to bring you more coverage and more questions about things that you want to hear about. I want you to be able to have the experience that gives you the most information, the most fun stuff. So I'm going to try to find one or two more people. Give me just a second. I'm going to show you guys what the lobby looks like. It's nice and bright in here. We got Baldy in the vest here. It's awesome that there's currently two different tournaments going on. We got a lot of people lined up for this Pauper tournament. I know I've been talking to a lot of people about it, but it's a side event that you don't get to see a lot of info about. When I go to these events, do I ever enter and decide to go around with the camera? No. I've tried it a few times. I did it in Copenhagen at Tier 1, and I did that at some of my very first events, and I could not handle it. Playing in the rounds and then standing up between the rounds to talk was so difficult. It left me because when you play competitive, in between the rounds, you're just trying to breathe, eat, get everything that you can done. And for me, having to then get up in between rounds and like hope that my match ends early enough to get up and get some content was a nightmare. I could not handle it. It was very, very difficult. So I am so glad. Yeah, it's so mentally draining, and you can see even doing this for me is mentally draining. Having to vamp, having to come up with filler in between interviewing people, and knowing that like I'm kind of just asking the same interview questions over and over again is draining on me, and the two of them combined was grueling to say the least. So I'm very glad to be able to come to these events and just do the coverage. Oh, we're turning it around. All right, how we do?
We got there. W.
I think I heard somebody mention, did you maybe play a Kutsu that game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, somebody else mentioned Kutsu that game, but you got there.
I kept an Agila hand, and then there were 2 Mayhem Devils.
Oh no.
That was terrible. My spells guide, it's like a secret tech. Put in a lot of work, but eventually like it got out of hand. But then I got to end step vamp for Oracle, untap. I led with Veil of Summer, and then Oracle Consult.
Oh, nice. So you just got there through like a nice and easy 2-piece.
Yeah, I gave up on the Najila plan because double Mayhem Devil, I'm not beating that. Like.
Yep.
And then I only had 1 blue opponent, so.
Did and nobody had any responses, or because you led with the Veil, like nobody really had anything to do about it?
So Korvold had 10 treasures. If I lead with Oracle, Korvold starts sacking treasures to dig for Pyro.
Yep.
And then my Veil, he just keeps activating over Veil maybe and finds Red Blast.
Okay.
So I thought I'd lead with Veil. Korvold has nothing in the deck that stops Veil. And
Okay.
then my spells can't get countered, and then I can cast the Oracle.
Oh, because Veil isn't color specific. It just says spells you cast this turn can't be countered.
And your permanents gain protection from blue and black, but the spells still can't get countered.
So, because I'm thinking like, oh, Red Blast, like Veil doesn't protect from Red Blast, but it does because it's just can't be countered.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations on a good victory.
Thanks, Alan. Bye.
There you have it. We got another contender. We love seeing the people who we want to support come out of things on top. Oh, here's another person I want to catch up with. All right.
Oh, hello. How are we?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
No, my boy DJ.
I want to know how you're doing. How's the standing?
Oh, we're looking good. We're 3-1-2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just decided to draw that round.
Okay, so ID.
Yeah, we didn't fight it out, unfortunately.
So what? Where are you at in the 16?
I gotta look. Let's use the internet. Hold on a moment.
That's honestly one of my favorite things about this event is the tie-in with the database that you can hit the link and see what your standings are right away.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I actually love TopDeck. That's probably one of the best softwares. It is the best software out there. I do not represent TopDeck.
Hashtag not sponsored.
We are not sponsored. Please sponsor me. Let's see. So we're looking at tournament bracket. I'm still 7th.
7th. Okay, not so bad.
I guess it hasn't updated yet because I was already 7th with 15 points.
Okay, easy claps. So now you're at 16 points?
Yeah, so I'm at 16 points. 17 points should lock it in if we draw again. If I got to fight it out, listen, we got Knuckles. We'll tussle.
What remind me the commander?
Sisei. Always and forever, Weatherlight Captain.
What is the strategy going into the next round? Is it either it's try to draw?
It's try to draw. We're just trying to make this as smooth, as easy as we can getting into top 16. If we can get there. There's a lot of blood boilers here, man. A lot of people want to knuckle dust to the ends.
Absolutely.
They want to fight it out, man.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I'm glad to hear that the round went good, and I look forward to hearing about you in top 16.
I hope so as well. Big love, as always.
Awesome. I got something to show you in a little bit, all right? So there you have it. We've got another popular favorite, another contender for sure, going into the next round. I love seeing familiar faces. It's very cool to see that there are specific people who are involved in this, who are people you see in all of these events, who you expect to place for sure. I'm gonna call it. We're at 25 minutes. I cannot thank you guys enough. I'm going to see you guys after round 7. Thank you guys again.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to TopDeck.GG's continuing coverage of Punt City 3. I am Scoots, and I slept last night, and I'm joined by the ever-capable, inimitable Drake Sasser. Good morning, Drake.
I also slept last night. Happy to be here.
Hey. In this matchup that we have coming for you in round 7, we have probably the pinnacle of CEDH excitement. We have one of the most lauded players in tournament CEDH with a clear win and in to the top 16 in Comedian MTG, playing Tavesh Krom. But he has to go through some heavy hitters. We have Tim Toronto on Rograk Thrasios, the Gold Sabretooth of Gold Sabretooth fame. Max
Gold Sabretooth fame. I love it.
Max Sternberg, Wounded Satellite, playing Kinnan, and then the fourth player playing Atraxa. Alex, what's the fourth player's name? Andy.
Andy Beach.
Andy Beach. Okay, we've actually seen Andy Beach. And I say this every time I see Andy Beach. That was the name of my scoutmaster in high school.
What a random tidbit. I've never seen the name Andy Beach. However, as you mentioned, a star-studded pod for sure. Of course, Max Sternberg is number 4 on our leaderboard. Ian, number 3. We talked a little bit earlier in the broadcast, especially yesterday, a little bit about being able to exert agency over other leaderboard players and how their accumulation of points, actually having these matchups solidifies that. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be an exciting matchup. And like I said, Ian in a position where he has to play and he has to win.
Yeah, this is certainly a pod with leaderboard implications. We see many top deck points on the line in this event, and if Ian wants to hold a position at the top of the leaderboard, we gotta see that win from him, and Max could catapult even higher on the leaderboard. Yeah. Alex, please throw it to the
lot of points, a lot of position switches, exactly. And Ian is somebody that is well known. Obviously, he wins a lot, but also it's for moments like these. He is able to clutch when he has to. He's back against the wall here at Punt City 3. He's done a good job keeping himself in the tournament just to set up this spot, to give himself a clean win and in here in this last round against steep competition. This is where Ian thrives. He is very, very talented at navigating the politics of very talented players, as well as just navigating various different decks. He brings a lot of different decks, keeps the look of what kind of decks he's playing very different, so people can't really latch onto his style. And he's doing that again here. I don't know that I've ever seen him pilot, Krom Tavesh, even though it's a very good deck. I have not seen him play it before. And he's playing a pot of all just very good decks. And we're going to see, as these players resolve mulligans, exactly what that composition looks like.
The thing that I'm super enjoying about this, actually, the thing that I'm enjoying the most is that Ian Flannery stands to lose his 3rd rank on the TopDeck Championship Series to Max Sternberg should Max Sternberg win this pod.
Exactly. A lot on the line here, not just for top 16 considerations, but for leaderboard considerations. And when you talk about these players, they're playing for more than just the cash. They're playing more for the glory of this individual event. It all culminates into the leaderboard positioning, that invitational. Those are very, very important invitational points at the end of the year. There's so much more going on than just playing for the cash and this event. It really is the entire year. And when you go back and look at your entire year and your year's performance, it's moments like these where you're going to go back. These are the memorable pods that you're going to look back. Could I have done anything differently? Whether you're Max, whether you're Ian, or whether you're whoever wins this pod.
And the thing that I'm noticing very much about all the players here, the energy is electric in this building right now. Everybody, you can tell that this is all building to something. You can feel it's got that I hate to say it, but like that Pro Tour type vibe where everybody is focused on competing at the top of their skill level, and the amount of good players concentrated here, just the energy is through the roof, and it's such an honor to be here. And
it's a feeling unlike any other. Having been in the seat of playing high stakes Magic, it feels like a different game. It evolves into a different game entirely, and there's no feeling quite like playing Magic, winning and competing against the best when everybody's dialed in, everybody cares. And these are the pods that make Magic as fun as it is before it even starts. You're right. The energy's in the air. You can feel the tension. You can feel the desire from all these players to make it to the next level. And that is what makes this so special.
it's lightning in a bottle.
Well,
So
looks like we are underway
yeah.
here as very quickly. Oh no, we're not. All right. Well, it looked like we were playing stuff out. It looks like we were actually just mapping out some mulligans. So we have a little bit more time. Well,
Oh, that
the
was weird.
Atraxa player is going to continue to resolve mulligans. I believe that is your friend Andy Beach.
That's
that
my
is in
old
second seat.
Scoutmaster. Yeah.
Yeah, your old Scoutmaster going there. Of course, Max Sternberg, better known as Wounded Satellite potentially, is actually the person that is going to go first, playing Kennen Bonder Prodigy. You can see them in the lower right-hand corner. They have a nice altered Kennen. It's a little bit harder to see right now with the glare, but that is a Kennen Bonder Prodigy. Then, of course, next is Atraxa. The deck I've not going to see too much. Atraxa Grand Unifier. Not the one that terrorized casual EDH with the proliferation stuff for a long time, but the new one, the Vintage Cube All-Star that, maybe replaced Grizzlebrand is the best thing to reanimate. That one's in second seat. Third seat is, of course, Ian. We mentioned him. He's playing Tavesh Krom, a look from him we have not seen before. And then in fourth seat, we have Rograk Thrasios, a deck that I'm beginning to see more and more as this the CDH metagame develops. And I don't really know why, but apparently it's a good deck.
I wonder if you're in this game, Drake, and you are Ian, are you what is your game plan, knowing that you have the pressure of that win and in? I mean, obviously you've been here to win the whole day, but does your game plan alter playing against this caliber of player?
So, I mean, you certainly have to adapt the way that you approach politicking, knowing that there's another strong politicker in the pod. And specifically that, he's going first. So you need to leverage a little bit of your seat position to counteract some of the politics that would be coming from him in his seat position if you want to counteract some of that. Of course, you can do some cooperation if you think that's the angle. It depends on what the initial turn looks like and what the initial seat positioning looks like from there. But all of these decks are very creature-centric. Every single one of these decks features the card Hullbreaker Horror. That's not very common. But, three out of 4 decks have Displacer Kitten. All 4 have Hullbreaker Horror. These decks are looking to put creatures in play and leverage them to win the game. And so you need to find the way to break that asymmetry. Having black cards is a good way to do it. It's a good start. In third seat, you're a little bit behind. The Atraxa players mulliganing, you really need to stifle some of the politics that could come out of Max Sternberg early. He's known very, very well for aggressive politicking. Ian, I'm really going to look to see some really push back on some of that politicking.
Chat is firing off against Atraxa right now, being extremely rude. And Andy worked hard. Andy worked hard to get here. Okay, you got give him some credit. They would not be in this feature match if they weren't doing really well on the day.
Atraxa is a good deck. It's a deck that we've seen put up really, really high performances in a variety of tournaments. But honestly, the thing with Atraxa is it isn't played by as many players. It seems like if people are looking to gravitate towards creature strategies, they usually reach for Kennen or they reach for Rog Thrasios or stuff like that. People really either want Kennen in their deck, or in their command zone specifically, or they want access to red. Atraxa kind of in that weird space where you don't really get access to either of those, but you do get Food Chain. And as the kind of last bastion of Food Chain's presence in CDH, once a much more dominant force, I mean, Atraxa really does bring some unique angles to the table.
Yeah, I think Atraxa was very attractive to Timna Thrasios pilots, looking to kind of get away from that type of game plan. I think there's a breed of pilot that just doesn't play red. I think
totally fair. Never gonna be me. I'm somebody that's got to show up with my red cards. I'll pass on everything else, but not the red cards. I'll even play mono red, but I need my red cards. You, however, known for your Razakats days, what is you spend any time experimenting with Atraxa? Grand Unifier?
Not in CEDH, but in other formats of Magic, I think Atraxa is very, very cool to reanimate. I don't vibe with the deck on a CEDH level. I think it's very cool. I love the explosiveness of it, and I do love decks that utilize Displacer Kitten and Hullbreaker Horror, but Dockside Extortionist is a very good card, and if you can't play it, I feel I don't know. It's not the mental effort that I want to put in.
Just clone it. If you can't play it, just clone it. That's certainly been the recipe of many of these CEDH decks, including Kennen.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many playable clones at this point. I'm assuming that basically each deck at this table is on all of them.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine the presence of clones is going to be felt over the course of this pod. I mean, Phyrexian Metamorph probably has the highest stocks in CDH it ever has. Of course, Flesh Duplicate, the most recent of the clones to be printed, but Phantasmal Image among others. Present, I haven't done an exact check, but I imagine present in all these decks. I mean, all Kitten decks, all Hullbreaker Horror decks, which means if you're going to put your Hullbreaker Horror in play, you can't really do the fair, just kind of interact with a few things, because you're just going to get your Hullbreaker Horror cloned, and that's a disaster.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fair Hullbreaker Horror plane, not super good here. There are a lot of fair planes that used to be quite successful in CEDH that are no longer quite successful in CEDH, but we're underway.
We are underway, and quick start here. Beseju, who endures in the Mana Vault, into Pitch Spear Guide, into the One Ring on turn 1. An explosive turn from Max Sternberg in first seat. A lot of political power maybe being sapped away for a lot of board presence from Max Sternberg. Of course, can't use the Mana Vault again now that he has used it. So his mana situation in a little bit of trouble, but the One Ring, very well known in all formats for its power as a Mana Crypt plus City of Brass. A little bit more unexciting on the very low mulligan. Andy with Atraxa still has 3 mana. We'll see if that's good enough, as Ian's going to get a first turn.
That was an electric start from Max. I love to see that. The prevalence for the One Ring, we're seeing that often, and in CEDH games, and I think it's great. I think it's as good in CEDH as a lot of other draw engines. It's the words that I'm trying to come out of my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it's shown its capability to hang, even though it's, cards that accumulate cards turn over turn in CDH typically are not that good. We're thinking about cards like Dark Confidant or whatever, any of those like extra Phyrexian Arena type effects. Not as good in CDH because you do not get as many turns. The One Ring just kind of snowballs in such a way that it actually does keep up in a way that is very competitive with other card advantage engines, and of course not having to pay for it beyond that. Does matter. A little bit less emphasis on the protection trigger, which I think is interesting, but it does come up every now and again. Ian did not look like he played anything except his fetch for Underground Sea, playing around Opposition Agent, which is very likely very present in this pod. Mana Crypt passed the turn over to Tim, Gold Sabertooth, on the Rock Thrasios, who is starting with a fetch for a tropical island, following up with a Chrome Mox. This is Thrasios mana if he wants it. Snap underneath Chrome Mox, starting with Rog, son of Rogah, and following up with Commander number 2. Got them all into play.
There you go.
And back over to Max Sternberg we go. Does not get to untap Mana Vault, does get to untap the One Ring. And Bowmasters in response to the draw. Oh no!
Goodbye, Rograk.
I think we're on. I mean, I assume we took the damage. I think we're on upkeep, drawing 2. So yeah, so we've taken 1 from the One Ring. Now we're taking 1 from Mana Vault.
Looks like we're aiming the triggers at.
Yeah, maybe aiming the triggers at max. Yeah, we sure are.
Triggers at max. Yep.
All right, already a 3/3 Orcish army does Ian have. A great turn 1 to follow up his Mana Crypt. And going to be good against the One Ring. Stymie some of the development for it. Here's Chrome Mox to add to the mana situation for Max. We'll see if he's interested in developing a Kinnan on a board with Orcish Bowmasters. I mean, that's not something that seems that good to me, but you might have to do it.
Certainly not if your plan is to do One Ring things. Oh, we're imprinting the Perplexing Chimera. What a day for all of us in the booth.
I hear there's some buzz around that card. Always annoying and casual. I've not played against it in competitive EDH. Have heard drama. People do not like playing against Perplexing Chimera. Probably happy to see it under the Chrome Mox.
We had a game at the Cookout where there was 4 of them, and I think it took 3 hours.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So good. Oh, Grim Monolith coming down, deployed alongside Mox Amber and Kennen. I mean, this is the potential to just do a win right now. Here's a Phyrexian Metamorph. That threatens to copy Bowmasters, which can pick off Ian's Bowmasters, and it does.
Oh, what a good... Wow. The confluence of skill and a stacked hand right there.
Well, I mean, of course, the One Ring providing those extra cards. I mean, it looks like Max has a lot of resources. That's because he does. The One Ring already drawn 3 extra cards, representing, of course, 3 more cards on the next turn, provided we do get there unimpeded. But everything coming up Max Sternberg. First seat has Kennen in play, has Bowmasters, has the One Ring, has all this mana. The one maybe downside is that a lot of the mana is tied up. Grim Monolith doesn't untap. Mana Vault doesn't untap. As here's an upkeep Enlightened Tutor.
With the other rocks in play, we have the potential to untap at least the Grim Monolith. So there is like that shred of life there. We're going for Ristic Study off an Enlightened Tutor.
Yeah, because that was an instep Enlightened Tutor that going for Ristic Study. Can play that on turn 2, but maybe a little late to the party?
Especially with Orcish Bowmasters in play, all of the mana developed on other boards, all the spells that have been cast. You got to wonder if the table's going to burn at the rate that it needs to for this Ristic Study to be valuable.
I mean, all the players, I think we're kind of approaching a 3v1 territory for sure, as Ristic Study is going to get put into play. No second land, it looks like, for Andy. Although, of course, the Bowmaster triggers aren't probably going to go your way if you're Andy Beach. They have to go somewhere else, almost certainly, as you are on a low mulligan and very far behind on board alone. As here's Cabal Ritual. Starting off the turn 2 for Ian.
So,
not a Threshold.
We have a colorless floating. This kind of screams Tevesh to me. It could be Ad Nauseam, which is also very good. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
No Necropotence. Yeah, I mean, Tevesh is like the floor, I imagine, of this particular play. Start to try to keep up with the card advantage that is coming out of Max Sternberg. Of course, hard to deny. I mean, that Orcish Bowmaster is still in play. It's going to be a problem even if you put Tevesh into play, which is what Ian's looking to do right now. Tevesh. Doom of Fools on the stack. That will trigger Ristic Study, which will trigger Orcish Bowmasters. Tevesh is not resolved yet, so you can't ping it with that draw. Might have paid.
Tevesh resolves, and I think we're making Thralls.
Yeah, making Thralls. Getting some blockers going. Don't want to draw cards yet. That makes a lot of sense. And we see a lot of movement there from Max. Maybe some politicking. Oh, the minions. We have actual minions for the Thrall.
Beautiful.
Are they minion tokens? They're not even minion tokens. Minions are creature type. Come on, Ian. What are we doing? Fetch here for Tim here on turn number 2 for him. A lot of stuff has happened for turn number 2.
What an action-packed turn cycle. Just getting into Tim's turn number 2, and here we are. Look at every other board. It's so developed and crazy.
So here's a question. If Max Sternberg has a win, does he go for it next turn? Players who tap low.
I think if you're Max Sternberg, you are probably trying to shove it very soon. 2 players have established... Oh, there's a Phyrexian Metamorph. Are we getting our own bow boy?
You mentioned clones, very likely to be a big player in this game, already proving to be true, as this may be another Orcish Bowmasters coming down, picking off some Thralls.
Picking off a
Get
Thrall.
That out of the way.
We can limit Ian's card draw.
All right.
Shooting a Thrall, and I think Max's hand is not particularly large right now.
Yeah, picked off. So we made another Bowmasters picking off the Bowmasters from Max Sternberg. So a little bit of that power mitigated. Now, once again, the One Ring beginning to get a little bit mitigated. Can't tap that again without risking losing cannon and some other things on your board. So maybe a little bit of a move in the right direction. But again, players tapped out. No mana showing. A little bit of life total checking going on right quick. Gonna draw, then you'll take 1 from Mana Vault and take your 2 from the One Ring.
I wonder. Here's the thing that I'm noticing from my analytical perspective. Tim Toronto. Oh God. Oh, it's another
Flash
clone.
duplicate. More clones. Clones and clones and clones. So many clones. Looks like a Star Wars movie.
Who will be the master of the bow?
Duplicate. And deflecting SWAT on the trigger for Bowmasters. But that's going to trigger Ristic Study, and that's going to mean that both players are going to draw. We might see both Bowmasters cleared here.
Both Bowmasters are gonna receive a trigger from this. Is that a
Cyclonic
Rift targeting
in response to the Ristic trigger? But the trigger's Ristic again.
Yeah.
What are we doing? This stack is crazy. So we have a Bowmaster trigger from Flesh Duplicate. Deflecting SWAT is going to deflecting SWAT that. Then there is a Ristic Study trigger for that, which would trigger both Bowmasters as it stands right now. Then there's a Cyclonic Rift in response, which is targeting the other Bowmasters, and another Rhystic draw. I think we're trying to convince Andy not to draw.
Just to let this stack dwindle.
Yeah, just let stuff happen as it may. I think we're trying to find a way that we can get Max to not have a Bowmasters, and maybe Tim gets to keep his. I don't know. There's a lot of discussion going on right now. I mentioned politics could be a big player in this game. Max, Ian doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Andy, I'm drawing every time, and you can.
I'm fine to agree with that as well, but
spin.
I'll hear an argument.
Yeah.
1 damage marked on Kinnan. I believe we're gonna try to deflecting swat the other point to Kinnan as well. It looks to be what's about to happen. Yeah, so the rift has resolved, bouncing. Well, there's a lot of pointing. It looks like the rift has resolved. The Metamorph's back in hand.
Yep, Metamorph
where would
returns
the
to
point
hand.
of damage from Ian's flesh duplicate go? Yeah, we're pointing at the flesh duplicate. Yeah, this is. I want to mention again the importance of building a stack that is clear to the entire table. And
It's yeah. I mean, certainly we're having a lot of discussion here, and perhaps the table understands, but I do not. What do we got? Okay.
Either. So Orcish army there for Tim, and the SWAT still appears to be on the stack. And I mean, two good targets. I mean, the flesh, assuming resolve, flesh duplicate, and Kinnan both fine choices. Looks like we're going to respond before all this is going to happen and fully go down with the One Ring while the coast is clear, as Bowmasters has had an outsized impact on this game compared to the rest of this tournament. Makes a lot of sense. A lot of creature decks here at this table. Bowmasters going to look good, and it has.
It's crazy that we've seen such a prevalence of creatures over both days so far. Creature centric CEDH is here. I think a lot of people made decisions about what deck that they were going to bring to try and fight the quote unquote Rogsai meta, and they've all kind of made the same decision. So we're seeing Bowmasters and every clone.
It's when Ian introduced Bowmasters to this game, and now everybody involved in the Bowmasters conversation is just people that cloned it, and Ian's Bowmasters is sitting there in the graveyard on the outside looking in.
Yeah, it just a sad little actual bow boy in the graveyard trying to figure out what's going on.
The Bow Boys, potentially a good band name. I can mess with that.
Yeah, okay, I could see that.
There's more pointing happening. When politics starts getting heavily involved, you see an outsized impact of pointing. Now we're showing hands already. Max Sternberg showing his hand to Tim, trying to convince the SWAT to go somewhere else.
Incredible.
Does not want to lose, and that's a Fierce Guardianship coming down on SWAT. Threatened potentially to cast it if he did not change his target or based on what he was targeting. Got Fierced. That's going to trigger Rhystic Study, which will get another ping from the flesh duplicate. And maybe we resolved this too quickly. Other players might have something to say about this. Let's see. Traxxas has a real hand now. A lot of cards cast.
Yeah, I mean, we might have a very good opportunity for Atraxa to become part of the game here.
Definitely looks like that may be the case. As here's Force of Negation. And one of the cute tricks of the food chain deck is you can pitch stuff like a Mist Hollow Griffin. Looks like it was Displacer Kitten. But you can pitch some of your food chain combo pieces to it, and it's actually kind of an upside.
So the Force of Negation coming down on the Fierce Guardianship and the SWAT still on the stack?
Yeah, SWAT's still on the stack. I like this collaboration from the table. Max Sternberg doing a lot of politicking, as we would expect him to do, but in a very commanding position on this game already. Tough to politic from the spot of being so far ahead, and it looks like things, players are working together to try to stymie some of the development. And that's going to pick off Kinnan, so we did manage to get Kinnan off the table with the Bowmaster triggers, and Max still has his copy of Bowmasters in the form of Flesh Duplicate, but now tapped out and without a Kinnan. Mana Confluence added to the mana.
We've done it.
I mean, good collaboration from the table, despite Max's attempt to do some politicking, even showed his hand to Tim. Things did not go his way. And now over to Andy we go, who has some powerful permanents, only 3 cards in play, all of them powerful, but certainly not the one that is the most behind, despite having one of the strongest cards in CDH on the table in the form of Rhystic Study and, of course, Mana Crypt.
Rhystic Study, I hesitate to use this term, but stonks have gone way up in the last couple of years. Used to be kind of a joke about paying the 1 and everybody would do it, but the heuristics regarding or rather the calculus regarding paying the 1 has certainly changed in the last couple of years.
It's funny to see the temperature difference when you talk to 60 card players. Mystic Remora is like an obvious, this thing's messed up, because 4 mana is just very clearly too much to pay. Like, obviously you're not going to be able to pay this on average, and so it's going to be strong. But Rhystic Study, a card that many 60 card players are like, why would you just treat this like a Sphere of Resistance? But the reality of the 4-player nature makes that not the case, and was what gives it the outsized power. I was also around for the CDH days of it being considered too slow. And that clearly has long gone as well. As here's an Imperial Seal. Speaking of a card people call too slow, Imperial Seal coming out from Andy. A card that I'm still a big believer in, as well as being more than strong enough for CDH. Some people cutting it though.
So. Imperial, I'm never issuing a top deck tutor. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I mean, the density of tutors now is getting really high with things like Beseech the Mirror, Witchclaw Talisman, all of the like. We are getting a pretty big density of tutors that maybe eventually we can start to look to cut them, but I don't think we're completely there yet, as here is a Scrubland that is going to be the card casting this Imperial Seal. See if the table has anything to say about that. Tough to interact here if you're Max. It is the first turn after you, and Andy's the first behind. I wouldn't expect too much interaction from Max unless we're just looking to get back at Andy a little bit for getting involved in the last fight. But, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Ian or Tim use a misstep if they have it. Did not. Either they don't have it or don't want to use it. All reasonable options. This Imperial Seal. Gonna resolve. Card selected. Any follow-up here for Andy? Quick count of life total, just making sure we took all the damage from fetches, Imperial Seal, and City of Brass. Down to 35 is Andy. Giving this card another look as we shuffle.
Trying to make a rather important decision. You got to wonder if he's going into a wrath of some sort, or what he's searching for to try and win the game here. Could be his own clone effect. Could be.
Oh yeah.
Anything.
More Bowmasters. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's have a look. A lot of creature options. 23 creatures. Could be food chain. I mean, obviously food chain, kind of the namesake of food chain decks, known for its power of being a 1-card combo more or less. However, a lot of pieces still missing. Not any creatures developed for Andy, but Andy silently developing. Certainly developing, even if not looked that impressive on the board.
Interestingly enough, Ian put a fetch on the stack and went to shortcut into casting Crom, I assume, and then I think was asked to resolve his fetch and shuffle, which is strange, but
love it.
A
lot of black decks
judge,
here.
Yeah.
Like we don't want to shortcut when there's a potential for opposition agents and all kinds of stuff. Based on how things play out. Archivist of Ogma, all those cards are present in the decks here at the table. So we're gonna, want to slow things down a little bit, even if,
Head Judge Max is at the table right now, as I understand it, which is cool.
Yeah, very important. I mean, this is a high stakes match, and we want to make sure everything's nice and clean and clear. Tavesh, maybe activating Tavesh. Yep, sacrificing the Orcish army. That's going to draw 2 cards when it resolves, but also will trigger Bowmasters twice. Something to think about potentially, as here comes some Bowmasters triggers from Flesh Duplicate on Max Sternberg's board. Where are those damage points gonna go? Can't kill anything on the board with just 2. Except maybe the Orcish army of Tim's.
Pick off the Orcish army, yeah.
Could throw some damage at Tavesh. Okay, we are gonna pick off the Orcish army. Other point.
I feel like there are Gaia's Cradle considerations there, probably.
Sure. Yeah. Rock Thrash, definitely a deck known for its presence of Gaia's Cradle being very good alongside Thrasios. As here comes Crom. That will trigger Rhystic Study, which will give Max Sternberg another point of damage to throw around and grow that Orcish army. Orcish army now up to a 9/9, looks like.
9/9. Yeah.
That's big. That's starting to be
Yeah.
a real consideration.
All right, so it looks like we've drawn our cards, cast Crom, and we'll pass to Tim on Rog Thras.
Very patient from Ian, just casting commanders, doing his thing. After the very powerful turn 1, Bowmasters has been pretty content to just develop some card advantage engines. Max Sternberg, I think, pretty clearly still the threat at the table, having both Bowmasters and the One Ring, both the powerful CEDH, I guess, impactors from the Lord of the Rings set.
It kind of feels like we're still in a 3v1 here. I think Max, despite having used a lot of resources to protect his board and that kind of thing, I still think Max is in the driver's seat here. I'd like to see some kind of advantage engine established by Tim here, but it looks like we're recasting the Metamorph, maybe taking a Crom, which I think is also
just
good.
do the Bowmasters thing. I mean, it's pick off the opposing Bowmasters doesn't even feel
Yeah.
that bad. Crom certainly gets some card advantage going, but Bowmaster's still a big problem, and once again, does something to mitigate the One Ring, which is going to untap and be able to draw 4 cards.
Yeah, I think that there is definitely some credence to just copying the Bowmaster. It certainly puts pressure onto Max. One of the ways that you need to pressure Kinnan is life totals. All right,
we're showing cards to
showing
Tim. Love this stuff. Love it. Showing some card to Tim. Give him a little taste, a little see, a little peek. What you got going on? I mean, the One Ring's a fine option too if you're just looking to get some card advantage going. Crom, obviously a good blocker. I mean, a lot of good targets for Phyrexian Metamorph right here. Kind of surprised to see it bounce by Cyclonic Rift. Certainly mattered over the course of the turn cycle. But once again, the replay here does take Tim's entire turn, but there's a lot of good options. We can see a lot of players talking here. Andy maybe showing some answers to something. 3 mana up is quite a bit, especially with the Rhystic Study. Draws a card from the One Ring. So he's made a copy of the One Ring, tapped it, and drawn a card, which will get a Bowmaster trigger, which did just ping Ian. Now a 11/11 Orcish army. I mean, at some point, this thing's going to start to be able to one-shot people. We might be only a turn cycle or 2 away from that with a Rhystic Study, One Ring, and Tevesh all in play.
I mean, we're definitely gonna get a lot of Bowmasters triggers, and what is it? It's 11/11, so it's growing. Make my monster grow is Max doing his best Rita Repulsa.
Okay, we're showing a card to Ian too. Everybody gets to know except Max. I think that certainly demonstrates the 3v1 nature of what is going on here. Very much Max the person to stop.
Nobody,
no.
Poor Max being so left out.
I don't think poor. If you look at Max's board state, it's hard to say poor Max for sure.
Yeah.
As Odawara deployed for Tim, have to imagine that's the only man he has access to. Does allow him to have interaction if he does have it. And over to Max Sternberg we go, who his turn 1 copy of the One Ring still in play. Going to deal 3 damage to him. His life total dwindling, but 4 cards potential to draw this turn. No Bowmasters to really kind of inhibit that at all. And that looks like where we're starting off right away.
Yeah. Certainly.
I like this. I think we're doing an upkeep after the damage from the One Ring. That way, if we have any on top tutors, we can go ahead and trigger that, or rather clear that with the draw step.
Yeah, that seems correct.
Look at the most cards first, and then you have a draw step to clear it if you need. I think that's what we're doing here. Can't be too sure though. A lot of discussion happening, so not totally sure where we're at in the turn. It looks like we have.
I think we showed
3 mana.
Something.
Is it a Bowmasters?
It's
Orcish
Bowmasters.
Oh my goodness. What what an impact this Bowmasters card has had on this game. Going after Flesh, duplicate copy of Orcish Bowmasters, and that means Orcish armor coming from Andy. No fight at all from Max, and this was in response to the One Ring tapping, so there's going to be 4 more damage coming.
Incredible. I remember when Orcish Bowmasters was previewed, everybody said, oh, it's going to mess up the format. And then other people said, no, it's not going to do anything to the format. If there is any indication of the power of Orcish Bowmasters in the current CEDH format, it is this game, in which we've had 2 regular ones and 3 clones. just
it's hard to really
wild.
pinpoint how much is Bowmasters and how much is just the clones being so strong because of cards like Dockside and what have you. But certainly it has exacerbated games that are about Bowmasters become even more so due to the presence of clones. A card that I was actually pretty middle of the road on. I think Bowmasters was going to be a player, but not in every deck. I think overall I was closer to right than wrong, but that's tooting my own horn, you know? It certainly is showing up maybe a little bit more than I would have expected. But I didn't expect to see zero play. The card is very strong. Wrote an article for that. I mean, I don't want to self-plug too much. I wrote an article.
No, why don't you? Could you
over at CommandersHerald.com? You can find me. Search me up, Drake Sasser. You know, I wrote some articles. Wrote an article about Bowmasters at preview time, I believe. There was a lot of questions about whether it'd be too strong, and I think my analysis has withstood the test of time fairly well. However, this game, more so than the rest of the games that I have watched over the course of this weekend, is about Orcish Bowmasters. You know, it's had impacts here and there of various sizes. Just the presence of it being in people's deck does adjust the way people build their decks. We saw that even in round one with the Kambal deck, which did not feature very many X1 creatures. Here, I mean, it's just, there's so many draw engines that Bowmasters is the name of this game.
Yeah.
And clones have certainly exacerbated that with things like Phyrexian Metamorph, Flash Duplicate, and the like.
You know, another draw engine that we've seen in this tournament that you've also written an article about is the Divination with Suspend, Sylvan Library.
Oh, it also costs 8 life. That one hurts.
Yeah, it also costs 8 life. But in chat, we have Shill Baby Shill from Jacoby. And, you know, Drake, I love giving you a chance to talk about your content, but the other thing that I need to shill is All Trades Media, our token sponsor for this event. If you see these mana trackers on the board or the active player token on the board, those are from All Trades Media, who was here yesterday but has since gone home. Very legible token trackers, very legible tokens, very legible treasures. A big boon for streamed online CEDH. All Trades Media on Etsy. Get the OP3
original print proxy pack. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome stuff. I mean, readable both in color and in actual letter for folks that may be colorblind and the like. It's not only accessible, it's also readable. And these Orcish army tokens are actually very helpful, as many things in CDH can end up with a pile of dice on them, as evidenced by the One Ring and just Orcish Bowmasters, both from the same set, putting piles of dice on various permanents. Having the Orcish army token be very clear, getting a lot of use here in this feature match, more so than the mana, which is not typical, but I love these tokens so much. They've been an absolute boon for coverage, and obviously for spell table games. Cannot recommend them highly enough, as it looks like Max Sternberg content to spend his turn developing some mana and a card advantage engine. We put Thrasios into play. Drew our cards with the One Ring. Not interested in reaching for Kennen quite yet. Now, this is something I did actually kind of expect with the hostility of this particular board state to Kennen, thanks to the Bowmasters. You don't want to just get your Kennen picked off and get to a spot where it's inaccessible. At this point now, you need to kind of set up a plan where you're going to play him and try to win in the same turn, ideally without drawing any more cards.
So in the chat, we have, I got my set in a couple of weeks ago, very high quality, great for online play, hashtag not a sponsor on the All Trades Media tokens. I love that. Chat, I'm so glad that you're getting those things. I think I might still be active. If you use promo code Eminence on Etsy, you might get a discount.
You might get a discount. Yeah, there was a sponsorship before the name change. You know, if you can, part of the challenge, it's like a captcha. You have to successfully spell Eminence in the promo code, and then you get your discount. But you know, it's like, are you a robot? You know, I don't know. Are you more likely to be a robot if you successfully spell Eminence? Not clear either. But you know, here we are.
It is what it is. It is the Turing test for tokens. The token
And
Turing
here comes
test.
A big smack. I think this is coming Ian's way.
Yeah, I mean, and it kind of makes sense at this point to pressure Ian's life total. I feel like you might try to force Atraxa to block, but maybe Andy doesn't care.
I mean, we cleared out the Thralls, didn't attack Tavesh, which maybe could have been a juicy target, just going 11 to Ian's Dome, and now almost half Ian's life total dwindled away thanks to the Orcish army that grew over the course of a single turn cycle to that massive size. And Andy, someone that's quietly been getting ahead turn after turn, untaps with all his mana and passes the turn. Rhystic Study available, Mana Crypts, Orcish Bowmasters, just everything kind of in Andy's corner right now, despite starting on a low mulligan, has not had a lot of attention on him. As Ian gonna reach for Tavesh's die, likely looking to make some blockers for that big old Orcish army, just to pass the turn from Ian.
My supposition is that alarm bells are going off at the table with Andy having all of his resources in play and untapping and doing nothing. You gotta wonder if the table's evaluation of threats is going to change at all based on what's happening now.
Well, we're giving we're giving Andy some more resources to work with as far as Bowmaster's triggers go, as here goes Tim tapping his copy of the One Ring, which is going to generate some Bowmaster's triggers. Not clear where those are going to go quite yet. Can do things like clear off the Thralls. We've seen that happen before. Can do things like just go after Max himself, whose life total is dwindling a little bit, choosing to go after Thrasios. So one more trigger will actually clear the Thrasios. Any spell cast. Actually, no, the Rhystic Study doesn't even do it anymore, so now we need to find another way to draw a card. This might be a little difficult.
Thrasios,
really...
being a 1/3, has been actually like extremely healthy for him again in the Bowmasters meta.
I mean, it just comes up all the time. As someone that once played a commander that had 4 toughness, I mean, it just mattered over and over and over again. Having just a great blocker, a ton of toughness, it's just very hard to remove. Toughness actually matters in CEDH, which is not something that when you look at the format at a glance is very obvious until you start getting into games like this where Bowmasters are involved, attacking is involved, all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, wait, actually being able to attack and block well does matter a lot. And that's part of Crom's strength.
Absolutely. Crom being a 4/4 in the air. A very good blocker. We saw several times yesterday Chrome get cast and not swung just to block.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in this game. I think Ian cast Crom, didn't attack with Tavesh in play, just looking to block. And it's just a very big part of CEDH right now, especially as City of Traders added to the mix for Tim. That's going to allow him to recast Raw. Certainly feel good with a Bowmaster still in play. Rhystic Study draws a card. He says, sure. Active player token going to move to Max Sternberg, whose lead might be slipping.
I certainly think that the rest of the table has had a chance to catch up and develop their resources, and Max is not as far ahead as he once was. Absolutely.
With the life total down to 22, tapping the One Ring to draw a bunch of cards, which is the best way to get back ahead again and affirm your lead, threatens to pressure your life total quite a bit. Bowmaster's triggers can clear your board, go to your face. I mean, you have a lot of resources to work with, but you're not necessarily out of the woods with what's going on the table right now.
Yeah, I mean, at a life total of 22, with the active Bowmasters and your game plan being to try and establish some card draw, you are certainly putting your life at risk when you tap that thing. And I think especially with the other Bowmasters army getting quite big, you have to be very conscientious about where you're putting your where you're attacking. Rather, you want to establish life pressure on the other players, but you yourself may die.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you really do want to really start to slam the door on this game. This game is getting really hairy, and life totals are very much dwindling, really with the exception of Andy. That's something I want to highlight over and over and over again. Andy just very quietly getting ahead. Doesn't really look like he's doing a lot, but every card that Andy has cast has been high impact. Very good CDH card. Rhystic Study, Orcish Bowmasters, I mean, a tutor, all that stuff would almost certainly grab Bowmasters. I mean, at this point, if you had to guess what the best thing is, probably Bowmasters. And here comes Archivist of Ogba in response to the fetch from Misty Rainforest, I assume?
Yeah,
so that correct. I assume we played in Cracked, and he said, wait a minute, and we put the land back, but that's not actually how that works. We did just play Archivist of Ogma, which is going to get a little bit of extra value alongside the fetch. No Bowmaster triggers for Andy, and actually raises Andy's life total even more. If you're talking about life totals mattering, that little extra life gain can matter.
Yeah. Especially if we're are we ad nauseum gamers? I feel like we have to be in Atraxa.
I think in Atraxa it's a little bit more dangerous of a proposition. You're seeing C get pretty high with some of these Hullbreaker, Horror, Griffin stuff. Let's a quick look. Do not see ad nauseum in the Atraxa deck. Let's see. Ian, of course, has a copy And of course, that is the only other deck that can play it. So only one copy of Ad Nauseam at the table, and it is in Ian's deck.
Ian.
He does have all his mana up. He could cast it if he hasn't. Life total very low from that big smack from the Orcish army, so maybe not as good as otherwise would be. Guy's Cradle getting involved. Ton of mana here. Is it horror time?
Thorn
Elephant
Mammoth.
time. Thorn Mammoth.
Thorn Mammoth again. I love a Thorn Mammoth. In the chat, Dondario Habibi asking if Max S is wounded, and no, I think he's in good health.
Yeah, it is Wounded Satellite. Of course, we're going to use real names here. These are real people we're playing. It's not an online tournament, but very well known for his online persona. Wounded Satellite, playing a Thorn Mammoth, looking to wound some of the opponent's creatures. Is Thorn Mammoth.
Thorn Mammoth. It put in some work yesterday. I love to see it here. What is Thorn Mammoth fighting? Producer Alex is actually giving me the double finger right now for my bad pun.
Yeah, the puns have been savage between you and Lauren. I'm taking psychic damage round after round. I don't know how much more I can take. Life total matters for me as well, as I just am psychically afflicted over and over again. As Crop Rotation coming down for Tim. I assume this has to be targeting like Orcish Bowmasters. Why are we casting things in response? Where are we? Okay, well, Crop Rotation is resolving, and that's going to give another draw for Andy. Are we trying to stop this Thorn Mammoth on the stack? Perhaps we've not selected a target yet.
Perhaps. Maybe. I'm not sure. What are we?
I mean, it has to be Bowmasters, right? Like, what else matters on this board? That has to be what we're fighting.
Tim is crazy enough to play Emergent Zone, though, so I wonder if...
Ooh, quick Emergent Zone check?
Quick Emergent Zone check?
No Emergent Zone.
Hey, what are we getting?
I mean, Cradle looks to be the
Cradle makes Thracius activation good. Yeah.
Manamo can untap legendary stuff? It could be Manamo. That looks like Manamo. So we're untapping the One Ring.
Untapping the One Ring with the Thorn Mammoth on the stack. I love that.
Okay. All right. Manamo coming up big. I mean, I've seen this in 60 card formats. I don't know that I've seen the Manamo trick here in CEDH ever.
We've seen a few Manamos registered at this event, and I'm here for it.
Crop Rotation able to find it does give it a little bit more utility, making the selection of the One Ring to copy with Phyrexian Metamorph look way, way better. As it looks like the Thorn Mammoth did go ahead and fight Bowmasters, perhaps not looking to actually draw more cards until the Bowmasters is off the table. And here is Max's One Ring once again unlocked, having to slog through Bowmasters over and over and over again. Max has done a good job keeping those off the table, answering them himself with clones, despite not even being in red or black, able to continue to keep Orcish Bowmasters off the board and free up his One Ring that he played on turn 1, now drawing 5 cards on this turn.
Pretty incredible. Ken is confused in the chat saying, I've lived the Manamo Ring plus Snap Frantic Search and Krark Socket Dream a few times. Feels illegal.
That sounds illegal. That sounds like something that should not be allowed to be assembled.
Sounds like against the rules.
Yeah,
for sure.
DQ for sure. I mean, Max, thankfully, everybody maxed out here. Our head judge Max more than happy to DQ people for such egregious plays.
Thorn Mammoth. It's an inclusion that we've seen out of some Kinnan decks. I'm not sure who started doing it, but we should put them in jail. It's such a cool card. Ooh, is that an invasion of Zendikar? Are we pitching it? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, I believe that's the invasion of Ikoria.
Ikoria, right? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The search that looks like it's gonna be discarded to hand size thanks to the One Ring.
Yeah,
we're just passing the turn.
Drawing.
Okay, so Thorn Mammoth in play. If you're talking about this metagame, and particularly this pod being about creatures, Thorn Mammoth is going to overperform with its ability to repeatedly act as a removal spell, as well as just be a good attacker. Remember, Ian's life total at 14, very much under the gun. No attack from the Orcish army this go round, though, as Andy's Orcish army growing in size.
We're seeing Andy finally establishing 4 colored pips.
All right, Moxel turned off.
Mox Opal not currently on. So we're at 6 mana for the Atraxa cast.
Oh, we hard casting? Just manual mode?
I mean, sometimes looking at 10 cards is the best thing you can do for the rate, you
Well,
know?
I'm sure if it resolves, it's incredible. I mean, a 6 mana giant blue spell in your main phase is a little ambitious in the average CDH pod.
For sure.
Mox Opal added to the mix for Andy. Drawn a lot of cards thanks to Ristic Study and Archivist of Ogma. I believe now firmly a player in this game. If there were any doubts prior from the low mulligan and the unexciting turns, certainly has found his way in this game in the slog of Orcish Bowmaster interactions. But Max, I think, still firmly in the lead as we move back to Ian's turn with Mana Crypt potentially still chipping away at his life. I mean, Ian kind of the pressured to act first by virtue of threats to his own life total. These thralls not going to hold it down forever.
And we see him losing the Crypt, going to 14. We're not going to take any more damage. The Bowmasters is gone.
Bowmasters, we're done. We're done with that stage of the game. We're done
gone.
Bowmastering everybody. 2 more cards coming off of the Tevesh Plus, sacrificing one of the thralls. And Ian, I mean, a pile of mana to work with. Had a bunch of mana last turn cycle. Not a lot to do with it. We'll see if that changes. Ragavan, not exciting on this board.
Not great. But we're deploying it because Bowmasters is gone.
Finally done with the Bowmasters. Still not a lot of good attacks.
Yeah.
And I believe a tapped land and a pass of the turn. In step. Tim gonna
Here's
untap.
the Manamo trick.
Yeah, untap the One Ring with Manamo. Gonna get to activate it again. No Bowmasters to really stop that from happening. And now Tim has the potential to really set this turn off, being able to activate the One Ring twice and quickly catch up on cards. We'll see if he can close the door on this game this turn, though. A lot of mana held up by all the players here. Gonna be a tough fight with no silence effects really available to Tim in his color pile. See if he has some of the, what's the one green guy?
Dosen and D-Grid. And if you're crazy, I've seen some Dargo Thrasios decks playing Tidal Barracuda.
Any City of Solitude gamers?
Any City of Solitude enjoyers? Isan Staples, City of Solitude?
How about neither? How about no defense grid, no Dosen? No
we're just going to shove it in your face. That's, I guess. Yeah, I mean.
That seems to be the current strategy, as we're going to tap 2 mana for CEDH. There's likely a land coming. That's typically the play pattern you see with this. And that is an Arid Mesa, which is going to go ahead and put CEDH in the bend to its own trigger. 2 colorless mana floating from it. Prior to that, though, as here comes Arid Mesa effect, which will, of course, draw Andy a card off of Archivist of Ogma once we are done with the search.
Archivist of Ogma, at this point, is looking, I think, the best Archivist of Ogma has ever looked. Especially given that we see Max pitching a tutor into discard. I wonder if the Archivist plays into that. Yeah.
A lot of fetches used. I mean, this Archivist of Ogma drawn 3-4 cards. You want to talk about comparisons to Sylvan Library. This one did not cost 10 and was not on suspend. Or sorry, it cost 8 life and is not on suspend. Actually gained you life. So if you're going to talk about stonks and card advantage engines, Archivist of Ogma, not a card I'm high on. Still better than Sylvan Library.
Still better than Sylvan Library.
Like,
if you want to know more about Sylvan Library, you can head over to Commander's Herald and search Drake Sasser.
You'd think I'm a sponsor the way I'm getting plugged here. I love this. As here comes a One Ring tap. 4 cards coming for Tim. Of course, this is the first activation. Can untap it at the cost of Manamo plus a blue mana. Of course, we'll untap a legendary permanent, the One Ring legendary, which will give him 5 cards. Can have up to 9 additional cards this turn off of that kind of interaction alone.
Yeah, I mean, huge burst potential here. At any point, resolving a dockside into this board is quite large. You can draw into your Underworld Breach game plan. Any of your, you draw 9 cards plus the 3 that you drew at the end of the last turn. Huge burst potential here. I think things are gonna get a little crazy. Relic of Legends is a fun card.
Combo piece, I believe.
I mean,
this particular setup.
It makes 3 mana. I don't know if it's a combo piece, but it does make 3 mana right now.
I thought there was some kind of
combo. Be a combo piece in Dargo Thrasios.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I mean, gonna make a bunch of mana along with Rog and Thrasios alone.
Yeah.
So basically mana neutral heads up if you're willing to tap all of your creatures. And here comes the Minamo interaction, it looks like. Chrome Mox alongside Minamo, untapping the One Ring. And now the One Ring tapped right away. Doesn't mean we're going to have to do discards, but we'll see if he's going to deploy some stuff in the meantime.
Well, I mean, we have to reach the end of his turn to go to discard, and I think that is the thing he is trying to avoid.
This is a newer build of Rog Thrasios that looks to do stuff with Atali Primal Conqueror being in the deck. Just kind of the big creature style setup, mimicking maybe a little bit of what Kinnan has going on, but actually just getting access to red as well. Not exactly sure where things are going to land on that axis, but you know, if we're looking to win the game this turn, it probably involves some of those cards.
I believe it's a Dockside and Temur Sabertooth type joint.
It is. It is.
We've seen Mike Sad yesterday also playing a very similar brew of Rog Thrasios with the Atali and the infinite mana. Rog Thrasios. I remember the early days of Rog Thrasios where it was polymorph and only one person was playing it, but top 16ing everything. And I think that there is definitely time for a resurgence of decks like Dargo Thrasios and Rog Thrasios. I think Temur is pretty well positioned right now, actually, which is a thing that I never thought I'd say. It looks like we are channeling a Boseiju.
Yeah.
No,
we're casting
Archdruid's Charm. Let's get a Dockside to our hand. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, Dockside to hand. I mean, even Cradle to play. I mean, this card looks incredible in this deck.
Archdruid's Charm
alongside Relic of Legends.
I've been testing this card in Animar. It has been overperforming significantly every time I have cast it. It has won me the game. So,
I mean, in Nichilo, I've played a lot of Eladomri's Call, and this card for decks that can cast it better than that. So I think that Dockside did go to hand as you correctly called out. This card worth a ton. We did see Andy show a card off. Wonder if he has something to say about this Dockside potential.
We will see.
Look here comes Dockside Extortionist. That triggers Ristic Study. Draw for Andy very quickly. Tim says no pay. Doesn't tell you to pay. Chooses not to. Potentially notable.
Spell Snare enjoyers?
I love a good Spell Snare. Spell Snare and Stern Scolding are my blade. Ian doesn't even want to see it. Take your cards somewhere else. Andy looking to throw cards to Ian. Doesn't look at it.
Cast your spell or don't.
Love it. Ian
Absolutely.
very much kind of pulling back from politics maybe a little bit.
I think, yeah, he is not in a particularly great situation to politic and does not want to be leaned on. Has the lowest life total at the table and arguably the least developed board. Does not want to be leaned on. Here is a Spell Snare.
Love it.
We've done
good.
it.
Spell Snare's so good in this current metagame. Both for Orcish Bowmasters, the clones, and of course the namesakes Dockside, Underworld Breach, cards of that ilk. Spell Snare doing a great counter spell impression here for 1 mana. You talk about kind of the develop of counter spells. I see people kind of pulling back from cards like Offer You Can't Refuse, Swan Song, cards like that, and more into Spell Snare, Stern Scolding. And I think that's the natural progression of CEDH and the way that things make sense to go for sure. And we'll see what Tim has to say about the Spell Snare card coming for Andy off of Ristic Study.
One of the things that we notice over time in CEDH is kind of like this kind of nebulous floating definition of what is good interaction in CEDH. And the era of slamming ad nauseum Dispel was very high. Now we are Spell Snare gamers. It kind of, your 1-minute interaction slots vary and they change, and it's the sign of a good player to be on top of that. And Spell Snare, I think, is what good players play. Flusterstorm coming down on.
I think it looks like a Fierce Guardianship potentially. It's some kind of free interaction defending the Dockside. And then now it looks like another follow-up from Tim.
Perhaps
Can't really see the
Fluster
interaction
back.
he's using. So yeah, Fluster on whatever free spell that Tim cast to defend Dockside. I didn't see any pitch happening, so Fierce Guardianship is my guess. Could also be SWAT or something of that like. And
could
now
played
a 1 mana
Veil,
follow-up.
perhaps. I can't really see.
We have
It was a
Volcanic
Fluster back.
Island.
Okay.
Volcanic Island. Yeah, it is going to be Flusterstorm, but I think he can pay. Maybe. It looks like he's paying 2 for something. I mean, it's more than 2. You would have to pay quite a bit. You have to pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, you have to pay quite a bit, but it looks like everything is getting countered. Yeah, okay, we're back to spell snare targeting Dockside. Yeah, so it looks like the stack cleared there. Whatever happened there with fluster on fluster action did not go Tim's way, and I believe that's correct. So actually what realistically happened there is I think you don't have to pay for all of them. You need to pay for some of them, and whoever has more mana typically wins. So that's the way flusters on fluster action works. Even though you play the later one, you get one extra copy. If you have mana to pay over the person who just cast it, so Tim had no mana, Andy had just tapped his crypt, paid for 2 of them, and that took care of the fluster. I believe that's what just happened there.
I think I agree with your assessment.
Yeah, fluster on fluster action can be really tough to navigate. Andy doing a good job there, understanding, exactly how that was going to play out. Did mean that Tim's Dockside did not resolve. All those cards from Tim now not going to be able to deploy thanks to Dockside being countered. Spent 5 mana to get that Dockside into play, both the Archer's Charm to find it and the Dockside itself, of course. So that was Tim's big hurrah at it. Now Max Sternberg under a little bit of pressure to get something done here. I mean, you talk about the feeling of the game. I think we're approaching the end game. People need to start winning, or the person after you is going to. And that feels where this game is at. And a lot of players still have a lot of mana up for interaction. So Sternberg's going to have an uphill battle for it without something like Veil of Summer or that to function as a silence for him. So we'll see what he has cooked up.
We did use a lot of interaction in that turn cycle, and the chat is saying this is a classic Wounded Satellite win, where all the interaction goes off and Max being patient wins the game. I honestly, I see that as a feature, not a bug. Being patient and
like navigating those spots is just raw CEDH talent that you're looking at. And of course, the One Ring going to give a huge ding here, 5 to Max, but of course then can be tapped for 6 cards. And he's gonna go ahead and move that thing as the board gets crazy. He's like, look, my Chromax taps for blue. Let me get this Perplexing Chimera in exile. And there we go. We're gonna get a blue underneath to clean up the board a little bit. I appreciate gestures like that. It does make things more clear for me and for you all at home. As we take 5 damage down to 16, similar to Ian's life total, who we also have been talking about having a low life total. Gonna go ahead and tap it after that. 6 cards coming for Max Sternberg. We'll see if his copy of the One Ring that has been on the table since turn 1, the very first turn of the game, can bring things home for him. A lot of interaction potentially still available at the table with Rhystic Study and a lot of mana left for Andy. Ian didn't commit too much, only a single spell snare, but Tim used a lot of his gas. Can't really expect Tim to be involved in any interactive fights over the course of this turn cycle. We'll see what Max cooks up as far as a win attempt goes. Thorn Mammoth still in play. Can do a good job cleaning up the creatures, but this game doesn't feel as much about the creatures right now. Not having Kinnan in play is a big deal. That one does still cost 4. A lot of mana to work with for Max right now. Again, let's see what he cooks up.
We have creatures in play. We have the ability to get Kinnan online with just tapping her Cradle. There's a lot of mana after that fact. 6 cards generally tends to heal all wounds.
Yeah, piles of cards. As we've seen, the reason the card Grizzlebrand is Grizzleband is that whole idea that 7 cards at a time. A lot of cards. And you can do it multiple times and all that jazz. Here we go. See what is going to happen on that angle.
Let's see if we're off to the races.
I think we're separating stuff that gets boosted by Kinnan from stuff that does not.
Yeah.
So playing Kinnan would actually give you another Thorn Mammoth fight. As well as, of course, juice up your Mox Amber Arcane Signet and Chrome Mox. Does that accomplish anything? Not clear. Thankfully, time has been added to the screen there. You can see that. 18 minutes left. Still plenty of time. This game feels like it is coming to a natural conclusion in this turn cycle. Now, who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. A lot of spells left to be cast before we can declare a winner of this pod. A lot on the line for these players. Number 4 on our leaderboard, Max Sternberg, active player right now, plays Waterlogged Grove. And number 3 on our leaderboard, Ian, playing his winning in. Could be on the outside looking into this top 16 if he cannot close here, as here comes 4 mana Kinnan, which will trigger the Thorn Mammoth and juice up all of the permanents there on the right. Gaia's Cradle, Mox Amber, Arcane Signet, Chrome Mox, all going to produce an additional mana as soon as Kennen enters, making him functionally free.
Kennen, I mean, Max has eliminated 3 of his colored pips, but given himself 4 mana off a Cradle instead of 3. I think that'll probably end up working out in his favor, but Kennen's got to resolve first. There is handfuls of cards. Okay, Kennen has resolved. Okay.
Yeah, Kennen just resolved. And that means that we're going to make a ton of mana in this. Oh, here comes a ton of mana tapping. 4, 7, another big creature. It's Hullbreaker Horror!
Uncounterable. Uncounterable. Has the game ended?
Draw a card for Andy. Some cards still work. Can't be counted as the end-all be-all. Cards like Mindbreak Trap do work.
Yeah. It would need to be hard cast, I believe.
But that doesn't hit creatures. Yeah, I mean, need to be hard cast right now. Only 2 spells played. Very heads up from Max, making Hullbreaker Horror card number 2. Only 2 mana left over after that. Have to imagine it's going to be more than good enough. Not clear if we missed our Thorn Mammoth trigger. I mean, it's any creature, right? For Kennen?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Probably does not matter. It looks like we're doing some conversation here. I mean, Kennen not that important for the Hullbreaker Horror math. We do have a 0 in play in the form of Mox Amber and Thrasios and Kennen. So you have 2 different things that will allow your Mox Amber to make mana. So infinite mana, very possible. Alongside Mana Vault and the other spells, assuming you have a spell follow-up. So now what to do about Hullbreaker Horror? What can you do about Hullbreaker Horror? It looks like it's in play. Reaching for mana is Max Sternberg. It's Felwar. Thinking about Felwar Stone. That will trigger Hullbreaker Horror. That will target Mox Amber. This threatens to be infinite mana right here. Players have to act. Now, there is a Ristic Study in play.
Yeah.
But we can start paying, right? Because the Felwar Stone will make 2. So
yes, we can pay.
We'll
net 1 mana if we pay every time.
Here's Felwar Stone on the stack. Trigger. Targeting Mox Amber. Response from Andy. Tapping a mana. Is it Swords to Plowshares?
We also have Mana Vault, which makes it a little more clean.
Sure. Yeah, here comes Cyclonic Rift. Targeting Hullbreaker Horror.
Likely Hullbreaker Horror.
Stack. Yeah. Convoke time? Convoke time?
We are courting.
Chord of Calling. X equals 1. That will trigger Hullbreaker Horror again. What are we targeting with the Hullbreaker Horror trigger?
Likely the Psych Rift.
Yeah, Psych Rift can't be recast. We don't have another artifact. Mox Amber doesn't make mana.
Mox Opal is offline. We only have 1 mana available to us from Andy.
Oh no, this might be good enough. We'll see.
Might be sufficient.
What we can do. That Chord of Calling, very timely from Max Sternberg. Of course, a lot of resources to work with this one ring that has been just going to town.
Yep, okay, so that'll be the target. Ian, though, biding his time. Established commanders could just be biding his time waiting.
You think we're going to see something like a Red Blast coming out now?
It could be a Blast. It could be another Cyclonic Rift. Could be holding up Mindbreak Trap. We'll see what happens.
Sure, Mindbreak Trap now online. Can tag both the stone and the Chord, but still doesn't get the Hullbreaker Horror off the table.
And that's a Chord for 1?
I don't think the Chord for 1 actually. I mean, it's like a mana dork, right?
Is there a Sylvan Safekeeper in the list?
Swan Song is targeting.
Probably targeting the Chord to generate a Ristic Draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're generating a Ristic Draw here. Yeah, quick look here. Birds, Elvish Mystic, Pandorn Elves, Llanowar Elves. No Sylvan Safekeeper. Choosing to go with Spellskite instead as the creature protection of choice, but cannot find it off X equals 1.
We're going to take a Swan, it looks like. Chord of Calling has done the thing that it needed to do.
I believe Chord of Calling inconsequential beyond just bouncing, and now we have bounced Mox Amber. The draw from Ristic Study, Mox Amber in hand. I mean, this indicates that the table might just be out of things to interact.
Certainly could be the case.
Yeah, and here's Mox Amber. That will return Mana Vault, which will trigger Ristic Study. I think we can start paying now.
I think Max could pay, but might have interaction, so we want to leave our blue up.
I mean, yeah, just a pile of cards for
Yeah.
Max. Although, Court of Calling, maybe not the best one to use.
So paying with the floating blue, and I think that unless there's interaction in Andy's hand right now, I think
Yeah, I think that's the door on
so
everything.
there's the vault, and yeah, game over, man. Game
Oh
over.
my goodness. What an electric game. Max Sternberg, someone that was ahead since turn 1, looking to close it out off the back of exactly what he put into play turn 1. A bunch of mana and the One Ring, constantly fought over making sure the One Ring could draw cards unimpeded, has done a good job making sure that can happen.
Here's the Mind Break Trap. Mind Break Trap coming down on the Mana. Is the Mana Vault on the stack? Is that
no?
Where are we at?
I think we're targeting the Mox Amber.
I don't think that does it.
No, Felwar Stone plus Mana Vault, I think still is more than enough.
Felwar Stone plus Mana Vault
does generate a Ristic draw.
Max content to allow that Mind Break Trap to resolve. We generate a Ristic draw, but
still on the stack. We found something. City Brass being tapped pretty quickly here. I think you want to wait. If you're this far, I think you want to wait until he casts Mana Vault.
Yeah.
We're just going to counter all the artifacts. That would be gas.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, here comes Mana Vault. That's going to trigger and target something.
Yeah, I mean, even Chrome Mox gets there at this point because the Thrasios is already in play. So we have a colorless outlet.
Yeah, I mean, Grim Monolith also. Everything works.
So hard to stop him from getting.
We're tapping mana very quickly. What is it?
Is this a silence? I think that is like the silver bullet, right? Silence.
I mean, Source of Plowshares. Yeah, there's a few cards that work. It's Source of Plowshares. Targeting Hullbreaker Horror. I mean, this is good enough. And there's a blue floating for Max. It's got to be there. He's got to have something with the blue floating.
Endurance
does it because it triggers Hullbreaker Horror.
No, it triggers Hullbreaker Horror.
Endurance, pitch, and Green Sun's Zenith triggers Hullbreaker Horror, targets Source of Plowshares, threatening to put the swords back to hand for Andy card coming. Have to counter an ability SWAT or something of the like. I believe Tim just flashed his own Hullbreaker Horror in hand. I mean, we mentioned this was a game where every player has Hullbreaker Horror, but you can't cast it till the turn you're going to win with it. Max is doing a good job of that here right now, putting his graveyard in the bottom of his library with the Endurance trigger. And that's going to get sacrificed. Swords went back to hand. We stacked it to where the Endurance went back on the deck. So yeah, you could do that where the evoke happens, then the ability happens, and that's on bottom. And so now back to comboing, says Max Sternberg.
Now give me, hold my beer. I'm trying to finish this game.
Can you just let me finish comboing, please? Begs Wounded Satellite. Very licking his chops for another top 16 cut for number 4 on our leaderboard. Here's Chrome Mox, as you mentioned, good enough with the colorless outlet already in play. Mana floating, and floating the 3 mana, of course, plenty of mana to work with now. The question is entirely about cards. And it looks like this is going to be enough alongside Thrasios. More than enough time, more than enough resources. Ian can only look on.
A draw does not help people here either. We gotta.
Yeah, has to be a win. For top 16. No draw options on the table like we have seen in some other pods. Potential for draws in spot like this. Not on the table. It looks like Max Sternberg going to be punching his ticket to the Punt City 3 top 16 with this win. Of course, pushing out number 3 on our leaderboard, Ian Flannery. And of course, a good fight from both Andy and Tim. Andy doing a bunch of action here in this final turn cycle.
A Simic Signet.
Simic Signet going to do more than good enough job sealing the rest of this game as far as colored pips are concerned. And I believe now we can begin to pay for every iteration. We're making more than enough mana to be mana positive for Ristic Study. Did manage to find a card, I think, off Ristic Study. Does Ian have something?
I'm not sure. What are we doing?
2 colorless floating. Bounce. Oh, I see. We're Hullbreaker Horroring other people's stuff.
Yeah.
That's where the game's at. We just have so many spells. We can just do it all. Don't need to bounce around stuff. I'm good. Don't care. Hullbreaker Horror really demonstrating its CEDH chops, being both uncounterable and a combo piece. Such a big deal. Creatures hard to counter at a baseline. And of course, this one not even counterable at all, as it says on the card.
Hullbreaker Horror is so good that they had to nerf it in Arena to make it possible to play against it. Like, they had to take uncounterable away from it. Good card.
Did they? Did
Yeah.
they actually do that? That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
In Arena, they
Oh my
nerfed it
goodness.
to not be uncounterable.
Yeah, Hullbreaker Horror, very, very strong. And we're seeing exactly why right here, right now, functioning as interaction, combo piece, uncounterability, functioning with all of the broken mana that CDH is known for. But of course, I don't want to downplay the One Ring's impact. And of course, August Bowmaster's impact on this game. Been entirely the texture of this game has been around those powerful Lord of the Rings cards, and Hullbreaker Horror, just the most efficient thing to slam the door on the game, as we see all 4 decks supporting it. And Max Sternberg, the one able to leverage its power first.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it, Max with the turn 1 Ring drew 21 cards this game. That is,
Yeah, I mean, that's absurd. That's
yeah.
Ristic Study numbers, right? Like, we're just
Yeah,
talking about absurd amounts of mana.
just a
Ian
huge
has
amount.
something?
Brain freeze. Oh, lordy.
What does this do? So Endurance is the bottom card of Max Sternberg's library.
We're in the bottom cards of Max Sternberg's library.
How does this work? So I assume we made infinite mana. He declared infinite mana and then went to do something else. And the Storm Trigger means that you can't bounce the Brain Freeze, like, and just have it go away. The Storm Trigger's going to take care of things, and this could potentially be problematic.
It could be if we've declared a loop of generating infinite mana, then we're trying to count Storm.
Oh, then I guess we have not declared any kind of loop. Oh boy, which means we need to rebuild the number of times that we've recast these artifacts.
Yeah,
and it is a lot.
Is quite a few.
Oh boy! Thankfully, we have a head judge here to rewind things. I believe. I mean, I don't really want to speculate that much, but I think we're at like Chromox 1, Simic Signet 1, Felwar Stone 1, Mana Vault 3, Chromox also 1, Port of Calling, Endurance. I mean, there's just so many.
The storm count is very high. We had the Mindbreak Trap, the Swan Song.
Oh boy! We're getting pen and paper out. We're gonna be here a minute.
Yeah,
oh,
we're gonna count.
Oh, this is why you track Storm. I mean, this is the catch-22 of having Brain Freeze in your hand when someone's doing an infinite Storm combo. Is like, you don't want to be like, hey, what's Storm count? Because then you give away that you have Brain Freeze.
Right. You need to do it like every
it's
turn.
on you to always count Storm. If you're the one casting a bunch of spells, you're the active player. You should be doing this. It is this. Oh boy, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
it's
we
kind
can
of
get
a
time
mess
extension for these players too.
Yeah,
that's tough. And now, especially when you're talking about playing and replaying things, you can't just like count permanents. You have to be like, okay, how many times did you cast Mana Vault? And it's just not obvious without trying to exactly recount the entirety of what happened on this turn to derive that. It's very important to keep. I mean, I can't stress it enough. Clear communication is so important here.
Robert Schweitzer in the chat saying this is where you need audio, and I agree. If you like to hear for an hour, you'll love the table audio. Oh my god!
I've done a couple experiments with table audio. I really think you have to put a lot of production value into it, and you have to have a trusted set of players not to say anything that would be considered.
Well, I mean, right? Isn't that the issue?
Compromise the integrity of your streams. Well, there's a lot of issues, unfortunately, because I had a vision for CEDH commentary and coverage to look a lot like poker, where you have like people at a table, some commentators kind of mapping out things, and then we also just get the banter. But the problem is, A, people talk way more in CEDH than they do in poker. B, the quality of production needed is just exceeds the current budget limitations of any and all CDH coverage. And yeah, D is you need to trust your players not to say anything compromising to your stream for any of the platforms that we may be streaming on. And that's just not where we're at. We're talking about featuring random players and things like that. So even though we have judges there, like matches like these, they can't be there all the time, and you can't we don't have any like active replay system to prevent things from being aired that shouldn't be or whatever. So, there are limitations and there's some issues, and maybe one day we will be able to have player audio alongside commentators, but I don't think that's where we're at as of today.
I think it's the ultimate goal, but we'll get there. Jacob Price says, can you just respond to Brain Freeze by drawing the deck with Thrasios, hold up the endurance, and go from there? No, because he has not declared a loop.
So that's exactly the timing here is, we have not declared infinite mana, and that's why you have to pull the trigger before the infinite storm. Like, you could be like, okay, I'm going to cast this infinite times. Okay, well, on your first activation, I'm going to Brain Freeze you. Like, okay, well, in response, I'm just going to draw my whole deck. So you have to do it at the sub-infinite moment like this and hope that you mill everything that matters, which includes like your Eternal Witness that can't still be in the deck. Like, you have to mill all of the recursive pieces and basically just leave Max with nothing that matters. It's a desperation play for sure, but I mean, it's not 0%er. You could actually just hit everything. But the problem is Endurance is still on the bottom of the library, I think.
Yeah, Endurance is one of the last cards in the library.
So you might just have to mill everything.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how deep this Brain Freeze is, right? I think we've established what the storm count is.
Yeah, we're milling cards, so I believe we're approaching a number. And if there's any way to get another Brain Freeze over the line from somebody like Andy, I don't know if that's even possible. But
I mean, there are so many outs for Max, like Colossal Sky Turtle, Eternal Witness, Endurance.
Right. Whatever he has in hand versus whatever's in the deck. It's certainly a desperation play from Ian, but I mean, you have to take it. And there's a potential here. I mean, there's a real conversation about whether this does anything or not. And have we finished resolving Brain Freeze? Brain Freeze is in the yard, which would indicate potentially that we have used everything.
Robert Schweitzer, Endurance is in the library because you can stack the triggers such that Endurance dies and then its trigger to shuffle in the graveyard goes off.
Yeah, so we evoked Endurance and then had the evoke sacrifice happen prior to the Endurance trigger itself resolving, which was targeting Max. So it is just at the bottom of the library among those cards that were shuffled back in. Which now, shockingly relevant. Talk about never seeing the Endurance player win. I mean, that Endurance looking pretty relevant right here. And we are now, I believe, beginning to establish the loop a little bit more cleanly. And now we're starting to net mana as well. So we're paying every time for Rhystic Study, I believe. I think that's part of the loop demonstration we're doing here, because Mana Vault's going to make 4. And Path's of Negation is coming down on this, Chrome
Mox, I think, yeah.
We're so deep into this turn. I feel like this could have been used to help build. Maybe the Brain Freeze was premature. Here comes Dispel. Firing back triggers. You have to actually use something because Hullbreaker Horror trigger is not enough. And here comes Dispel going after Pact of Negation. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Brain Freeze maybe could have got a few more cards based on this interaction. Could have been a little bit more table talk prior to Brain Freeze being cast. But I love this. Andy, Ian, everybody at the table, not willing to give up just yet. Even though it feels fruitless, Hullbreaker Horror, a tough card to fight through. Players doing their best. Hullbreaker Horror doing its best.
Not only does the Dispel counter the Pact of Negation, you can bounce another permanent here.
I'm shocked we have not bounced the Rhystic Study. I don't know if we're just trying to flex that we can pay for it or whatever, but it feels like this Rhystic Study could have just been bounced 2 or 3 iterations ago, and we would have been done. What's going on here? That is my assessment. But again, I think you can actually just pay for it over and over again, and so it doesn't actually matter.
It doesn't actually matter.
It does make this take longer, which from this seat is more of the frustration point than anything else. This feels like Max has it rolled up, even though the players are still fighting. Maybe it'll be enough, but I tell you what, I'm not optimistic.
It feels pretty zipped up to me, but isn't there a chance Max still gets in on good breakers? I mean, Max will get in by winning the game, certainly.
Yeah, I think Max is going to get in just by winning. Ian will not get in on good breakers.
Okay, we are silencing with 3-ball. Okay, game over.
Stop it.
All right. 3-ball is the silence here. That works. That's good.
Yeah, Mana Vault will net a mana each time off the iteration. Wait, does this actually work? So Mana Vault costs 3, makes 4. Cast Simic Signet costs 3, and then you use the activation to make 3.
Yeah.
Then Mana Vault costs 3, makes 4.
Yeah.
But we don't make infinite mana that way.
We net 1, I believe. Right? Between Chromox is... Oh, it's true.
Chromox. You can use Chromox plus
Yeah.
Mana Vault. I think that's infinite mana.
Yeah, Chromox and Mana Vault. Yep, you net 1.
Because Chromox just costs 3 and then bounces
Yeah.
the Mana Vault, which costs 1, and then...
Yeah. I
Wait.
think you... No,
that costs
wait.
3.
That's even mana every iteration.
How are we drawing cards?
Thrasios or the One
Yeah, I'm
Ring.
talking about how do we have infinite mana to draw cards?
Yeah, I actually don't know that. I mean, maybe
there's some communication that could have happened here. We could have made infinite mana prior to
Grim
casting
Monolith,
the
Monolith, and Mana Vault could do that because they both make 4.
Sure, both cost 3, make 4. Sure,
Yeah.
both cost 3, make 4. That nets a mana each time.
Yeah.
Right. Either way, there's a way to do it. Trinisphere going to be more than good enough to get the job done and really kind of act as a silence for Max Sternberg, who's going to win this game. Punch his ticket to top 16, number 4 on our leaderboard, looking to pass Ian, number 3 on our leaderboard, who, based on this result, is going to be on the outside looking in. Very rare case where Ian misses top 16. He's been on quite a tear in CEDH. May have finally been shown he can bleed by Max Sternberg, who we will be seeing more of in the very next round in top 16.
Yeah, I mean, with this, we will see Max Sternberg jump Ian 1 place on the TopDeck Championship Series ladder. Unfortunate for Ian, but a clinic in playing Kinnan put on by Max. Very good win. Hullbreaker Horror and the Power of Creatures on full display. How many Orcish Bowmasters did we see? 3, 4?
Oh, 4 is the low end. I mean, we saw Flesh Duplicate, Raw Bowmasters, and I think a Metamorph. So
yeah.
I think it was 5. I mean, I'd have to go back and look, but it was 4 or 5 Bowmasters involved, multiple One Rings involved, including one on turn 1 for Max Sternberg, which went on to win him the game. An explosive turn 1 that the table tried a little bit to work together and stymie the development of. However, it would just prove to be too much. Over and over again, Max weaseled himself into spots where he was able to activate his One Ring with no Orcish Bowmasters in play, and that was the key to success. And eventually, he just had enough resources to overwhelm the table, leveraging his first seat at the table. And in top 16 goes Max Sternberg. Now, of course, plenty of other players playing and drawing in some instances their case of the top 16. So with this, as you can see, I believe on screen, you have the time at -4 minutes. We will be wrapping up this round number 7, the final round of Swiss, and then we will have a top 16 here at our second platinum event of the year, Punt City 3. Everybody has shown up, as Memo put it in his winner's interview, and I believe we should be seeing Memo again in top 16 as well. A lot of familiar faces and familiar names, a lot of familiar decks, same great format, a lot of awesome stuff coming in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, everyone came out to play. All the killers are here, and it looks like perhaps Memo's trip across the pond will have been worth it. We have both Maxes from Colors Are a Crutch, seemingly having locked their way in, so we'll see if we can get the battle of the Maxes in top 16. Please, Command Tower. Make them
Colors
fight
are
each other.
indeed a crutch. Both players playing 2 color decks, you know, doing their own thing, doing what they do well. Talion and Kinnan, both powerful decks in their own right, and maybe living up to their name. I appreciate it. Nothing like good branding. Being able to show up and put your money where your mouth is what I love most about tournament magic. And, you know, once again, all that action coming to you very, very soon, top 16. You're not going to want to miss this. The conclusion of our second platinum event. A lot of leaderboard changes already up in the air, with potentially more to come. The invitational leaderboard fight is heating up, and Punt City 3 is, you know, still a lot more to determine, but already high stakes for everybody involved. Not going to want to miss these last 2 rounds of top 16 and finals. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with more CEDH action in one more round.
We're back. Post round 7. All right. All right, we're live again. We're post round 7. Going into the semis, the top 16, what do we call it? Where are you at?
We ID'd, so I believe I'm in top 16. I think the cutoff is going to be 17 points, and I have 17.
Okay, good. So it might come down to breakers?
It might, but I think 116 is going to get in.
Okay.
It really depends on who wins, but it's either going to be cut on 17 or there's going to be 1 or 2 16s.
Now, if you're lower in points, does that change the pod or the seats that you have?
Yeah, but I didn't care.
Okay, fair.
I want to play Magic.
I love it. And you're on Sisay.
I'm on Sisay, and it's traditional. I don't know what this clam chowder thing is, but, whatever.
I love it. So who are you expecting to see? Who else do we know is in there? Jorman's in there, right?
Jorman's in there, and my luck, I'm going to get paired right with Jorman, and that's fine. I was paired with Tad, Zane, and another person last round. So.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But, as a Patreon here, I got the
big draws.
Sad Nas.
Well, that's what we're hoping, because you're not on Nas, so we're hoping everybody else's Nas are big sad.
Exactly.
Listen, I don't know how much you're allowed to disrupt people while they're going through ad Nas lines and flipping cards over, but you just got to chant, 3 drop, 3 drop, 3 drop. When anybody...
Yeah, come on, flip that Force of Will every single time.
Yup, I love it. What do we got? That shirt gives 2%, plus 2% win percentage.
That's correct.
Yep, you get a little buff to your rolls there.
Yeah, exactly.
It means, yeah, I believe in it. So, it's like I talked to you like 15 minutes ago, it feels like, so I'm like struggling here. I was told not to tell people that I'm struggling for trying to figure out commentary, but that's okay. What's your takeaway from this weekend so far? If you had something to tell people about CEDH, about this event, what would, advice, that kind of thing, what would you have to say?
So I'd say the event is not all about winning and being sweaty. It's about coming, playing some good Magic, and just playing some games, like hanging out with your friends, making friends. I mean, that's what this stuff's about.
I mean, I think that's a really awesome part of in-person CEDH events is that you get to sit across the table from somebody, and then throughout the rest of the weekends, these people you've had matches with, you've built a rapport with them. You sat down with them for 30, 40 minutes, and they got a little bit of your rhetoric. You maybe cracked a joke they liked, or you resolved a spell they never seen.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many people between yesterday and today came up to me and said, "You're Dio? You're the Dio guy?" And yeah. So,
you're a named man. So there's a series of fantasy books I read, and the guys from the north, they're all these hardened barbarian guys. And when they do enough deeds, when they do enough things to make a name for themselves, their Carl, their boss, will give them a name, or they'll end up having a name. So they'll be Rudd Three Trees, but his name's not Three Trees, but he got that name from being out there being a hardo. So Dio, you are now a named man.
Well, there aren't too many people up on the board there with one single word for their names.
Hell yeah. So it's recognizable as well, which we love. But now it comes with two things. It comes with notoriety, but it also comes with a target on your back. But you know what? The best thing you can do about that is you wear that target proud, man. You just say, listen, I'm a threat. I take that as a compliment.
Every time.
Awesome. Thanks for chopping it up, as always.
Thank you.
Whoop. So that's Dio, possibly locked in. Oh, we got the hot seat over here. We're going to show you guys what the hot seat. Oh, nice. We got to show this. This has been a consistent staple throughout the weekend. Is a mini Smash tournament here, 2-person Smash tournament throughout the whole weekend, which I think is the funniest thing ever. So these guys have been absolutely killing it. Have you guys just been jamming the same 2 characters into each other the whole time? Awesome. Good. Variety. So we've got a couple of games going here still. So this one's going. That's an absolutely banger pod. Oh, my goodness. We love to see pods like this, and everybody's still in it. Love seeing Timmy up there as well as Ian and Max, and I think that's Freedom Waffle, I think. So, and then looks like that's a game that's still going over there, and 1 or 2 still going over there as well. So I'm just trying to get balance, get some feedback from everybody for the day. Oh, it looks like we've got a game going over here still as well at the very end of the table. So we're going to come in. How many off-meta decks have made it into the top 16? I'm not sure. We'll have to check in a little bit. But for now, we're going to show you guys what this looks like as well. We've got another pod going over here. Oh, nice. We've got a few favorites in here. We've got the Architect. Looks like an ID. I'm not sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for 1 or 2 of them to stand up. Hopefully some people who have good attitudes. Sometimes people stand up from that sort of decision making and they don't want to talk about it. They say, I don't want nothing to do with it. I didn't like the way that rolled out. And it takes a few minutes. You got to go do a lap around the venue and tell people, you got to go do a lap around the venue and say, I need a breather right now. That got me heated, you know? It's hard to be in the position that I'm in where I want to talk to everybody, but I know that sometimes right after a mat, tensions are high, even if we're shaking hands. We say, I bought some gold border cards yesterday. The dude in the LGS gave me some grief about how you couldn't use them in CEDH. It depends on the LGS, honestly. So it is dependent on the LGS, so if it's his game store and he's running the CEDH events, he has every right to tell you, you cannot use those in our CEDH events. If you're just playing CEDH with your friends, he can, I'm trying to find a way to put this lightly, but he can suck eggs. He can go suck eggs if you're just playing with your friends. But if it's his events, it's up to the TO. It's up to the people who are putting the events together. Honestly, Peacecraft, I think that's, yeah, you treat it the same way as a proxy, but if a tournament organizer says a no proxy event, then you can't use them. If it's a proxy-friendly event, or if you check with them beforehand, hey, I've got some gold border ones, that's all you got to do, you know, and if that's the case, maybe just sub them out for something else. So that's my 2 cents for sure. All right, we're gonna come in and elbow you. What just happened there? What was what's the on the scene report?
Well, they were all playing for a draw because I think all 3 of them were locked except for the Sisei player, and they killed the Sisei player, so they got the draw.
Okay, so the Sisei player does not get a point, but the other 3 do?
No, they all get a point.
Oh, okay, interesting.
The Sisei player needed a win, and the other 3 needed a draw. So they were
I see.
a draw. Yep.
Interesting. So
about, I think, 8 copies of Krark and Veyran, so every spell would be copied like 10 times or more.
that's a tough way to shake out for sure. It's the intentional draw system is really interesting. It's something that you see people a lot, especially in this 6th and 7th round, people who are like, I just need the 1 point to stay where I am. It sucks to kind of come out of that on the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak, but at the same time, it is a symptom of the ship running smoother in general.
It feels bad, but you're playing for your outs, right? You're trying to get top 16, and that's all that matters. You're being competitive, but yeah, it is a feels bad for sure.
So what are your takeaways from the weekend?
It was a great weekend. I had lots of good games. I'm at 19 points, so I should be locked in for
nice.
First or second seat. But yeah, tournament was awesome. Everyone came, all the friends, all the big names. So this was the one to be at. Excited to see top 16 and top 4. We'll see how that goes.
I've been really happy to see a lot of familiar names and faces on the top 16. It's almost across the board people who have a notoriety in the community, and also who I have a vested interest in seeing do good. Some more than others. Not gonna lie, I'm biased for sure.
We all have our favorites, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean that's also an earmark of it. The meta being in a good place, right, is that you can watch and have people you root for. I think about it like, you think about like the UFC, And the roster changes so consistently that if I go back to watching UFC 2 years later, I don't necessarily know who the champions are. When I watch a main event, I don't know who these fighters are. But with CEDH, I know who most of the people who I'm going to track are.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people say Commander's super random and there's no skill, but there are definitely consistent performers. So, I mean,
there's definitely
pudding, right?
It's a combination of both player skill and putting the non-gameplay skill to work as well.
Correct. Yeah, got to use those social skills, right?
One of the biggest takeaways, and I look at this, it was told to me by an old boss when I was doing sales, is what makes the best salesman is a quality that you can't quite quantify, and it's likability.
Right. Don't be a dick.
So if you come into CEDH games and you're not somebody who people enjoy playing with, or at least like don't actively dislike playing with, like that will color somebody's decision. If somebody does not like you and like actively wants to see you fail,
they're not giving you the wish claw.
No, they're not giving you the wish claw, and they're actively going to work against you. Any politicking you give will have a tinge of like, well, fuck this guy.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it happens all the time. Spite plays are real. It's part of the game. Try to avoid them, but you can't always avoid them.
What would you say your favorite match has been so far?
Maybe my last one. We had a lot of draw engines, 3 Ristics on board, and a Niv Mizzet. Went crazy. The Tameshi player gets a uncounterable board wipe, Supreme Verdict. So
wow.
With it, finally wipes the board. I have 0 creatures already.
Tameshi, which remind me.
So Tameshi is a Azorius commander that basically returns artifacts or enchantments from their graveyard to play.
Okay.
And what they could do is they loop. I don't know the whole combo. It's an artifact land, Lotus Bloom, and I think copy artifact. And
okay.
They basically loop their graveyard, draw their deck, and win with like Ballista combo or something.
Oh, nice.
So they're really hard to interact with. But yeah, they wipe the board and then they cast a silence. I cast a silence.
Sorry.
Bless you. I cast a silence on top and then was able to Born Upon a Wind into Dockside, Underworld Breach, bounce the Weathered Rune, Stone from Talion, win the game. But
awesome.
Born Upon a Wind, MVP for tournaments like this. People are playing for time. It went to time on his turn, and there's 2 turns before me, or 1 more turn before my turn. So without Born Upon a Wind, couldn't win that game.
That's really funny. In a tournament where we are not going to rounds, Born Upon a Wind becomes an absolute must.
Oh, it's like the best card in the deck now. I mean, not really, but it's the card I want to draw. Like when I have a Ristic Study, it's the card I'm always looking for.
Yep.
It's insane.
I've noticed that a lot of play patterns are starting to shake out the same way. So I started playing Flip Heliod a few months ago, and play patterns kind of play out the way that deck wants to play out. People are pushing on top of each other. People are pushing on top of stacks there. And I've heard over and over again people say everybody is waiting. The game right now is waiting.
We had a Heliod game earlier yesterday, and the Heliod ended up costing 14 before the end of the game, and it was able to be cast again and flipped that same turn. But we went to draw. So.
That's wild. And I don't know if I asked you this weekend, my hot take question for the weekend. Casual players or competitive players, CEDH or casual, who complains more?
Oh, God, that's hard. God, that's hard. I mean, maybe casual players, only because there's so many rule zeros, right, that are maybe unspoken or spoken, depending on your play group. But I don't know. CDH players complain a lot. We're all yappers, so.
Absolutely. There's a higher variance with casual, and also because of the idea that you'll be going to the same play group or the same LGS and playing with the same people, there are also emotional stakes built into your standard games.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know, but I think, honestly, after switching, I mean, I was a casual commander player before I started playing CDH, and I feel like it's less stressful and less hurt feelings in CDH overall. So, I don't know. Take that as you will.
I've long since been a proponent of, like, bad games have a huge resonating impact, especially in casual, because like I'm in a privileged enough place where I'm playing multiple games a week, but there was a point where I would spend all week waiting till Friday. Wait till Friday, and you go in and you have a vested interest in not having bad games because it is your one outlet for the week, and when you have a bad game, it is personal.
It is, and you're mad that someone attacked you and killed you first. Like, yeah, that sucks. But in CDH, everyone knows you're playing to win, you're playing to your outs. We all have a common goal, so they know it's not personal, right? Like, they're killing you, and there's probably a good reason for it. Sometimes there's some salt anyway, but most of the time we know there's a reason. So
I love it. We got 2MOU says we do be yapping.
We do be yapping.
Well, thanks for those of us at home. Who am I talking to right now?
Freedom Waffle, Evan Pierce. So yeah,
Evan, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Hell yeah. That's the kind of conversations we want to be having for sure. And I want to go through. We got musicals therapy, differences mindset for sure, for fun, and you're playing to win and learn. Pineapple Pizza Hot Pocket, we love you mainly for a Command Fest tournament. Figure gold borders will be a step above proxies. 50-50 on allowance there. So if it is at a Command Fest, they will typically, it's a sanctioned event, so they will typically not want you to be playing proxies, but you just got to run it by them. Be like, hey, can we do a deck check? Can we talk to you real quick? And they'll give you the rundown. Oh, what are these goobers doing? Are they doing basic lands or are they doing Dan? Let's take a look. Oh, Legacy. Okay. What Legacy deck?
Oh yeah. We're playing at random. I never played it, but it's Boros and it's stacks. It's got I'm playing Chalice and Ancient Tomb. I'm happy.
Awesome. All right, we're gonna go out to the sitting area and talk to some people and see how they're doing. We're going through here this way. Oh, and look, there's a whole room full of. We got the casual squad here. We got the absolutely no pressure games, and we're gonna see what people are doing. We got Jorman here. Okay. All right, Big Buddha, I caught you. What's the scoop?
I'm hungry, bro.
All right, fair enough. That's all we need.
We drew. I'm just not trying to get bubbled out of round one. First seat. And we about to see what happens in this top 16. Round 7 was a bloodbath, bro.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, no, I drew. I'm saying everybody else is round 7.
They're still doing the feature match right now.
Yeah, everybody is wilding. The numbers is crazy. People trying to bubble in. This round 7 was insane for some people. I'm glad I got the ID and chill.
Well, don't let me get in between you and the spinach noodles, all right? Get your food, get your weight up, and make sure you got your brain right for the next round, all right?
Ramp game, you're ready.
Oh, sorry, bud. Ooh, behind DJ here. And we're just going to kick Sam's bag onto the ground. And we're just going to sit down. We're live still, but we're giving the behind the scenes.
What up?
We're here in the casual corner with Sam.
Nothing casual about this, man. $50 comp decks. We're doing $50 combo. It's the big stinky 50.
The big stinky 50. Any salty stories?
Not really. From the weekend, you mean?
Sure.
Huh. Not super salty. Had a couple. I did have one game where like two players were getting pretty spicy with each other, and I had to be like, let's just calm down and take game actions and finish the game in time.
That's amazing.
They were like arguing.
Oh, this was in the tournament?
Oh, yeah. They were like fighting about a ranger captain because one dude was like politicking super hard to get rid of a ranger captain, and the other guy was like, I'm not even going to win with it. And he's like, but I don't want you to untap with it. And he's like, you just want it gone so I don't use it in your upkeep. And it was like, you guys have to stop fighting so we can play the game because we have
game action.
We have 8 minutes left on the clock, and like, come on.
So you're on, what's the name of your stupid $50 combo deck? What's the name of this deck?
So my $50 combo deck is called Gigantic Librarian, and it is Vol, Candlekeep Researcher, and Raised by Giants. So Vol can tap and make colorless mana equal to her toughness, and then Raised by Giants makes her a 10/10, so you tap, make 10 mana. You can only use it to cast spells, or you can only use it. You can't use it to cast spells from your hand. You can use it for activated abilities, all that kind of stuff.
Stuff from exile?
Yep.
Or the graveyard?
Yeah, or funnel it into mana abilities. Or you can scrub it through something where it's like like a filter effect, like pay 2 mana, make a mana of any color. You can scrub the colorless through that and then use it for anything.
You've beaten my ass with this deck at least once. How are you doing this game?
I'm not doing great this game. I had a very slow start, and there's an Aura Shards on board, and we're currently dying to Scoop comboing off right now.
Oh, that tracks. Is he on some like fake version of Krark-Saka?
No, he actually borrowed Kev's deck, just Kev's Will.
Okay, yep.
And it's Elmar and Bjorna, the Friends Forever, the Stranger Things. Stranger Things.
They were roommates.
Yeah. They were.
Awesome. So you're having a good weekend, you'd say?
Dude, fantastic weekend. Tournament yesterday was great. Loved my games. Dropped at the right time and just chilled hard, and it was super, super fun.
I know you had on Friday night. Friday night you had a really tough game with Charles, and then yesterday I saw you sitting down playing with him again. Did you have your redemption arc? How that game go?
Yeah, we did. It was good. We got stacked set pretty hard in that first game, and then in the game last night. Was much better. The stacks pieces weren't as soul crushing.
Awesome. I was trying to catch your eye, like on the other side of him, and be like, "What are you doing? What are you doing right now? You just jumped right back into the fire."
Back into the stacks pile. The vibes were good though. It was fun.
Good.
Yep, it was great.
It was making me laugh really hard to see you in a pod with him. I was like, this guy.
Yeah, I was like, no more stacks games, and then I was like, all right, one more. I guess we'll do it again.
If you had any advice for people, any takeaways from this weekend, just insights at all, what would you have to say about CEDH gaming this weekend, the whole event, all of it?
My advice would be, I think if you think that you're not a good enough CEDH player to play in a tournament, or if you're worried about going and you're like, yeah, but I'm not going to win and things like that.
Just take a look at the guys around you. Just take a look at these guys, right? No.
Yeah, right? Look at us losers. Just go. My advice is to just do it because you're going to have so much fun. You're going to learn a lot. And it's not as scary as you think it is. Man, it's just so chill. Everybody's just vibing, playing really clean, fun games. It's a great time.
You're dead.
And I'm dead now.
Sorry if I've...
I draw a card.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the semifinals of Punt City 3, brought to you, of course, by the TopDeck Championship Series, our second platinum event of the year. This top 16 is stacked. Should be available on the Eminence page for you to witness. I think we can get that dropped in the chat for you as well. We're going to be following up on Memo, who managed to make his way into top 16 after an electrifying win in the second round. We got to kind of talk with him and his roller coaster trip from Germany. Did make it in top 16 alongside plenty of other talent in what is going to be an exciting and spicy pod for our semifinals, a match. Can't wait to get started there. Lauren, this is what it is all about. Talk to me about, first of all, about this pod composition. Second of all, what's on the line for these players?
I mean, there's a lot on the line right now. This top 16 is one of the most stacked top 16s I have seen in a while. I get goosebumps seeing this, and it's the same thing we were talking about in round 6. Just these consistent faces, and it kind of the food for thought I have when I see this. People always disparage CEDH as a high variance format, high luck, low skill. And that's just not correct.
It's not even close to the case. Over and over again, the same faces just winning and taking it down. You know, some new faces, of course, showing up just by natural numbers, and there is some variance, but I mean, really, the leaderboard speaks for itself as far as the talent and the leaderboard players, of course, converting again here in Punt City 3, another sold-out platinum event. I mean, so much on the line. Players here all have secured a large chunk of cash playing for more cash and a large chunk of points playing for more points. And of course, in Memo's case, his debut tournament. Very excited, I'm sure, about his prospects of making it there. Has to get through a lot of other talent. First seat, we got Eric Taylor piloting Corvold, which I understand he is known for.
Yeah, he's a well-known Corvold pilot. I think him and Scoots are the last holdouts of the Corvold train. I also would like to shout out Eric Taylor. He's sponsored him and Matt of Lamora's Cards make content. They are sponsored by TopDeck.gg. So it's cool to see a sponsored athlete, Yeah, you can switch it. It's cool to see a
Converted.
sponsored athlete here in the swing of things. But extremely cool to see. And we have Chris. Chris, I think bubbled out by like 1 point at the last Punt City. I think he was 17th. So he kind of had a chip on his shoulder coming into this event, which I love to see. And of course, as you said, Memo, who flew in from Germany, a whirlwind trip, is here for like 72 hours. I believe this is Memo's first in-person tournament, and he's securing a top 16 pot. And lastly, Jason. Jason, I believe top forward on Najila at punts at the last Punt City, if I'm remembering correctly. It was Punt City or it was the Cookout. No, it was not the Cookout. I'm sorry. There was a tournament though. It was on Najila. I think it was Punt City too. But it's no surprise to see Jason here as well. The pod comp though, in terms of the decks that we're seeing at the table, this Korvold list is a little bit more of Jund Storm, not quite Dargro Ikra or anything like that, but it definitely does have Stormlines. Talking to Eric leading up to this, he mentioned he has only cast Korvold twice this tournament, so it's really not a Korvold-centric build. Chris on TNK is doing the thing. Chris is a really good pilot with his TNK list. It can either be super stormy or it can go in the grindy long game, which if it does go into the grindy long game, I'm scared of the bottom half of the table. Back-to-back Najila decks who can both run away with it through creature-based combos.
Yeah, and two of the best at the craft of Najila sitting side by side. Going to be exciting. Plenty of politic potential there as well. Memo, of course, mentioning the deals that got him here in round number 2. I'm sure there's plenty more of that going on. So I'm excited for the politics that can go back and forth. Masters of the craft all around. That's what earned them their spot here in top 16. As Eric on Korvold, gonna kick things off. You mentioned a Storm deck potential to come out the gates blistering. Imperial Seal less so, but does set up for next turn. Badlands into Imperial Seal. So what's the big card if you're a Korvold deck looking to storm off with or without Korvold?
I have to think, and again, I'm not familiar too much with the list, but I would have to pull that up. I'm wondering if this is the dock side. You're going first. You're hoping your opponents are going to be feeding out these rocks, and then you're going to go to a Dragon Feast, on turn 2.
Love a good turn 2 Dragon Feast. And, honestly, we used to see a lot more of Korvold action in CEDH. And more and more, we're seeing some blasts from the past come back in this tournament. Decks like Yuriko, decks like, Korvold, even a little bit of, Attrax and stuff like that. Decks that are maybe beginning to fall out of favor. We're seeing more and more of that. In this, as Chris kicks things off with turn 1 Esper Sentinel. Great start. No fetching even required. Memo kicking things off with Noble Hierarch. People very polarized on playing Mana Dorks in turn 1 in CEDH. I think very important in Najila in particular for color fixing, if nothing else.
I completely agree. And the Exalted's a non-zero amount of damage.
True, yeah, helping get your Najila across the line through some of the blockers as CEDH gets more and more creature-focused. Does begin to matter more and more, as, again, I believe this is Gamble from Jason. Turn 1 Gamble, having played a bunch of Najila, Jeweled Lotus, usually a pretty big prize if you have no other fast mana to pair with this Gamble. If there's fast mana, it could be any range of things that you need to get things started.
Yeah, I'm excited to see kind of how we're leveraging this Esper Sentinel and this Mana Dork. If you're wanting to keep up, you're going to have to find a way to either deploy Mana Rock, deploy some sort of draw engine, get your commander out there to start swinging in. But you're in seat 4, so you're already a little bit behind. You have to start catching up in some capacity.
Absolutely, and we'll see exactly. Of course, this could be red and tomb. We have a little bit of randomization of the hand to do, and of course, a random discard to go from there. Nice, clean 6 cards, makes it a D6. Did not get a good look. It looks like it was the first card. Mana Crypt. It's the pen. That one does not feel good to discard, whether or not you searched for it.
I am willing to bet it may have been a red and tomb.
Oh, and there's a Mox Diamond follow-up alongside that Mana Crypt. That could have been a turn 1 Najila. Now We'll see if there's anything left over. There's not. Mox Diamond passed to Eric, who's going to be drawing his Imperial Seal card. No Ragavans to yoink that.
No, I like the courage though. It's like, to heck with Ragavans. I'm gonna play my seal.
And here's City of Traders, followed up by a 2-mana card. It's a rock of some sort. Can't get a
What
great
is
look
that
at
card?
Upside down, not helping. That is Arcane Signet. That was
Wow.
from the full art from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan Commander set.
That's beautiful.
It is actually quite good art. I just, upside down, did not recognize that. And played alongside City of Traders means not a whole lot of lands likely left in Eric's hand. And back to Chris we go, who did get to draw a few cards from Esper Sentinel. Not too many, though. I believe Eric did pay for the
The
Arcane segment.
the additional upside to something like City of Traders in Corvald is if you can easily deploy Corvald, you do get a trigger off of off of having to play another land and sacking the city, right?
I believe that is correct. That's some value, if you ask me.
I don't know. Drawing cards is very bad in my meta.
I mean, with all the Bowmasters you've seen flying around, sometimes that can be true. Chris is deciding how to sequence his turn 2. Looks like Bloodstained Mire is going to be the start.
And I do
blood on
think
Chris.
yeah. You don't need to deal damage to me. I'll do it to myself.
Yeah, I got it covered.
I think a deck like Corvald eats away again. I feel like every time we've been in the booth together, figuratively, I've talked about how there's this one deck at the table that's feasting upon this mid-range sort of meta, and I'm not sure this creature-centric mid-range meta. I'm not sure if it's in light of the recent cards that have been printed, or if it's just kind of a flavor of the month. It's not like a Mardu Summer sort of meme, but this people were thinking it was for a while, and I think the tournament data and the games that we're seeing, the sample size is large enough to argue that this creature-centric sort of meta is not going away, and it is where the meta is currently shifting.
I mean, I have to agree with you, and I think it can be both. Like certainly cards like Orcus Bowmasters, and here's Necropotence on turn 2 for Chris. I mean, you're talking about creature metagame as he's just jamming Necropotence. We'll see if the table has anything to say about that particular card. It is very, very powerful. But no, I agree with you. I think that the metagame is naturally churning, and cards like Orcus Bowmasters, Flush Duplicate, stuff like that does push things in a more creature-centric direction. Of course, Mystic Remora being punishing towards non-creature spells is part of that as well. And people like to meme on things that are new because change is scary, but that's not what it's about. And it looks like Necropotence is resolving. Chris is fanning out a bunch of cards. This is a huge play for Chris. Didn't get a look at how many cards. It looked like 8 or 9.
I believe he paid 10.
Okay, sure, 10. Even
9
more.
or
I
10.
love it. I like 10 to 12. That's kind of my Necro number when you're just not looking to do anything crazy, just kind of catch up on cards. I like it. I like 12, but with you having no fast mana, you of course being Chris in this spot, a little bit more mitigated makes some sense to me. You're going to be discarding a lot of cards, and you may end up having to discard cards you do not want to.
And if I'm Chris, I think you have to have a pretty good read on the table of how deep you want to go. I don't know if I personally would have gone deeper. I don't know if I would have put 20, 25 into this. And I know that sounds crazy, but if you look around the board, there's really no life totals being pressured right now. You can confidently necro a little deeper with the intention that you are going to see another turn. You do have a blocker in case of an emergency, but I'm wondering if just from the table composition that Chris is reading, and again, there's a whole layer of like sociology and posturing that you can see your opponents, you can kind of read them, and that's the benefit to playing in person. So there's likely something that Chris is seeing that we just can't see, being this bird's eye view.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all the blue and stuff like that, you are a little bit worried about your ability to convert on specifically next turn, having no fast mana. The way Necro goes when you're in a spot like this is you need a turn to develop all your fast mana, and then another turn after that to develop a well-backed-up win attempt. And having 2 Nagilas on board that can even actually make tokens for each other is actually a big deal for getting your life total pressured, and that's maybe where Jason, having discarded his Mana Crypt on turn 1, actually saves you a little bit if you're in Chris's seat, because now you don't have the threat of a Nagila attack right now. Both Nagila players would have to spend their turn developing Nagila and whatever else they can get done before that even becomes a factor, and at which point you kind of get your turn to develop your mana. So definitely Chris ahead here based on what's on board. And discarding 2 hand size right now. A lot of bangers going away. Wheel of Fortune, Smothering Tithe, Savine's Reclamation, Sarah Ascendant, of course, not ever going to be online. Ranger Captain of Eos. I mean, a ton of strong cards hitting the exile bin. And if you're at the table and you're seeing that quality of cards exiled, I mean, how can you feel?
I'm terrified. I am absolutely shaking in my sambas. I was going to say my boots, but I'm not wearing boots. I am terrified. If those are the things that are being discarded, what I think we could be seeing, and what a possible line could be, is a deep Necro on the next turn, and then Born Upon a Wind into some sort of stormy turn. It's a very real possibility. It's also a possibility, I'm not sure if, with the mana that Memo has available, tutoring for this Mana Crypt, that we could be facing a wheel to disrupt this entire Necro plan. All those cards would go to exile.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, the mana is available. I don't know. Najeela usually has this trim on wheels, not very favorable for them to be casting wheels on average. Maybe a little bit more pressure on Eric to get that done. Have to look at the list. Memo, I think, more focused on getting the attacking done, which is almost equally as effective in the face of a Necro, and having the cast this Enlightened Tutor on upkeep because Noble Hierarch is now no longer affected by Summoning Sickness, means that he will draw it, he will cast it, he will also play Flooded Strand, and then cast Arcane Signet. Still has mana to cast Najeela if that's what he wants to do with his turn, and it looks like it is.
Is a beautiful recovery. There's a lot more that Chris has to consider now between Fierce Guardianship, Deflecting Swat, etc. The problems are increasing now for Chris, who I think when you turn to Necro, you really put yourself into that, I'm the bad guy seat.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a target on his head, and with only an Esper Sentinel to block, a card I'm sure he does not want to block with, you can imagine a lot of attacks are coming on quickly. I think she just flashed an Ad Nauseam. A weird card to reveal to the table, as there goes Simian Spirit Guide, and there goes Rhystic Study. That one very good at mitigating the card draw from Necropotence, as you get to participate for every card that is drawn for Chris, as Esper Sentinel triggering off of this Rhystic Study post fetch for this volcanic island, leaving up City of Brass. A big thing for Jason as well, having no commander in play, needs to leave mana.
Yeah, if I'm Chris, I think I don't want to overcommit to the game plan and get blown out, but I have to think that now with a dedicated draw engine from seat 4, a Najeela that can threaten my life total in seat 3, and then Corvald, who is a very explosive deck, my window is starting to close.
Yeah, that definitely feels that way, even though, you just drew 10 cards. Obviously, they're going to be very, very good. A lot of times, as I mentioned before, Necropotence kind of wants a turn off to develop mana when you're this far behind on mana, and then another turn to actually win the game. This turn to develop mana now suddenly comes at a huge cost, having Rhystic Study in play that Jason will be able to untap and start to leverage. And with Memo spending his turn developing Najeela, it actually helps a little bit for Jason, because now he doesn't feel as pressured to develop his Najeela.
No, I think Jason kind of gets to take his seat back, especially with a live Necro out on the field. I'd be hard-pressed to think that anyone else is going to get attacked. And then we see a Dockside Extortionist. Time. Yes, we do.
The card you called out as the card being searched for with Imperial Seal looks like it may be finally making an appearance. And after Memo deployed all those artifacts on his turn, the count has gotten high.
I'm so sorry. I just took a huge bite of my sandwich.
You're okay. Here comes, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 treasures. That allows Corvold plus some mana left over if that's where we want to go. We do have some Arcane Signet and Nicolas floating. So, Corvold plus a few mana if that's the direction we want to go. As you mentioned before, Eric is somebody that has apparently not cast Corvold too much. So I'll be interested to see if this game involves a Corvold. And if it does, that's another giant attacker that Chris needs to be concerned with, assuming he's not able to just slam the door in this game next turn.
Yeah, and I will say too, the Corvold with the Dockside is almost a build your own Rhystic Study, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of, there is Corvold. That will trigger Rhystic Study. Jason going to get to draw a card off that. Eric not interested in paying, and I don't think he should be, as Chris clearly still the threat, and now Eric may be developing himself as a threat. Dockside going to get sacrificed to the enters the battlefield ability from Corvold, where if you enter the battlefield or attack, you get to sacrifice another permanent. When you do, draw a card, put a counter on Corvold. So away goes Dockside. Any reanimation potential?
Yeah, no, I think there has to be. Let me take a look at the list. I know you sent them over to me. I did not take a look, but I'm hard pressed to think that there is not a reanimate, and that Dockside is juicy.
Oh yeah, getting that Dockside back again, and at that point, it's past the point of Rhystic Study. Now we're in full just ad nauseum territory. There goes a treasure that will trigger Corvold. And another card coming. We'll see if anybody wants to interact at any point. This generates a lot of points for potential interaction just by the virtue of a lot of triggers. A lot of cards moving around, a lot of stuff to do. If there's something like Orcish Bowmasters involved for any of these players, it'd be a big one to have. Not a lot of mana up for the table, though.
Yeah, we do have a reanimate and an unearth in this list, and I do want to shout out in the chat Yevgenia Shevchenko, my beautiful girlfriend, saying hi, letting me talk her ear off alongside Drake Sasser about this game of CEDH. Thank you for joining, Yevgenia.
We're, of course, happy to have you and everyone else here watching the top 16. Remember, the winner of this will advance to the finals. Nice bump up in money and points. A lot of players looking for that. Memo over the pond from Germany here. His tournament debut for Eminence, an online tournament terror, showing he's got the chops to get it done here. Top 16ing the sold out Punt City 3 event, looking to become the next mayor of Punt City 3. Now, both previous mayors no longer up for re-election.
I do have a sash for the winner of Punt City.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some of that action on social media. Memo hungry to take home a sash to be a mayor of a city in a country he does not live in.
I will say too, dang, I lost my train of thought. This sandwich is very good. The stakes have have never been higher too with these points, and I do have to say, Drake, you have to put a quarter in the curse jar for saying Eminence.
Yeah, Eminence. It's been Eminence too long. I did too much coverage as Eminence. Now it's in my brain. I just said it like 4 more times, so I'll just hand you an even dollar.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Of course, Nurturing Peatland played as land return for Eric, and we got to do the exact thing you called out. Trigger City of Traders, and that will generate a sacrifice trigger from Corvold. Got to get an extra card there. BBR floating. Thank you to All Trades Media for those nice clear tokens, even upside down, backwards. You can read the letters, you can read the color, and it is nice and clear who is the active player and where the mana is. 4 mana left available for Eric. What will he do with it? We mentioned reanimation potential on Dockside. Is it time for that? I don't know what that card is. I think it's Dark Ritual.
Yeah, that is a Strixhaven Dark Ritual.
Still got it. Love Strixhaven. Great set. The Mystical Archives from that set. Very, very good. And here, yeah, there is the black mana from that. Ristic Study still drawing cards.
The other thing to note too, Nurturing Peatland is a sack draw 2 with Corvold on the field.
Additional stonks. Been doing a lot of making fun of Sylvan Library. This card looks a lot better than Sylvan Libraries. There goes the land drop. 2 cards coming for the Corvold deck. Corvold already up to a 10-10.
Yeah, let's just throw an Anger in the graveyard and start swinging.
Yeah, sure. Let's go to work. I love it. No, of course, normally Mayhem Devil, the card used to get the damage across. Maybe Anger slept on for the Corvold decks.
I don't know if you want Anger in an Adnos deck, but honestly, kind of spicy.
Come on, it's not that bad. Come on. The problem is the Mountain. Mountain is probably harder to get across the line on average, even though we do have one here.
Hey, you got duels.
All jokes aside, we got 4 mana floating. Have drawn quite a few cards, has Eric, and now Chris, who felt like he was pretty good, I imagine, well positioned with the Necro Resolve to have a turn off to be able to set up and then go for it. Now, I'm sure feeling much less safe with Najeela and Corvold on the table. Here comes 2 more black mana spent, maybe black and a red.
Yeah, we have a black and a red spent. Defense Grid.
Oh no. Defense Grid is not the indication of a table that is getting another turn. And everybody says thumbs up.
For those watching at home, you oftentimes don't play Defense Grid and pass. You are trying to win the game. I know that might seem like a hot take, but I believe if they're starved for interaction, this is Eric's time to shine with an Animate Dead. Has to be targeting that Dockside, right?
Yeah, I believe Dockside the only legal target in his graveyard, and does reach for the Dockside, and now we get to see this is a win attempt, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Defense Grid protection, and we get 6 draws. 6 draws plus whatever we have to work with in hand. Can we get across the finish line? Well, Eric, someone who says he's not cast Corvold too much, yet a Corvold master. Corvold putting in the work right here, right now, in a very traditional sense. The Corvold Dockside synergy, well known, I think, to players that have been around a long time. You're getting to watch it here in action, doing what it does. And if this is game over, Corvold going to make its way to the finals, the top 4.
Yeah, I am beyond impressed, and I've heard Eric was doing well. I believe Eric was second in the tournament at 22 points. Zane was at number 1 with 23. Eric with 22 points, 21 or 22, and he is absolutely having a field day right now. I'm sure this feels great. What a way to ease into top 16. I don't know what can stop him. I am We don't have any mana for Beseju. We don't have any mana for showing off the
okay. Memo helping out flex the Grim Monolith, Japanese folk Grim Monolith. I believe a 4-figure number is that card. So Eric clearly committed to his deck, and this is part of what's special about CDH tournaments as well. Really getting to see people represent their decks in more than just showing up to the event with it, but also plenty of people still play with real cards and foil cards and all that stuff. And a beautiful deck supported by Eric here.
Yeah, it is a 4-figure card. It does cost 4 mana to untap it, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's all the stonks I got. Anyways, talking about things to interact, I can think of one, and it is hard to do. We're talking about Jason needing to have both spirit guides, but one of them's already gone. Elvish Spirit Guide is in the exile zone. Now, of course, Memo also has access to both spirit guides, but does not have a mana up to actually get anything over the line for defense grid. And so basically the shields are completely down. All axes are closed for interaction. It's just, can Eric execute? And I see a lot of All Trades Media tokens, and I see a lot of treasure tokens, and I see a big Corvold. And that, to me, usually spells a successful win for Corvold. We'll see if it does manifest in that way. I cannot see how many cards he has in hand. Have to imagine it's a lot.
Yeah, my favorite heuristic when playing is if my opponent Wheel of Fortune. So say they did have one or the other. They don't anymore.
You pitch Simian Spirit Guide, goes Chris, and you mentioned a wheel being good. We get to see the cards exiled here for Chris. A lot of interaction, but all of it mostly blasts. He had Monkey Blast up the whole time. That doesn't do anything against the Jund Corvold deck.
No, that is I understand why Chris took that, and this Corvold deck is capitalizing right now on just again the artifact of being deployed. I'm willing to bet that MCO was for a dockside, and I think Eric just had a truly a perfect read on the table.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a perfect read on this tournament. I think a lot of the axes that Eric is fighting on being both a fast deck that is not susceptible to a lot of these non-creature or even just like the blast that target only blue cards, all of the commonly played interaction, a lot of it doesn't work against the Corvold and Dockside mixture, and having been able to assemble that here in this pod, really leveraging kind of what a smart choice it is for this tournament, even outside of his own expertise. As here comes Vampiric Tutor. Have to imagine this puts a check mark on the game one way or another.
Yeah, I believe with this tutor, he's solidified his win on this. You can crack your top deck tutor with a treasure while making mana. And if you find something like an Underworld Breach or Grinding Station or something like that, this is GG. I understand his opponents. I guess you run the chance with Heuristic Study in play that there could be a Spirit Guide into a Beseju, but I would be genuinely very surprised if Eric can't piece this win together.
A question for you, and this is a card I have a little bit of unfamiliarity about, but grazing through the deck list real quick is a way to get around Beseju and still win the game. I see the card Ruthless Technomancer. Does that do what we want to do here?
Yes, it does. You can Ruthless Technomancer, and you can loop Dockside, right? Yeah.
I would assume so.
Yeah, I don't know what the return target creature card with power X or less. Yeah, I think you need five artifacts to make it mana positive with a Dockside.
Dockside makes 6.
Yeah, so if Dockside
comes Soul Ring.
Yeah. If you
black draw,
you hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what we're going to do. I mean, we may not have enough mana just to get it started. I think it costs a lot of mana. Not sure. I mean, of course, Eric, the Corvold expert, he will find whatever. It may be too cute. Might be able to just do Underworld Breach like you called out. We will see exactly what we decide to do. Can sacrifice Corvold himself.
4 mana.
Chew the Ruthless Technomancer ETB.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. And with the trigger on the stack, we're sacrificing for a color, and I think we're going to sacrifice Corvold, make 16 treasures?
Yeah, it has to be. I can't imagine it's not. You can just recast it too and be mana positive as well, and still have
mana
a Corvold
positive,
in play.
card positive, everything positive. Start to loop the Dockside. Recast Corvold whenever you feel like it. That way you don't, not even in. Yeah, I believe we're explaining exactly what's going to happen here.
Yep.
Sacrifice Corvold to the inches of the battlefield ability of Ruthless Technomancer. That will make your treasure tokens equal to that creature's power, which that might take the whole stack. We can see Memo picking up all of the Punt City dollary dues to give to. Oh, come on, we got the dice. We could have used all of them.
Yeah, when your
I believe
opponent
that number's
resolves
16.
when your opponent resolves a Ruthless Technomancer, and then you have to use one of the Commander spin downs to represent your treasure token against Korvold, you're probably losing that game.
Yeah, I'm not optimistic, and I do believe, as we mentioned here and now, we can assemble a loop of cast Korvold, sacrifice
Eldritch
the
Evolution, or is that a finale?
I think it's a finale. Looks like
Gotcha.
a finale for 2, because we went from
Okay.
16 to 12.
Okay.
Or maybe 3 to get Mayhem Devil? No, okay, it's for 1. For
Skirk Prospector, so you can sack the dockside, then loop it with the
There we go.
Technomancer, and
I was about to
even
say, I think you can do this with Korvold already, but yeah, I mean, this makes it very, very clear. You can just sacrifice the dockside. We're showing that right now. Sacrifice the dockside to Skirk Prospector. Use that mana alongside some of your treasures to return dockside, which will make far more than enough treasures to return dockside with the Technomancer. You only need X, which is the powers. You need 1 treasure to get dockside back. So you have to sacrifice a treasure, cast it with, or activate it with 3 treasures. So you need, it takes 4 total treasures to return dockside to play. Sacrifice Skirk Prospector gives you rebuy on the mana. You're making 6 each time, and then there you have infinite mana. There's a Demonic Tutor that will go grab Mayhem Devil at the very least, and that will kill the entire table. And Eric Taylor is your first finalist here in Punt City 3 with his take. There's the Mayhem Devil. His take on Korvold. Handshakes all around. An impressive performance from Eric, being willing to jam in the face of a Necro that just drew 12 cards, a Ristic Study that just drew a bunch of cards, and everything went through. Dockside resolved, Korvold resolved, Defense Grid resolved, and that was the end of the game. Eric Taylor, your first finalist.
I think not even our first finalist. I think this is Eric's first top 4. So I am impressed. This is exactly what you want your deck to do. You do not want to be in the long game against 2 Najeela decks and a TNK deck with a Timnacrom that MCL for Dockside. I'm presuming. I mean, I'll grab him so you can interview him. I think that was just a clutch play, and I am beyond impressed by Eric Taylor showing this tournament a deep fundamental understanding of Korvold. Like I said, him and Scoots are some of the holdouts of Korvold, and I'm willing to say that I think that's going to change after seeing
I'm
this
excited
performance.
to see that change. Right, exactly. And we're talking about, obviously I'll let you take the interview, especially if you get Scoots involved. He may be somebody a little bit more into the Korvold. I don't know a lot about the Korvold stuff. I have to piece it together as we do this. But watching it in action here, it's very clear that when you're playing against a meta game, as you mentioned, very mid-range heavy, and specifically what we mean by mid-range heavy is creature heavy. Creatures take time to accumulate value. You're not just talking about cards like Ad Nauseam, these bursts of cards, wheels, stuff like that. We're talking about cards that accumulate value turn over turn. Creatures do that very well. That is what CEDH is about right now. And Korvold gets to leverage the uncounterability aspect, the hard to interact with aspect of creatures in the metagame right now, but still be a very fast deck and potentially blow the doors off of some of these games. And we saw that happen here in top 16, rewarded for his very smart choice. I mean, if he was going to bring it anyway, whatever, it seems to be in a very good position right now in CEDH. And I'm excited to see potentially a comeback of Korvold. Been a little bit quiet over the last few months. Excited to see that change right here and right now.
So I think we're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, we are going to get Eric Taylor for a winner interview, our first top 4 finalist for Punt City 3. He's up for re-election for the mayor. What will the people say?
Don't go anywhere.
What is up, citizens of Punt City? It's Lauren here, and I am with our not round one, geez, our top 16 feature match winner, Eric Taylor. Eric, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good today. Feeling pretty good today.
Yeah. So Eric Taylor, for those who don't know, I love hyping up people when they win. Eric Taylor is part of the Lamor's Cards podcast and YouTube channel, sponsored by TopDeck.gg, funny enough, but
Hashtag sponsored.
hashtag sponsored, my favorite saying. But obviously you're feeling good. I felt Corvald was an excellent meta choice for this sort of mid-rangey, creature-centric sort of meta that we're in right now. Was that a consideration when choosing this?
Yeah, so I had 2 top 16s earlier this year in like gold level events with Corvald, and it did very well. Like I only took a total of like 1 loss in the Swiss, and then just lost in top 16. And when I looked at Corvald and how I've been working on it over the years, like we kind of started adding like, crazy stuff, like putting like dual caster twin flame, a traditional like A plus B or something like that. But ultimately, Corvald just needs to go burr. Whether that is through like a Nas, a Pier, a Necro, obviously Dockside Extortionist, any type of breach lines. And I realized that Corvald's not the scariest thing on the battlefield most of the times, especially with like things like Kennen running around or Sisse. So it takes a lot of pressure off of what I'm doing. And obviously being Sans Blue, everybody says just send it and push it and just go for it. But in reality, obviously that game was a little bit different because I had the defense grid. But most of my games in the tournament, like I just picked my spots. Like I just took my time, developed a mulligan to 5 in seat 1. So, and just played patiently, Obviously the Necro didn't get countered, so I felt pretty confident in that. And then the idea wasn't to necessarily win that turn, but I was just like, oh, I'm going to establish a Corvald and basically have my Jun Ristic study. But obviously the cards kept going, and I felt pretty confident between the Corvald draws and the Wheel of Fortune, protected by a D-grid, that I was going to find a way. And if I didn't, I probably wasn't going to win that game anyway. So I just wanted to play patient and just pick my spot and just went for it.
I was speculating, and you can settle the bet. Was that Imperial Seal turn 1? Was that for Dockside?
Always.
I have to, hype you up on that because that's a no fear Imp Seal, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're facing 3 decks that could possibly Ragavan you. It's a juicy target to Ragavan after you use 7 Imp Seal, and you said, I'm still doing it.
Yeah, especially too, like on a mold to 5. I'm already a Ragavan target anyways because I'm Junned and everybody wants to steal Mana Rocks, Docksides, those type of things, and I didn't have any blockers. So obviously my hand was just like Badlands, City of Traders, and the Imp Seal, and Arcane Signet. So that's just pretty much in a wheel. So that's just pretty much what I was like, doing. So I just was like, playing patiently right now isn't going to get me anywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and just go get my best card in this situation, because if, let's say they don't develop, that's good for me then, right? Because then that slows the game down. Everyone's playing kind of on an even kill. But if they do develop, you're not going to be able to always have, interaction and rocks and everything else. There's going to be a give. So if everyone's developing, then that just means there's probably less interaction possibility. So I went for it. So
Gotcha. Yeah, it was a beautiful window. For all the little dragon hatchlings at home, do you recommend Corvald?
So yes and no. It's an absolute blast deck to play, and everybody thinks it is, just go burr. But being Sans Blue, you really do have to pick your spots, and your interaction is very limited, but the pieces of interaction you do have is so impactful. Someone both Veils, both Blasts, Deflecting SWAT, and obviously Defense Grid and Dosen. So I'm really just trying to generate mana and protect myself. So if you are going to pick up Corvald, and let's say you pick up, we'll just use my deck as an example, don't change anything. Play the deck as is. There's a reason why like the deck has come to this conclusion year in and year out. Like, I've put a lot of time in it literally since it's come out. And the biggest thing is, I would say the biggest innovation in quotations is literally cutting Saw in half, Dual Caster, Twin Flame, those type of things. Because while they are all good on a dockside, I would rather have the reanimation spell and the dockside be in the graveyard versus keeping the dockside on the battlefield in a very clone heavy meta. And the enchantment interaction pieces are harder to stop versus like a Twin Flame or a Saw in half. Because Magical Christmas Land, you like, Slamadosing down, dockside, Saw in half. But that's just not a reality a lot of the time. So I would rather just play high card quality. Really, I built my deck as close as I could to the theory of like the way Rogside plays, just like high quality density cards and just pursuing what it's trying to do. I don't need a lot of frills and a lot of frills and chills or anything like that.
Gotcha. And to hype you up a little bit, we have people saying very nice, Eric. Corvald, good win from Corvald. Corvald could take the tournament. Great showing by Eric. Very excited for Eric. See you in the top 4. Excited for the interview in top 4. I mean, this is your first top 4 in a major tournament, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
I mean, you must be feeling pretty good with the run that you've had. And do you think in 2 hours you and I are going to be sitting here again?
I'm just going to take it one game at a time and just take it one discipline mulligan decision at a time. I try not to put myself too far ahead because for everybody who don't know, the Punt City players, this is a high-level CEDH event. Like, you've got some great players, pretty much the best players in the world, and I can officially say that because Memo's here. So, it's a privilege to play against people like this. It's very excellent. And B, it's also not just getting into top 16. It's also going 4-2-1 to get into top 16, like winning 4 matches in a Sans Blue. I mean, I know Connor was pretty proud because he's the Dargo Ikra guy, and he was really he wished he chose that deck today. But no, I'm just privileged to be here and just honestly just trying to take it one step at a time.
Awesome. Well, super excited to have you in here. Super excited. You're our first finalist going to top 4. Excited to hear how this match goes. And I think you, depending on how it pans out, you're going to be first or second, depending on the seeds. So huge congratulations, Eric, and everyone watching. Thank you so much for watching this coverage of TopDeck.gg. Where can people find you?
I'm on X as the Mad King, or formerly known as Twitter. I'm in the Discords, but mostly on those two.
Awesome. They can find you on everywhere podcasts are found on
Yes,
Lamora's Card.
for Lamora's Card and Learning CEDH on Spotify.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Eric. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I don't mean
Appreciate
handshake.
you.
We'll do the official handshake.
We'll do the official handshake.
But thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to go to a short commercial break and tune in Alan as well from Mental Misplay. And we'll see you back for our top 4 coverage of Punt City 3. Jeez, I was thinking of all the other tournaments of Punt City 3's coverage, TopDeck.gg's team. We will be here. We will be square. Excited to see you guys back here. And these rounds are on time, so it could be 10 minutes, could be a couple hours. So hopefully it's shorter, but we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Damn, it smells like beer farts in here. How's everybody doing this morning? Let me know if you're part of the squad. We're gonna talk to the man. We're gonna talk to Jorman. Jorman, we're live, bright and early. We're not giving anybody a chance to catch their breath right now. You hungover? You feeling it?
I'm feeling it, bro. I'm chilling. Goat. My goat. My son member, we chilling. It's early, bro. I just want an ID, but I know I'm gonna have to play this game, bro.
You're locked, right?
Yeah, I'm locked. I'm in top 16. We just chilling. We trying to get games in.
All right.
I'm trying to rest. I don't give a fuck right now.
I love it. Yeah, listen. It's when you're locked, it can't be that difficult, right? You just got to kick back and
just console for wrestling study on turn 1 and sit down, bro.
All right, fair enough. Oh, we're yelling for George. Did I ask you who complains more, casual players or CEDH players?
Definitely CDH players, bro. I would have got there on my next turn. You lost. Ramp game. BK all day, bro. Ramp game. We out here.
I love it. Absolutely. Give me a little bit and I'll find you and we'll definitely do that. What's the standings?
I'm at 11. I'm 16th right now. So let's assume there were no other rounds. I would be the last one in Swiss. But there are 2 more rounds, so I'm pretty sure I have to win at least 1 game. And then probably also obviously try to win the other one or at least draw the other one. Okay. But maybe 1 win is enough.
What's the strategy?
Swing sideways, punch faces.
That's right. You're on punching Najila.
Exactly.
Oh, awesome. Well, at least it's you think a little bit about the moles depending on seating, depending on who the pod is, but otherwise the game plan is pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, exactly. And yesterday was a good day for me. I only lost to Jorman and to Wounded Satellite. So I'm like, okay, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's an honorable way, right?
Exactly. It's like when you lose to the Kansas City Chiefs. It is what it is, right?
Yeah.
It just happens.
Awesome. Well, I'll keep catching up with you. I want to hear what's going on, and thanks for the rundown.
Thank you so much.
I think that's the murderer's row over there. So I don't remember exactly who we got locked already. I know Dio's close, so we got Dio here as well. Let's see what Dio has to say. You know you're not escaping me right now.
Hell no.
Dio, what's the strat today?
Shoot, we just got to win some Magic games.
All right. Are you actually on half to win in order to keep going?
I have to get 1 win to be on the bubble and a win and a draw to be locked.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's go.
I think we can do it.
I think so.
Any strategies as far as gameplay?
Nah, just keep playing Magic.
Yep. Just try to jam it.
Yep.
Beautiful. I love hearing it. How would you say the weekend's gone so far? You happy with it?
It's a blast. It's always a blast.
What's the best part?
Seeing the peeps.
Yeah, just for
hanging out with Scoop in real life.
Yep. Even though you live in the same town as him, you never get to hang, right?
Nothing's like having a vacation with Scoop.
Yep, absolutely. It's been an absolute blast hanging out with the bullies all weekend. You guys do credit to the community.
Yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah, we'll keep it going. Okay, up we go.
It's gonna be a replay.
Yeah, no. Just like matches like this.
All right, Max. You're locked also, right? Are you already in the 16 or what? Where's you at?
Some members 6 overall right now with 15 points.
Okay, so you gotta get a win and a draw, or where are we at?
I think a draw locks me at this point.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Any strategies mentally, anything like that?
Play Magic.
I love it. That's what everybody said is play Magic, except Memo said turn sideways.
That sounds about right. Yeah, he likes to go to combat. He's definitely one of the better combat CDH players.
Awesome. Well, how do you feel about the weekend overall?
I'm tired. I was up very late last night. But
Yeah?
It was a really fun time. Good to see everybody. Good to see a lot of friends. Good to have fun experiences. Definitely a good event.
That's part of why we show up, is to stay up late and hang out with the buddies. All weekend I've been asking people, and they've been saying, I just want to do Saturday night.
Yep.
Awesome. Get after it.
Yay, we learned. Okay. Morning. In front of the receiver. Jesus.
Welcome everyone. I'm glad to see that not everybody was hungover from the excellent LobbyCon that was here last night and made it into their seats. So round of applause for all of you waking up. We have 2 rounds today. I'm tired of trying to deal with the microphone. There's enough of you gone. Well, you're here, so I'm not talking to you. We have 2 rounds today, 80 minutes, round 6 and round 7. If you're interested in joining the redemption event, as soon as you are done with this round, go see Baldy. Make sure that you drop and sign up for the redemption event. We'll be starting promptly at the beginning of round 7. If you do not have a player at your table that is missing currently, please raise your hand so a judge can come make note of that if they haven't already, so we can get them dropped and get you playing. Please remember that we are still at competitive rules enforcement level, so do not try and fix things yourself. Make sure you are communicating with judge and make sure that you are deciding the outcomes of your single game of Magic by means of playing a single game of Magic.
No restarts.
Single game of Magic. Thank you all for being here. It's been a fantastic event, and it's been a pleasure to be your head judge for this weekend. Good luck to all of you, and we will get you paired for the next round shortly.
Thank you.
Nice tight players meeting. Wow, I'm a sweaty baby right now.
Always on the grind.
Oh, yeah. Never stops, never stops. All right. So that's what the players' meeting looks like on a Sunday morning at Punt City. Everybody's kicking back. All right, we got the breakfast, Sando.
You already know, bro. It's DJ Links in the building. Got myself my little breakfast sandwich, you know, little drink to be able to make sure I stay, you know, energized and focused. You already know what it is, man. I'm trying to go, you know, get these 2 dubs so I can be able to get back in it. The climb back is real.
All right, so that's the plan. Is we need 2. We need
2. Hopefully we can get. No, not hopefully. We trying to get 2. We're not even gonna say hopefully. We trying to get 2. That's what it comes down to. We trying to get 2.
What
is what it is.
What's the strategy? Are we mulling based on pods and seed orders? Are we just pushing? Where we at?
We're gonna push for everything. We're gonna do our best to play our best, be our best. So you know what? Be the best.
Awesome. I love hearing that. The attitude is non-stop, DJ.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. I'm just trying to I'm trying to live my best life, and by living my best life, it means win games.
Awesome.
Win games.
Get after it, all right?
Appreciate it.
That's the kind of attitude we need to see more often, man. I love it. So you can see we got a whole room full of people. We'll go talk to Malcolm. What's up? We out? Oh, uh-oh. All right, so I'll show you guys. This is about what it looks like. It's just a nice, deep room full of people. A ton of heads in here. Some of the best and brightest of CEDH. Some absolute killers in here. I love seeing friendly faces. People are still positive, but they got something to live for today. Everybody is out here, and they are trying to they have goals today. People who are already locked are saying, pardon me, boss. People who are already locked are saying, I'm just trying to play Magic. People who are trying to win games really have something to go for. What's the standing, Scoop?
1-4 in the main, and
all right,
1 in the Mimoplasm event.
1-1, okay.
So I made the finals.
Are we redempting today?
Nope.
What's the plan?
We're gonna just hang out, play some games. Hopefully.
All right.
Oh yeah, so we're good to go. I got Ethan here. We're gonna play some games, find some players, and just chop it up for a bit.
And be moral support for Dio, right?
Yes. Yeah, Dio's still. Chad's still in it. Brian went to get his stuff. I'm out. Ethan's out. It's fine. We had a great time. It was great.
Ethan, so that's awesome. That's a good. I'm so psyched to see you guys all here. I was just talking to Dio about it, and he's like, "There's nothing like a vacation with the bullies," you know.
Oh, absolutely, and it's great because it's like even like it's just the level is so high here that like you know you got people going 1-4 that usually do well, and it's just
it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is if you want to come and play, this is where you go. Test your skills.
Yep, absolutely.
Sponsored.
Awesome. How late were we out partying last night?
We were here. Lobby Cow was pretty crazy. They were drinking some stuff out of the bottle with the snake in it.
Yep, they were drinking Nahabu last night. We don't need to talk about that.
Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, we were up. I was delirious. Like at like when you're a kid at a sleepover and like any like one word sets everybody off. That's
Yep.
what it was last night.
Oh, you guys hit the big goober delirious hours.
Pee pee poo poo. It's done. That's it. Everyone just laughing.
Shh, time to go to bed.
Yeah. And then it just starts again. Yes. It was. Oh, it's been.
That's the absolute like the delirious hours when you're playing Magic are absolutely just to be cherished, to be held on to.
Until that tipping point comes, you're like, why did you counter that thing? We're just playing regular.
I wish the game would end already.
Yeah, just get it over with. Stop it. I haven't done anything all day.
The drop off there is steep.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the way there, it's great.
Awesome. Good chopping it up for a second.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
No, we got Snork, we got Tyler, we got Shannibal. I love you guys so much. Like, absolutely love the shit out of you guys. So thank you so much for popping in. Everybody in the Top Deck chat as well. I cannot thank you enough. I'm going to sit down. We're gonna do some talking now. Check out what we can do. And look, we got our own little mobile studio set up. So I don't know that I've talked to you yet. So for those at home, what's your name?
My name's Aaron Moore.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Aaron was kind enough to partake in the Cube last night.
Oh, it was so great.
What did you think? Like, so do you play a lot of Cube? Do you play a lot of Limited like that?
I mean, my buddy has like a Commander Cube that we sometimes play, but like I watch just vintage Cube all the time.
Okay.
I don't get to Cube a lot.
All right. I tried, so I realized that my Cube has a lot of similarities to vintage Cube. It just is, for lack of a better word, like stupider, like goofier.
Yeah. No, wild thing. Having a conspiracy to give you 2 extra hands, as many double spell, like double your instant spells, copying them, is wild.
The secret tech is when you start learning to use the conspiracies to help each other. So there's one, I can't remember what it's called, but it's it might be Sovereign's Realm. It lets you have to start with every card in your card pool and no basics, and your starting hand is, you're not allowed to have basics in your deck, and your starting hand size is 5, but you can pitch cards to play lands that make any color from outside of the game. So when you get the 2 starting hands, because it doesn't say 2 starting hands, it says an extra starting hand of 7. So you start with both of those, and you get a starting hand of 5 and a starting hand of 7, and you just pick the 7.
Yeah, no, that's easy.
So there's ways to play with the conspiracies, and so I never realized it, but this Sovereign's Realm card, it lets you pitch a card, and the wording is pitch a card from your hand, and you can play lands from outside of the game that turn. So if you have Azusa, you pitch 1 card, you play 3 basics. Every time you can play 3 basics. So what's our standings today?
I'm 19th right now.
Okay.
2-1. I got to win 1, and I have pretty good breakers. So
okay, so you got.
I might get in there. It's like really, I'm pretty solid, like 75, 80% to get in there, but like I want 2 wins.
Looks like rounds are up. Everybody stood up, and there's 80 minutes on the board. What are you playing?
I'm playing Will Lucas.
Okay, I love it. So you're making lots of treasures and foods. Is that what it is? It makes clues.
Clues and sacking clues. It's diet. I call it Blue Farm, but with aspartame because it's diet.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And this is one of my favorites, is showing what the room looks like as everybody sits down and grabs their places. So it's a little hard for me to keep talking to people because the round started. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a place to post up, and everybody found their seats mad fast. Normally I have to like show how long it takes for everybody to take their seats, but everybody just grabbed it, huh? Everybody just found their seats instantly. So this is what the room looks like. If I go all the way in the corner here, I can get the wide view of the room. So this is what the room at laser focus. Yeah, this is a good, solid squad of people, incredible players all around, and this is what the room looks like. So it's a big, big room, all full of CEDH players, and they are ready to win. They are ready to play today. So fingers crossed. I'm biased. As always, I'm going to be rooting for Ramp Gang. There are some other friends who I have in the top 16.
Pod 9. Please report over here. You have a special seating over here.
Oh, it looks like Pod 9's got the special seating. Is that the feature match?
No, that's
Who's that? Did I get to LobbyCon? The Dark Ritualist, good morning. Jorman is doing good. He's locked for top 16. I did get to LobbyCon last night. So I was in this room till about 12:30. There were other people here to the 1, 2-ish range. I don't know I don't know when the last word was spoken. I don't know how late people were here. Scoop said he was here very late. I ran my cube at LobbyCon. That's the best thing I could have done is cube at LobbyCon. So that was an absolute riot. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what falls out of the end of the day today. I hope you guys don't mind my running commentary. Vamping like this is certainly difficult to keep going, and having you guys ask questions in chat lets me answer things and vamp. A long night. Yeah, crazy to get up and get going. Nah, I mean, I got my 6 hours. I'm good. I have a 5-year-old, so I wasn't woken up by somebody asking to play Monster Trucks this morning, so I'm doing okay. Normally I wake up and it's let's play Monster Trucks, and I love little dude so much. I love that energy. But today it's like wake up first thing and let's play Magic. We love vamping. Listen, it's not easy. Okay, I've done it before. You've seen me. I try to fill up some space while I tutor, while I do all that stuff while I'm live on stream. So we got the feature match behind me. Oh, and it looks like we got Zane and Jorman in this one. So this is going to be an absolute crunchy one. There's a lot on the line in that one for sure. Hermit has been around. He's running around with his camera and everything. I don't know exactly where he is.
Welcome to your actual round 6 seating.
Oh, there you go.
As this is the 6th of 7 rounds. And Alan, yeah, fuck it. This microphone has been definitely. All right, welcome to round 6. All right, welcome to round 6. Before we all leave today, remember that there are still playmats available. They've asked me to remind you again not to forget to leave, especially if you've pre-ordered one, as they will not be being shipped. Welcome to the round 6, and you have 80 minutes. Go ahead.
That's round 6 started. I don't know Rebel's standing off the top of my head. I think she's doing pretty decently. And then as we go through, these are all part of the competition, and then we've got some pods over here that are not part of the game. So we got this, we got the bullies over here, we got the bully pod. So we love these guys. We playing comp?
Oh yeah. I just got my new token from Gold Sabretooth. It's the Clark winner, like a little slot machine.
Yeah, winner.
Not today though. We were winners.
We got Snorkton in the chat, says happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Hey.
We love Snorkton for sure. Yeah, we love Snorkton. So the bullies all say hi and say to come visit as soon as possible. We're gonna sneak out here. Oh, there's people out here too. I love it.
Congratulations on your win.
Love seeing people. All right, so that's the round started. I think I'm gonna call it in just a minute. We're gonna ask Kevin some silly questions though. What's the most overrated CEDH deck?
Probably. I think Winota.
Wow.
I don't think. I mean, it's not very. I don't know. I don't think it's great.
Yeah, I think it's fallen out of favor for sure.
Yeah. A lot of the ones where you just gotta remove their commander a bunch of times. Kinnon's good though. So
Kinnon-
it's overrated when it's pretty good.
Everybody likes to just name whatever the most hated current deck is, and people have been saying Kinnon a lot.
I don't hate Kinnon either. It's just I see it all the time. You know.
Okay.
Blue Farm I don't think is overrated. It's fun. It's cool. Sorry y'all. Sorry haters.
I like it. Who complains more, CEDH players or casual players?
In game.
In general, however you want to interpret it.
They both whine so much when you interact. Interact with either one, tears. It's wild.
Yep, that's very true.
So it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
I had two people give me the exact same answer yesterday, but about the other one. So one person was like, oh my God, CEDH players, you deal 1 damage, and they're like, I can't believe you did that for the whole game. And then the other person was like, casual players, you just attack them for 1, and the whole game they're like, I can't believe you did that.
Exactly. A lot more personal. Yeah. People are always like, my reasoning in my head says this thing is bad that you're doing. It's like,
it's true.
It then, you know?
What's a casual card that you think should see more CEDH play?
CEDH play. Underworld Breach.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very casual.
Yeah. I can't think of a good casual one. I really like Academy Manufacturer, but not a lot of decks can use that well.
No.
Yeah.
There's a couple though. There's a couple. The ones that really do the ones that really benefit off of making a lot of tokens and that sort of
Yeah. White Plume Adventurer might be kind of sweet.
White Plume Adventure is a crazy card.
That card would be cool.
I'd love to see more initiative stuff in comp games.
Yeah, that'd be rad.
There's a lot of ways to capitalize on it, and once you've gone through that Undercity, the benefits are just so massive.
It's wild. One Undercity card I love is Tomb of Horrors Adventure, the one that doubles your second spell. Busk, you play Saruman, you know that card's messed up. It's wild.
So I run that in Saruman, and the real joy is once you can start making copies of the Tomb of Horrors Adventurer, because if you make a copy, you get another initiative.
Exactly, and then once you get it, you're getting 3 each one.
Oh, it's so crazy.
It's wild.
I did that, and I ended up making, I think I made 17 copies of Sire of Stagnation, and my opponents killed me by playing lands and made me draw 17 cards a land drop.
Oh, gross.
Or 28 or whatever it was.
My record, I think I made 542 white flowering of the white tree.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They wanted me to count up my damage when they didn't have blockers.
That one's not a legendary permanent?
It is legendary. But I was playing the 6th Doctor, the one that you can copy your historic spells, and it's not legendary. It was sick.
Yes.
It was rad.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the day. I'll let you get back to vending. I don't want to just distract so much. Our boy here has been super, super diligent and vigilant about selling and working for Tim, so it really, really goes along.
A lot of fun.
And people just love the product. People love it.
Oh, yeah. I am a huge fan. I'm trying not to spend my money on him also. Yeah.
True story. All right, man. I'll catch up with you.
Yeah. Great seeing you, dude. Have a good one.
All right. So this is the lobby. There's some vending areas. There's the sign-up area. There's the smoking area. There's all sorts of areas here. I got 21 of you guys in chat. I can't thank you enough. I'm going to go ahead and come through. All right. How many people have you taught how to play CEDH this weekend?
Nobody, because everybody here is better than me at CEDH.
We're back, folks. Baby, baby, baby. We are back. I took a nap. We're going to go bother some people. We're going to go bother some friends. Look, check this out. I got the real feature match right here. We got Knowledge. We got some spectators. We got Charles. We got Mod. We got Sam. So we're going to come in here. We're going to bother Knowledge. This guy, he's in the chat every week. He's in the chat. Every time I go live, this guy's either in the chat, he's filling seats for friends. How we doing, boss?
I'm doing good.
For the people at home, let us know your name.
I am John. I go by Useless Knowledge on the socials.
What's up, buddy?
Good, man. Everybody was having such a good time, and I'm only a couple hours away, so I said, fuck it, I'm coming.
I love it. And how's it been so far? Is this game two?
This is the first game of playing. Charles has done everything to shut me off completely.
Rude. This is rude.
No, you didn't. Don't listen to Sam. Nah.
What is the one thing that you could not avoid? Nice, this guy's fully fluffing his hair out behind us. What is the one thing that you just had to be here for?
The people.
The homies.
You're one of them, the Dookie boy.
The homies.
Yeah, everybody here. That's the reason I came. I'm not in a tournament. I just came to hang out. So.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to come by, say what's up, show everybody this amazing behind-the-scenes match, the sort of thing you see only at LobbyCon. You know what I found out? I took a look around. I did bring a swimsuit. Around the corner there is a hot tub. Alan may be, it may be the Boil 2.0 here.
you might have an additional potato boil because I'll jump in my underwear. I don't care.
Nice, all right. I don't have a way to get into the pool room because I'm not staying at this hotel, but I think we can wing it. I think we can
figure it out.
Wang it. All right, so we're going to find some people to talk to. We're going to find Kai's up there. We're going to go talk to Kai. No, maybe. Oh, we're going to talk to Tam. Look who it is, back together. You can't keep us separated.
No, we can't.
How's your standings today?
I got 2 wins, feeling pretty good, but
I like 2 wins.
I'd like to win more.
We take those wins. Were they easy? Were they hard fought? Did you have to
One was real hard fought because
you went to war, huh?
Well, player Doomsday. You don't see a lot of Doomsday in CEDH anymore.
I've been hearing a lot about it this weekend. I don't know if it's one player or a few players who are on, Doomsday, Born Upon a Wind.
Oh, I'm not sure if they probably were on Born Upon a Wind because it was a blue Esper.
Oh, I'm thinking Necro Born Upon a Wind. Okay, so people.
Sweet.
I heard somebody dropped a Doomsday pile that was a Thoracle and 4 counterspells.
Oh, that would have been a cool one. This Doomsday pile was like a Gush and a Labman. It was cool.
Okay, it was traditional.
Yeah, super cool, yeah.
What are you playing this weekend?
I'm playing Thrasios and Rograk.
For those of us at home, what's your name?
My name is Gold Sabretooth, Timmy Toronto. Yeah, dude.
I've been showing off this layout every time I go by it. We love Tim over here.
Thanks, love you, man.
What's the secret tech? What's the card in you said Tim Thras?
Yeah, the card's at Tali.
Yeah, you run and flip Dino in there?
Oh, yeah, because you flicker, you can win through the kitten. You can win through, by using kitten to flicker a Tali, you can win through One Ring.
Okay.
And you can win post-combat by exiling everyone's libraries.
Yep, you just Zorch everyone, right?
Yeah, you can Zorch them, and you can also use Teamer, Sabretooth, infinite mana, and then keep bouncing.
Are you cheating Italian to play?
Usually never. Maybe a big flipping it through Kinnan, but usually it's just like once you have all your mana, once you have all your creatures on the battlefield, you can either usually just bounce it with the Teamer Sabretooth, keep recasting it, exile everyone's library.
Amazing. I love hearing that. I love hearing about my big Dino brother doing great.
Oh, dude, the big Dino is the best. It's the best.
So I've been racking my brain for the CEDH hot take. The big question this weekend is who complains more, casual players or CEDH players?
Oh, casual players. 100%. There's more bad feelings in casual, I think. Because I think in CEDH, even if you lose, and you lose something cool, you can celebrate it. I just lost to somebody Displacer kittening with a Dockside and a Tevish, and it was super cool. So I lost, but I lost to someone doing something really cool and executing it in a very baroque and deft manner, and it's cool. I can't be mad. It was awesome. Whereas sometimes when you're at like you're at a casual table and someone's like, I can't believe you killed my thing 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, those grudges are real. The blood feud.
Yeah.
And well, I really appreciate it. That's a good one. I love that. That's one of my new favorite questions because it's I honestly, like, part of me deep on the inside, part of me hates the othering that question causes. Like, we're all here under one umbrella. We're all trying to create a unified front. But I also think that question's very funny.
Well, yeah, and I got nothing but love for casual players. But I will say, like, when I play casual with my homies, shout out to all my crew up in Shenango County. The guys I play with, they play casual. I don't know. Yeah, there's the rule zero is different. You know what I mean? There's like our LGS has like a 700 card ban list. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, and especially if it's at like the same LGS with the same crew of people, the emotions run a lot hotter.
100%. And people remember stuff like, oh yeah, that's the land destruction guy. Or like, oh yeah, he's got a really annoying tokens deck. And people remember stuff.
Well, thank you so much for taking a second to talk, Tim. I'll catch you later on in the evening.
Alan rules.
Uh-oh, it's trouble. It's trouble.
Hey, it's me, Mario.
We got the winner of the Boil.
The Boil? No, SCG 5K.
Oh, it was the 5K. It wasn't the Boil.
FC.
Ian got the Boil. You took the 5K.
Did Ian take the Boil? That's awesome. I don't know.
Yes, I believe so.
Good for him. Hell yeah.
So, what are you running this weekend?
We're running Sisse. We're always going to run Sisse.
How's it feeling?
Oh, phenomenal. She's been so clean.
Are you on traditional Planeswalker Sisse?
Traditional Planeswalker Sisse. Fun thing for the day. Every time I've gone first, I lost. Every game I went last, I've won. I'm 3-2.
Oh, all right.
3-2. I'm feeling great.
3-2's hot.
3-2 feels good. I'm sorry. So tired.
I understand.
I got 4 hours of sleep, and I'm ready for nap time.
And you're post Game 5 right now, so your brain is zorched.
I am zorched to the max, as they say.
That's when we start asking the hot takes. So who complains more, casuals or CEDH players?
Oh, CEDH players every day. I play casual Mondays at my LGS. No one complains when you blow the board up. They're just like, damn, all right, it had to happen. You hit one person with 1 damage in a CEDH pun. They're like, why are you hitting me? Not me.
Amazing. So what are your strategies going into this weekend?
You know what? I kept it pretty simple. I put in all the channel effects I could. I put Turtle in. I put Touch the Spirit Realm in. They're just solid. They're almost never interactable. My hot tech card for the week is Birthing Pod.
Okay, yep. Well, because it's a toolbox card at this point.
Exactly. It's no Kiki lines. I used to play Green White Sisse as my main CDH deck back when Paradox was still legal. And, I played Birthing Pod then. I had a weird realization like 2 weeks ago being like, why wouldn't I play this? It's just good. We're willing to play Neoform. Why not a Neoform that sticks around? And every game I've seen it, won the game.
Oh, amazing.
Every single time.
What are you teching against? What are you watching out for? How do you feel about the mirror, and what are you worried about?
Oh, I'm worried about everything. I didn't tech against anything. I have no Ashiok in my deck. I have as many interactions petals as I can, just because you should. It's CDH. You should have as much interaction as you can. But I have no tech. I am just trying to gun. I'm not playing Blind Obedience. I'm not playing Ashiok. I am just trying to win the game.
Amazing. That's what we're trying to do out here in CEDH.
That's it, baby. We don't got to worry about the pod. We got to win the pod.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing how you do in the standings. Congratulations on a 3-2 day, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Pleasure, Alan. Always a pleasure. Peace.
We're going to take a peek in the room. We got to be quiet now, not bother people. This is what our round 5 room looks like. We're going to talk to our gentleman friend here. So we got to be slightly well behaved, clearly, because there's a game going on next to us. What's your name, boss?
David.
David, I'm going to turn the gain up a little bit so we can talk quiet and people still hear us. What are we running this weekend?
Zergo and Ojitai.
Okay, I've heard about this. Okay, so Zergo Ojatai is that one of the commanders from Aftermath where they're jammed together?
Yeah, not Aftermath, but it was like right before that. The March of the Machines, I believe.
Okay. May I take a look at it? Or we're showing it? Okay, we got a pretty version.
It's a little, yeah.
I've heard about this brew. Somebody mentioned, I ran into Zergo Urjatai. So we got 4/4 Flying Haste for 5. Hexproof, as long as it entered this turn, whenever one or more dragons you control deal combat damage to a player or battle, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, the rest on the bottom. You may return one of those dragons. Interesting.
Yeah. So
what are we trying to do?
So I'm going to spill the beans here since my tournament runs almost over. I like to clone him, and so when you attack 2 different opponents, you actually multiply the triggers, not just add them. So if I make a clone of him with, say, Sakashima, I attack 2 different opponents. They both see themselves attacking and each other attacking. You get 4 triggers. Add a 3rd copy in, and it's 9. And
so we're looking at the top 12 cards of our library?
So at that point, yes. If you have 4 triggers, it would be top 12. When you get to 9, it's top 27.
Okay, and it lets you look at the top 3 cards with one of them in your hand. Okay, so you're netting a bunch of cards basically, and you're dealing a lot of damage as well.
Yes.
I love it. That's awesome. How have the games been?
So today has been a little unlucky for me. A lot more turbo progressions than I was expecting today. This deck wants to grind a lot. It wants to get to the late game. It wants to go over the top of the opponents with a bunch of value, and then finish with one of several combos with a lot of protection.
Yep.
And yeah, like I said, today was my day. Just haven't been drawing all the right cards, but I have hope for the future. I think it's still a solid deck. I've put in results in the past, and I think it'll do well later on.
I think it's awesome. I'm always excited to see a commander that I haven't seen at one of these, whether you want to call it an underdog or a fringe commander or whatever you want to call it. I love seeing this sort of thing. I know that out there is somebody's out here today playing Sen triplets. Somebody's out here playing Gyruda, which I think is incredible. And I'm so excited to see this. Now, for the people at home, what's your name?
David Walker, aka Dracomancer on like Discord or whatever.
Where are you coming through from? Are you local or are you coming through from afar?
Me and my friends, we came from New Jersey. We got a little CEDH crew, New Jersey CEDH on Discord. Check us out.
What's your LGS? Where do you play at? Rep the home store.
The main store is Red Seal Gaming. I gotta say, yeah, Bitter Dragon too. Shout out to Bitter Dragon. Shout out to Red Seal Gaming.
Now we're gonna ask this for the fun questions. Ban a card.
Ban a card. Right now?
It's gone.
What are we banning? Mid-tournament? Yo, I have so much power. Oh man, I wasn't ready for this. Do I ban swords? Somebody just removed my creature with swords. No. I'll do it for the kids. Bowmaster.
Oh, nice. Good choice.
For the kids, get it out of here.
Good choice. Makes that mid-range grind a little less painful for all of us.
Everybody should be able to draw the cards in peace.
No more punishment. I love that answer. Bowmasters is crazy.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Bowie. I saw somebody call it Bowie the other day, and I was like, oh, Bowie.
It was missing a good name. That's it.
Who complains more, CEDH players or casual players?
Casual, easy. Casual. They're like, I have never seen somebody get upset at getting attacked for 1 damage. I literally saw somebody throw a tantrum over getting attacked with a 1/1. No, it's casual players. All the way.
I love it. It's the best part about that is I just asked somebody else, and they literally said it's CEDH players because you hear them complain about getting attacked for 1 damage.
All right, hey, different strokes, I guess, but
I love it.
That's
one more time for everyone at home. What's your name, boss?
David Walker, aka Dracomancer. Thank you for interviewing.
David, thank you for answering some questions. I know we're all exhausted right now, but you know what I love about it? This is delirious hours. This is when the takes come out. This is when people are like, I'm just gonna speak from the heart.
Everybody starts losing their minds. Everything comes out. Yeah.
Thank you so much, David.
Appreciate it.
We'll get you around tomorrow. Yeah, we'll get you tomorrow. Or definitely. We'll party.
Okay. Where?
They was trying to get just here in the lobby. All right. We're live. How we doing? What's the standings?
1-4.
1-4. Okay. And remind me what you were playing.
Blue Farm.
Blue Farm, and it's just. Have they been like hard fought? Have they been blowouts?
Oh, they've been turn 2 losses. So there's a lot of turbo out here. Rocksai's been a big player out here.
Okay, so people have kind of figured out that the foil to the mid-range hell that we're trapped in is just trying to go under it, just go burr.
Turns out Adnals is a good card.
I've heard that.
I didn't see the line, though.
You didn't, what's that?
I didn't see the line.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. So what's the plan for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, I'm going to drop from the main event to some side events, drink a lot tonight.
All right, awesome. I'll make sure to come find you and ask you for the hot takes then, all right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thanks for chopping it up for a second.
Yes, sir.
Sound filtering.
Work 6 days this Saturday.
So this is what it looks like. We got a whole room full of people. I'm always going to do these nice pan shots that show you exactly what a room full of comp players look like. And then we come out here. We've got our vendors once again. And we got a couple people standing around. You know what? We're going to talk to the boss. You got a second? We got to talk to the boss. How we doing, Mikey?
Everything's going good. We actually started early for once. That's kind of wild. Like, we always start on time, but it's weird that we started like 20, 30 minutes earlier than we usually do. So we're actually going to be out of here pretty soon at the end of day one. So that's awesome.
When I heard player meeting at 10, I thought like, oh, we're starting nice and late. Like, that's a nice relaxed way to start the day. But it's player meeting at 10 and then 5 rounds. Like, people still have energy but are mentally totally drained right now.
Yeah, everyone's a little bit tired and everything, but the way Punt City always goes is after round 5, people go get dinner and then they're right back and then they're here till like 2 in the morning. So
I'm really excited for that. I told you many times I'm hoping to fire the cube tonight. So if it goes down, I'll let you know.
There's so many people fiending for cube. I think there's like 2 or 3 different cubes that are here.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. The after event vibes for Punt City are amazing. So,
what are your big takeaways as far as wins for this weekend so far? What do you feel that you've accomplished that you maybe haven't accomplished at other events?
I think the cool thing for this one is there's a lot more people that are here just like hanging out. Not to say people weren't hanging out at other events. It's just here. Usually it's like the competitors, and after the event's over, people are hanging. But here we have like 40 people that are just came to show up. So it's cool that we're kind of getting more to that like command festy kind of feel where it's just people who are just trying to get together more, and it's more just like a weekend-long party. So that's definitely the biggest win.
I've definitely gotten that vibe. You know, I told you earlier, like I asked people, what are you most excited about this weekend? And they said, I'm excited about hanging out on Saturday night. And I think that's something really special that you've managed to build here.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because you look at some other tournaments and people like do their rounds and then they all just disperse and don't see each other. And here it's like everyone's like, oh, I can't wait to just like hang out and not, have more goofy games, like do dumb stuff, like play cubes, all that kind of thing. So that's always the best part of these events.
Throw down and celebrate together. Well, so far, we're still on day 1, but congratulations on a successful event, and I'll keep chopping it up with you as we go through it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, it's our boy. Oh, look at this. So this is something I really like, is that I can do this. We're just going to stick this right through here, and look at the caliber of people showing up at events like this. Isn't that cool that we can just like...
And I'm in here too.
Sorry to interrupt. I just thought that was a good shot. I love being able to see that just like we've got titans of the format left and right. Everywhere you look there. Speaking of, how many times have we resolved trouble in pairs today?
Only once.
Have people fought it? Have people tried to counter it and stuff?
People were very unhappy about it. It did draw me into a win attempt, the one game that I resolved it. Even though I missed 2 of the triggers, I still drew 7 cards.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a good card, everyone. Play Trouble in Pairs.
And that's the other thing, is it triggers off of so many things that it's not a surprise we're missing some.
So many things, and Tim the players will attack
Yes.
Girl and Bears. So you are getting the draw from the Tinder player every time. It's great. Yeah.
I love hearing that. What's our standings?
Bad. 1-4.
Okay, 1-4. And have they been? I've been hearing a lot of people like getting zeroed out just on like other people having early turbo wins. Have your games been hard fought? Have they been easy claps? What are the games been like? How do they feel? Crunchy?
All but one of them has been hard fought. One of them, the Corvald player just goes turn 1, land, Crip, Soul Ring, Signet, Ragavan, and then turn 2, Corvald, turn 3, Corvald, Dockside, go. That felt bad because I only got a second turn and I didn't keep the fastest hand. There was 2 other blue players who didn't do a whole lot of blue stuff. Yeah.
On the one hand, we hate to see a friend, take an early loss, but on the other hand, I'm a little excited to hear about Corvald putting in some work.
I think the Corvald player was fucking pumped. It was amazing. But I was not pumped. I was not pumped at all. Yeah.
But the games have, for the most part, they have been games where everybody's doing stuff, everybody's interacting.
I think most games, everyone has had a decent chance. If someone gets put out, it's because 2 decks really had a good hand against that person. But I've had in every game the ability to put a win on the board, or with one more turn would put the win on the board. And as a Heliod deck, it used to be that you got blown out or you won.
Yep.
Now I feel like I have a chance in every game.
There's a little more of you got more more dog in the fight, basically.
Yeah, I did get 2 Curse Totem games, and I was a little salty after one of the games because I didn't agree with how someone played. And I was talking to a friend about it in the lobby, and we didn't hear that round had been paired.
Oh, no.
We were 3 minutes late for a round, and we were in the same pod. And you know what that is? That is a skip turn. And I got my turn skipped, and then on that player's second turn, they played a Curse Totem. So before I was doing anything, there was a Curse Totem on the board. I did not win that one. That was not a one I had to fight.
So we're going to move on to my hot question of the day. Who complains more, CEDH players or casual players?
So at the store that I play at, it's casual players, but it's always because someone has brought a kind of fucked up thing to the casual pod. Like the other day, someone just went nuts because someone goes, all right, I'm going to cast Armageddon. And they're like, you have to tell us before the game starts. You can't just have Armageddon in your deck. And the rest of that person's deck was just legitimately fucked up. This was not the only mass land destruction in this person's deck. This was like a I want to grief the shit out of people deck.
I'm dying.
But I think that's what happens at mid to high power and casual. Someone has a strategy. When I first started, I was just playing mid-high power, and I love the card Winter Orb.
Okay, yep.
No one loves Winter Orb. I started with a Hikori deck.
Gross, yeah.
This is going to be fun. I played Angel Tribal Typo with Hikori, even though Hikori's not an angel. I was like, no one's going to want to fight with my angels because I'll slam over Winter Orb. No one liked that. Everyone fucking hated it.
I mean, the floor and ceiling is so wildly different in a casual game that it ends up having more miscommunications and more mismatches, and that can create stronger feelings. The other thing I've found is that because in a casual meta you may be running into the same people over and over again, there is more emotional tie to the games themselves.
There's like baggage. When someone has got you with a card you don't think is on the right power level multiple times, eventually you just explode. This is why, Rebel and I used to go with precons because it's like, how can anyone be mad about a precon?
Yep.
But I've seen people mad about precons. Some of the precons are cracked.
The precons now, when somebody says, I'm playing a precon, they don't get a pass. What they get is focused down, because if they get left alone these days with a precon, they're going to steamroll.
Yeah. I used to play the Witherbloom one, and that one, just like, if it gets to turn 5 and turn 6, does not shit. And I remember showing my friend's 13-year-old son this deck. He's kind of new to Magic, and he was like, wait, these cards are awesome together. And it's like, they're well-designed decks. So now I don't go with precons. I just stay out of the casual pods. Every once in a while, we need another person. Someone claims they have a high-power deck. They want to join our pod. It's a disaster. I just play CEDH when I play now, and I don't play often enough to waste my time with people being unhappy because it's not really a CEDH pod.
Well, I appreciate the rundown on it, and sorry to hear about the standings, but I'm glad to see smiles on everybody's faces today. It's been an absolute treat.
It's a pleasure. I have the Mimeoplasm event in an hour, so
oh wow,
I'm about to rock people's world with my Styphioplasm deck. It's just stifles.
No, okay.
Spasms, just stifles. Stifle everything. So we'll see. We are allowed to drink during that. So
Oh, awesome. You guys are going to have the time of your life.
it's going to be a fun event.
Enjoy.
Thank you. See you.
Woo. And boy, are my arms tired. My wrists are feeling it right now. If you're in the chat watching, say hey, by the way. We love having somebody say hello. I love seeing that you guys are actually watching the stream, that you guys see what's going on. Right now, there are still there's 20 minutes left in the round, but there are a lot of people playing. There's less people standing up and standing around, but that's because now at the end of round 5, people just kind of get up and walk away when their round is over, which I think is totally fair. Everybody's starving at this point. Everybody's ready to get some food to refill their brains because their brains are totally empty, to put it very, very lightly. Everybody is totally mentally destroyed right now, but I love seeing that there's so many games going on. Oh, and this is still going on. Okay, we've got to focus. These guys are still playing Smash here. This is so amazing. These guys have been playing Melee in between every round, and I love seeing this at the... What's our Melee standings? How
Washed. I'll admit it. I'm getting washed. I haven't played in over a year. I know, no excuses. I get it.
I love it. This is so good. And then there's this secret lobby con over here, which I think is the funniest thing ever. You come around the corner and people are starting to tie them on, hanging out at the bar, putting down drinks. I love seeing it. It was very, very cool. And then we've got, like I said, the feature match with Howling Cloutmine over here. I'm never not calling it that again. Are the mean boys bullying you?
No, I think I'm actually the bully right now. I'm kind of into it.
All right, good.
Yeah, it's going good.
I'm glad to hear it. Let's see the hand. What do you got?
It doesn't look like very much. But,
it still counts for something.
The board looks like a lot. I got how many? I've got 13 seconds.
Oh, gross. And that's out here? Gross. Delney's giving you lots of extras, huh?
Yes, tons of extra Timna draws. I've gotten, I think, 6 extra Tana draws so far.
This is gross. Gross. I'm leaving. And I think there's like even other games going on, or what are we working with here? No, it's okay. We're on just Magic still. I've seen all different games getting played, so I'm excited about it. Oh boy, I am a sleepy baby. I took a nap earlier though, and it felt really good. Oh, how'd the last round go?
It was good. It was a fun game.
Did you take it?
No, hard fought draw.
A draw.
We got into a spot where one player.
Attention citizens of Punt City, this is a public service announcement. We are live. The TopDeck.gg stream is here for the Punt City 3 Final Four, Top 4 coverage. Not basketball Final Four, but the Top 4 coverage. I'm Lauren, joined by the illustrious, the vivacious Scott.
Oh my gosh, vivacious is the thing I haven't heard in a long time. Much like the college Final Four, Syracuse University is nowhere to be found.
Bama.
Yeah, nor is Bama.
But we are here with a banger of a pod, and Scott, I think you are maybe happy to see the chunky boy sitting in C1.
My heart is full at this moment. I'm not allowed to root for people but I am rooting for people.
We're rooting for cards, not people.
We're rooting for cards, not people. I love that big fat dragon. As much as I do love the Bufftown Bully on Bufftown Bully violence of Dio versus Tad.
Gotcha.
And as much as Tad is the homie.
I didn't know that lore. I'm actually not familiar with Dio's game.
Yeah, so Dio is a Bufftown Bully. This Sisei deck is fairly unlike the standard Oath of Nissa type Sisei deck. It's just kind of a bunch of very good legendaries that get played on rate, and it tends to win the game. It's pretty cool. I've lost to it.
I'm excited for this pod. I'm gonna run the CDH Almanac to see if we've had this pod comp before. I'm willing to bet that we haven't.
I'm willing to bet that 2 Siseis, a Corvald, and a Rogsai has never happened before.
Because I think the double Sisei and the Corvald too. Corvald's really fallen out of favor. And Scott, you are, as I was saying with Drake, kind of a holdout. I don't want to say a boomer,
okay,
but a Corvald believer. What do you think is leading? I know Eric's a very skilled pilot, but what do you think is lending Corvald to have such success in this sort of event?
I've been saying for quite a while that I think Corvald is especially positioned as far as Jund goes with its abilities to put together creature-based combos that require activated abilities and are fairly hard to interrupt. I also think Eric plays more of a storm-oriented build, and I think that in these tournaments you see rather high dockside counts, maybe comparatively to your home games. So when the dockside count is very high, each treasure is drawing Corvald a card. Card advantage is what we like. We saw Wounded Satellite max draw 21 cards with a turn 1/1 ring. And Corvald can draw that many cards, and when you draw that many cards, you tend to win the game.
Yeah, drawing cards is pretty good.
Drawing cards and winning the game is actually quite bad in my meta, so I don't do those things. But here at Punt City 3, it good.
And I'd like to add, much to our surprise, not really, this is the first time we've ever had this pod composition of the 25,000 games tracked on Command Tower Games, almost 25,000, and shout out to Datatog for collecting this data for us using ADH Top 16 / Command Tower data. This pod in 25,000 games has never occurred.
Does that change if we remove 1 Sisei?
Let's see. That does change if we remove 1 Sisei. When we remove 1 Sisei, there are 8 total games with this pod comp.
Still quite low out of 25,000.
Out of 25,000, yeah, y'all can do the math. But yeah. Corvald has won 1 of those games. Sisei has won 2 of those games. Rogsai has won 2 of those games. The other deck, so if we took out Sisei and that 4th seat is another deck, that has won 2 of the games and that has ended in a draw. So that draw is not good data for us. We can't draw in top 4 here. So Corvald has a roughly 1 in 7 chance. Rogsai has a 2 in 7 chance, and the other 2 decks also have a rough 2 in 7 chance.
If we're using those sample sizes for data,
yeah,
they are a little small.
Yeah,
but
the sample size is small on this.
So we're seeing our fighters mulligan. A thing that I'm noticing about this is that all these decks play red. You notice that?
Yeah, and red has kind of underground cards such as Underworld Breach.
I've heard Wheel of Fortune and Dockside Extortionist too.
I'm not familiar with Dockside Extortionist.
Well,
I've only seen it, outside of Krenko decks. I don't think it's worth it.
I think if you're Conspicuous Snoop combo, it's another goblin to add to the pile. That's also quite good.
Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, all of these decks are going to be able to present Docksides. They're going to likely want to tutor for Docksides. They are going to not want to feed Docksides, and they all 3 of these 4 decks have some sort of capability of cloning Docksides.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of clones, the amount of clones that we've seen today. I don't know if you were watching the last round that I did with Drake, round 7, but
I was eating a sandwich.
The Wounded Satellite comedian game. There was Orcish Bowmasters, clone of Bowmasters, clone of Bowmasters, clone of Bowmasters, second Bowmasters, clone of the One Ring. Clones are prevalent.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around the cloning conundrum, but that's what happens when all of these really high-powered, efficient creatures are coming out. Decks want them, and the way to break, the rules of Commander, quote unquote, is to be able to clone them.
And Sisei now has tutorable clones.
Can someone let them know where to start? I think they're wing.
But I think the competitors have mulligan, and we are sending producer Alex to go start the game. By the way, while we're waiting to start the game, I cannot stress enough how pivotal, how important the original print proxy pack from All Trades Media has been during this event. The extremely legible, color-coded as well as visible letters for the mana trackers, the treasures, the Orcish army triggers has been incredible. You can go to Etsy, find All Trades Media, and buy the original print proxy pack.
Yeah, and shout out to All Trades Media for vending this event. They were one of our token/artist vendors. I also want to shout out Propaganda MTG. Propaganda is a sponsor of our channel, of our casts, and of our events, and they were here vending in person as well. And
I actually have a bone to pick with Propaganda MTG. I went to the table to ask for free life advice and was turned away.
I'm actually sponsored by Propaganda MTG personally, and Matt, who runs it's a very near and dear friend of mine. I love going over and watching the Diamondbacks beat the Phillies while I hang out with him and his dog Ruth.
Beautiful. Bye, Matt.
He was in the room when I said that.
Yeah,
That's the only reason we're going a little off topic here, but truly thank you to all of our sponsors, and some kind of cool storylines like Scott was saying. Eric, who's seat 1 playing Corvald. He is part of Lamora's Cards along with Matthew. They are sponsored by TopDeck.gg. We sponsor their content.
The learning CEDH content.
The learning CEDH content, a bunch of different videos from lots of different videos, really good barrier to entry. Some of my favorite CEDH content. They've done some coverage. My favorite videos that they do are of the Japanese meta. And I love seeing these different regional differences in how decks develop and different metas that can occur outside of the US. Tad and Dio do have a history as well. They are both Bufftown bullies, and we're kicking it off with a turn 0, excuse me.
Turn 0, Gemstone Caverns.
And Trent is a known tournament grinder. Seen them at events before. So all of these players deserve to be here. They've worked really hard to get to this spot.
Yeah, I will say my favorite part about Trent is how he walked into the room and said it's Trenting time, and then Trented all over everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's hard to negate. That's hard to beat. And if you can Trent that well, you Trent lightly.
Amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. I wonder if he's playing Diabolic and Trent.
Oh, you're a little too entrenched in these puns.
Okay, all right. That's fair.
All right, so we have Eric kicking it off, Marsh Flats into a Bayou. I don't know what you'd be looking for here. I don't know if we're on Carpet of Flowers gaming.
Probably not Carpet of Flowers. An opener here would be Tinderwall, Ignoble Hierarch, that kind of thing. Birds of Paradise, maybe. Or we could just play. Oh, is that a Birds of Paradise?
I think that's a Carpet of Flowers. No. What is that?
That's a Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah, that is a Carpet.
Holy crap! I guess I'm wrong. Carpet of Flowers has burst mana potential. I did not know Eric was playing it. Maybe that's one of those hot tech pieces. Eric does this thing where he techs his deck before every tournament. He will try different things.
Yeah, I mean, practice is free, and when you can take that practice and translate into tournament results, as it seems he has done, it's an impressive showing, and I like the inclusion of Dosen as well. The way he explained his deck in his winter interview is it's a Jund Rogsai, which I think is a very cool way to analyze and look at that deck.
I think another kind of a similar thing, when Jorman plays Malcolm Vile, he calls it Wet Corvald. They all have this kind of same play pattern of maximizing resources and then winning in one explosive turn rather than developing card advantage and kind of doing that.
And I think we're seeing the meta really start to trim the fat of these pet cards. We are pushing the floor of how good our cards need to be, and that's just what it's taking to be competitive. The floor of these cards is very, very high, let alone the ceiling. So really impressive to see. And we have Tad on Rogsai. I don't know what fetch that is into Badlands, into a Gamble.
It's a Bloodstained Mire, I think.
I cannot tell.
Expo, I think. Bloodstained Mire. Into a Badlands, into a Red Entomb. I mean, Gamble.
Hi Snooze, thank you for watching. We have hello Scotty and Lauren. You are lovely people.
Martin!
Thank you very much, Martin. We're with the other Martin right now.
We have all the Euros here.
Yeah, one of them actually gave me a euro.
Beautiful.
I'm very thankful for that. So we have a gamble. Are we going to see a red entomb? Gunner, 2x bullies in the final. Sheesh.
Yeah, 2x bullies in the final. Truly a sheesh-worthy moment.
Gunner, thank you for watching. Shout out to Gunner. Lovely person. I hope you're feeling better.
Gunner was in the chat yesterday saying that they are recovering and at home. So
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, happy to hear that. Hope they're getting better. Tyler Craig, yo, what up, Lauren? Love you, buddy. What up, Tyler? Good to see you, brother.
Yo, what up, Tyler?
Yo, we got Tyler in the chat.
Birds of Paradise.
So that's actually a birds.
Yeah, that one I've seen before. I hear that it dies to Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, it does, and I think a lot of mana dorks do. But when we are in, if you're in a situation in which your opponent is having to tutor for an Orcish Bowmasters, you are more than likely winning that game.
You know, I recently had a game where it was determined that I was the biggest threat at the table, so my Birds of Paradise was mental misstepped.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
Diggles in the chat. Hi, even Diggles is here. Hi, Dave.
Oh my gosh, Big D, Little Eagles, welcome to the chat.
Hi, Diggles. Even Diggles is here, and we have Kahlua. We are stacked with friends in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everyone who has watched our coverage of this event. We do it as a we do it for the love of it, and these are long days, long hours, and it is such a treat to be able to do this coverage. And we hope if we can bring you any sort of enjoyment during your day and during your watching of this, it makes it worth it for us.
I will say the best thing is to come here, and the second is that a blind obedience? What is that?
That appears to be a blind obedience from the new Eldraine storybook. So really, really potent piece being deployed there by Dio, I think.
Yeah. Certainly hampers Corvald's game plan. I would say the best thing is to be here. The second best thing is to listen to Lauren on coverage.
Oh, do people like to do that?
Apparently.
Shout out Scotty from Calibretto.
What's up, Tay? How you doing?
David Diggles called me Lauren Wholesome Daddy. Thank you. I'm trying.
Yes, Lauren is all of our dad.
And then Chris Kindle, shout out Chaotrix. We love the Blizzard Wizard and the Base Boy. All the love from chat. I hope you know it is. We are returning. Oh yeah, they named me that in Vegas. I hope you know all of the love you guys are giving us. We are returning that tenfold. Thank you very, very much. Captain Moral Support pointing out there is no blue farm at the table.
What's blue farm?
I don't know what blue farm is. We have Tad on Rogsai deploying a Mystic Remora pass. I think this is a potent Mystic Remora. No one really has developed their boards yet. We have like one or two, pieces of mana, but it's been slow mana development.
Yeah.
I think all of these players deserve to be here. I think we're going to see a very patient game.
I think the blind obedience makes this Mystic Remora a little clunky just because people are less apt to dump their hands out, but I think we'll probably see it draw some cards. I think it'll probably be an Ancestral Recall type rate.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the blind obedience may encourage players to play them because they're going to be entering tapped. So you want to deploy them.
Sure, maybe if you want to front load your.
Yeah, you might unfortunately feed the Mystic at the cost of it's other that then you're just going to keep being behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, no Kinnan and no Tim Necrom. Captain Moral did say Scoots is a CDH caster Hall of Fame top 3.
Thank you.
I would agree with that.
Who are the other two?
Yeah, who are the other two? Give us your Hall of Fame.
In order.
In order. No, not in order.
In order.
I don't want to be humbled.
Fair enough.
All right, so we have a land fetch.
This is just a Sisay, I think.
A Sisay. The left-handed Sisay, too. No? That's an altar. With the Weatherlight. Is that a peel altar? That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Very, very, very cool.
Skyship Weatherlight.
Tyler Good saying Eric Taylor Mad King has his list on the deck database. Cool.
I don't subscribe. Is that like a paid service?
I mean, I have a deck on the deck database as well. So, do you? Oh yeah, Kenrith. Yeah.
Is that what is that?
It's a website to look at decks.
Oh, huh.
Vincent said Lauren punted himself into the top 3 for me. Yep, just for you, Vincent. I got you. Yeah, my Italian list is on there alongside Memo. It's me, Memo, Snoosk, and Ashani.
I had a list on a database once.
Yeah.
A database.
Okay. All right. So we are Sisse's entering tapped and we are passing. Looks like no play from Dio on Sisse. Passing the turn here to Eric on Corvold, who is fetching for a blood crypt that is entering tapped at end step, it appears.
The list was the 5 best hot dogs in New York State, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was on glizzydatabase.com.
Is this real?
No.
Oh. I was going to say if it was, we were destined to meet each other. Kalualua. Yo, what's up, Sebastian Frias? Good to see you. Would have come down. Yeah, I'm hoping you can be in town. I will not be at Cowtown Throwdown. I think I'm casting.
I won't be at Cowtown Throwdown.
I think we're remote casting that one, but I'm hoping to be on the team.
Alex will be at Cowtown Throwdown.
Alex will be. So am I hired for? I'm just kidding. We're gonna discuss that right now.
Talk to me after the class. Gamble on the stack. Finally, an island was played, and we can use our carpet.
Yeah, that's a free mana gamble. I'm mental misstep on the gamble. Feeding the fish. Tad probably is loving this right now.
Strangely based.
Yeah. Okay, my opponent's played cards, nothing happens, and I
Yeah.
draw 2? Sure, I'll take it.
I draw 2? Yeah.
Yep, any day of the week.
It's a good day.
Mental
misstep on gamble from Dio. Okay. Must have felt that it was probably for abrupt decay or something to remove the blind obedience.
All right. Yeah.
That's my supposition. Eric's a pretty heads up player. I think I probably would have. If I had a dockside plan, I probably would have got abrupt decay there. A Surveil land. We've seen a couple of these.
Yeah, they are really, really, really seeing a lot of play.
They seem quite good. I mean, we just cleared yet another land off the top of our library, so I'm actually quite a fan of the Surveillance. They seem very good.
Yeah, I think they shine the most in these 3 color decks.
Yeah.
I think they are generally less good if you're above 3 colors. They're free in my opinion in 2 color. But three color decks I think can justifiably play one of these, maybe 2 depending on the deck, but pretty comfortably 1.
I would say at least 3 color decks with breach.
Yep,
is probably the home.
I can't think of it. I guess I don't know. I think Time you'd want 1, maybe 1.
Time, yeah, okay. I could see Time playing 1. Maybe Malcolm Timna as well.
Yeah.
For the Yawgmoth's stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a sneaky good inclusion.
Yeah. I mean, if we're fetching tapped shocks already with the Blood Crypt, maybe we get what is it called?
Rakdos.
The Rakdos one, yeah, but
Carnival.
Carnival of Souls, no.
No, I think it's Rakdos Theater. Rakdos Theater.
Rakdos Theater.
Yep, is the black red one. The Undercity Sewers, Hedge Maze is the green blue one. Those are the other ones I know off the top of my head. Clear your Citadel. Hey, that's a really good point, Pigeon. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
Well said. Oh, Racious Theater.
Raucous.
That's how you say that word?
Raucous.
I thought that was Racious.
No. Never mind. Sorry. I almost. No. Raucous.
I've never heard that word said out loud before. That's not a real word.
Raucous.
So we have a Kootsil being played by Sisse. So we have a Grand Abolisher effect pass.
Kootsil.
Yeah.
That's a legendary permanent.
It is. So Sisse's colors go up. And we are...
Eldamri's calling with the Kootsil on the stack.
Eldamar is calling... Oh, with this... Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You would have to do it then. Is this the dock side?
Raccoon Theater. That's the name of the card.
Okay, got it. Oh, because it goes with the new Capenna.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Are you excited for Bloomborough?
I am. I like Mouse Guard a lot.
Okay.
And it feels like a Mouse Guard set.
Let me ask you, if you were a Bloomborough furry, what would your Bloomborough persona be, Lauren?
An Axolotl.
An axolotl. That's a scaly though.
Don't they have scaly boys on that plane?
I specifically asked for a furry one though. You do have big raccoon energy. I remember that.
Do I?
I did say that.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it because I like to eat trash?
But you like eat trash. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You got
Yeah.
me. Yeah, I've been found out here on stream.
So Ellen Armory's call openly tutoring for Dockside just to kind of shove it into the face of everybody else. The count is not super high.
No, it's not. It's oh geez, excuse me. Counts 3.
3?
Yeah, 3. Curious if that is the the ritual that you need to get over the hump right now.
It very well could just be cast to say type of Dockside.
Yeah, we missed the land drop.
Missing land drops, yeah.
As did Eric. Notably though, Carpet of Flowers producing 2.
Yeah, Carpet of Flowers, quite strong.
Yep.
At the moment.
All right, we are drawing for a turn. Looks like Dio passed to Dio. Yeah, ritual for 3 seems. I don't know if you really want to deploy the Dockside facing down possible clone effects, but the blind obedience does help keep that in check.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we are going to miss another land drop. Ooh, cast a Dockside here.
Dockside Extortionist.
Daka Waka Flame.
That's actually what they were originally going to name the card. Followed by a Fey Burrow Elder. So that's a 3-mana producer for a Sisei for next turn, right?
Yeah. Sure. If we can make a blue permanent, it's a 4-mana producer.
And if they can get a black permanent, it's a 5-color with the blue permanent.
Very good. We've done math together right there. We added 3 + 1 + 1.
Yeah, we're pretty good at this, so.
A Vampiric Tutor. Resolving. We're getting our Abrupt Decay.
Docks. Oh.
Could be Dockside.
Yeah, I mean, Abrupt Decay does seem free. Dockside count is actually only 3. It's Dockside count is 3.
It's 3.
And with Carpet of Flowers mana, that lets you cast Corvald, sack the Dockside, draw a card.
Well,
oh, you can.
still a blind
Oh,
obedience.
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm terrible at this. That's why I'm here and there. Yeah, Dockside count 3, and you have to get rid of the blind obedience. I think you're right. I think this is probably some sort of Abrupt Decay, even or Assassin's Trophy, even.
Yeah, that's what my assumption is that.
That makes sense. That checks out.
If you already have Dockside in hand, it's fairly free to make 2 green or whatever off of your carpet, and then.
Yeah, no, I like that play. I think Dockside though, once you get rid of that blind obedience in Eric C, it only does make 2.
That is true.
So I don't know if that's completely worth it.
All right, it looks like we are going to untap and upkeep and draw.
Everyone very patiently playing. I think, as much as I like seeing these turbo decks go off and games being closed out, I think this is going to be a slower, grindy game.
It's certainly positioned as such at this point. We do need to. I will say that the table does need to deal with the Cutzel with some kind of quickness here.
Yeah, I think if they can get through this and Trent gets to see a turn with that in play, we very well could be facing a win attempt.
Yeah.
Oh, that might change a little though. We have a Culling Ritual.
That notably does not kill Sisei or Cutzel.
It does not. It makes a bunch of mana though.
It does cast Ad Nauseam though.
It does indeed. So I count 6 total permanents being sacrificed to that ability. It also makes it much harder. What you can't activate. Trent was able to activate Sisei with a land drop now and can't.
Yeah.
Beseiju or to use both carpet mana. Yeah, we could have Beseiju as well. We are making our mana. Yeah,
2 green, 4 black.
You can add Nas with a Veil of Summer backup with that mana.
Yeah. Certainly good.
Right.
What are we going to see happen now?
You paying 2?
Demonic Tutor, perhaps?
Oh, that's hot. I do like that. A Grim Monolith.
Okay.
At the, some fast mana get you over the hump a little bit, but also can be sacrificed to Corvald later on. So maybe banking for a future turn.
We do need to make red at some point.
Curious if we're going to see something like a Toxic Deluge. I think that is a very real possibility.
There's the Simeon Spirit Guide, so it looks like we'll probably see a Corvald here.
Yeah, we're going to see the boy.
Green, black, red?
Yep, with 3 mana floating. That's a pretty well positioned Corvold.
Yeah,
and
pretty good.
You shut off a line of attack. Kutzel can't attack into you comfortably. Can't really attack into the Faber or Elder either, right? 3/3.
Yeah, Faber Elder is a 2/2 right now.
Oh, 2/2. Oh, it's for each color. Got it. Yeah, kind of making it awkward here for attacks, making it a little bit more difficult. Why leave the colors floating instead of an extra black? You needed.
Corvold requires 3 colors of mana.
Yeah, you needed the black. It's green, black, red, 2 colorless.
Because he used black to cast the Grim Monolith.
Worldly Tutor. Okay.
Yes.
Is that no? That's post. It's not in response to the Corvold trigger.
No.
Okay, got it. Let's see. What was cast before the Corvold?
Culling Ritual.
It was Culling Ritual.
And then
Simeon.
Grim Monolith.
Oh, Grim Monolith. Right. And it looks like that was sacked to the Corvold ETB.
Now there is some credence to just having a 5/5 in this board state.
Yeah, I mean, life totals are relevant. I know. I don't think Sisse is very dependent on having life totals be such a huge factor, but Rog side definitely is probably the greediest sort of life total deck here at the table.
We're tutoring Dockside face up here, which I mean makes sense. You got to use the mana that when you have it.
Yes, you do.
So now the table is forced with the decision to develop mana or let Corvold have a fat Dockside.
All right, and the mana is fizzling away. The mana is emptied from the mana pool. And currently Dockside does make 0 mana. I think that's less. I think that's setting up for future action.
Yep.
Oh, we have a Thassa's Oracle console on the stack. Oh my.
Tad.
Oh my. Wow.
Tad.
We might have just won the game.
Tad.
Please suspend your disbelief with us.
Tad.
Oh! Tad, let's go! Let's go! I'm gonna grab him.
Go get Tad.
Yeah.
Go fetch me a Tad. Tad Gibson is your winner of Punt City 3 on Rograk Silas. A bad deck. Full of cope. Let's go.
I'm in awe.
If everyone could type the number 4 in chat right now. I want to see your 4s in chat. Oh my gosh. Give me your 4s in chat. Throw up your 4s. Let's go, Tad. Get that man a beer. Mikey.
Is Mikey really?
Yeah, he just
he
brought him a
PBR.
He's bringing him a PBR.
Hey, did he bring him the case?
I just brought him a couple, I think.
He's bringing Tad a PBR. For
Bring
that
Tad a
win.
PBR right now. Oh my God. Okay, so a win for the Bufftown Bullies and that other organization.
A loss for the Bufftown Bullies too.
A loss for the Bufftown Bullies too. Tad's it's been a slow burn. This is the major though. We're here. We did it.
I'm in awe, honestly, right now.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Tad, get the hell over here, brother. That was so sick.
Mike said no.
No beer on stream apparently. Tad,
I want you
have
to
a
savor the moment, but I also want to interview you, so you can go savor the moment.
All right, so we're gonna get you in and out of here quickly, but for the chat, Culling Ritual went off. Kutzel was Sisse with Kutzel was coming up next. You just shoved it and won. Did you? Was it just you felt that was it?
As soon as there was no interaction for the Culling Ritual, I'm like, if it gets to my turn, I'm just jamming this.
Yeah, just shove it and win. Yeah, absolutely. Misstep already gone out of DO. Trent not showing any initiative to interact at all.
No.
You just shove it and win. That was incredible. You got to play a slow game. You got to use the Surveil land to clear the top of your library.
Yeah.
It was the ceiling of the surveillance, and I think this is the ceiling of like onto the blind obedience. Even with the blind obedience, you just crushed it.
The surveillance have been absolutely gassed this weekend.
Yeah.
Like they are like I used it for breach lines, everything like that. So I mean, absolutely amazing.
All right, Tad. I don't think there's much to say about that win other than
Tad,
congratulations.
Congrats, brother. That was sick. I was so happy.
Can I put this on you?
Absolutely.
I am
Do I need to
here.
stand up?
No, you have to
All
face the camera.
Face the
I
camera.
am officially crowning you with the sash, the mayor of
Mayor
Punt City,
of Punt City.
2024, Tad of the Pufftown Bullies. Let's go. Show your trophy off. Oh, the camera's there. Shit.
Let's go.
Let's go. Mayor of Punt City. Go enjoy it.
All right,
Go
everybody.
on.
Say thank you to your mayor. Hey, listen, that's it. We're done. We've wrapped it.
You did it.
We've wrapped it. That's the end of everything. Tad, congrats. You've been building to this for a long time, and you got the major. It's sick. I'm so happy for you.
Oh, I'd like to add too. So this guy right here just qualified for the $13,000 invitational in Columbus.
That is true.
That also means he's not TOing that event.
That is also true. Hey, wait.
Hey, Tad, I don't know if I have the power. I just fired you for that event.
Tad, you're fired. Tad, that is a platinum event win, which means you automatically qualify for the NV.
Hell yeah.
See you there.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. I mean that is literally it. That is the summation of everything.
That's it for the day.
We've been here for a couple days here. We've seen some great matches of CEDH, and we arguably saw one of the best ones yet. Rogsai washed up, bad deck, winning Punt City 3. We have a new mayor crowned. Let's go. We will see you all at the next big one. We're going to roll some ads and then go away.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye.